Hey, this thing working? How's everybody doing? Happy Saturday. This week flew. I feel like we just did this. What did I miss? Anything cool? Got a cool video to watch. I want to dig into here soon. I don't know if you know, but they were doing a Star Citizen event over in Australia. And there was a cool panel. I linked it earlier today on the community feed of the channel. The segment that I saw in the clip, but there's a larger segment of that panel discussion. I figured we just watch that panel discussion. I'm eager to hear what all they had to say. I only saw the bit about Sq42 earlier. There was a larger discussion there, so I figured we'd check that out. And yeah, I've also been out of the loop on the Ashes drama. I know Steven Sharif was putting together a suit of his own. I don't know if anybody's up to date on that. I want to get up to date on that. Some cool open AI, or not open AI, but AI stuff in general happened this week. I saw OpenClaw caught fire. Has anybody heard of that? I installed that this week just to start playing around with it. I was on some freaking media site. I can't remember which one, and they were talking about how Mac Minis were just flying off the shelf because of people wanting to set up OpenClaw on them. Just so happens I have a Mac Mini sitting here, so that's where I installed it. I haven't done much with it yet. I honestly don't know what all the hype's about yet, but I plan on figuring it out. But I can show you guys what it looks like if you're interested. The website is just this. The AI that actually does things. And they go on to make a bunch of claims. I don't know. Feels like it connects to a bunch of stuff. It's like kind of like your AI. What's the term I'm looking for? Like your AI hub at home is what it feels like this is aiming to be. So far, I got it connected to Discord, where I can just kind of chat with the bot on there. But there's a whole lot of skills in this thing, and I don't know what all I'm going to be doing with it yet. But checking that out. Iconic, man. What's up, dude? Thanks for coming out, man. Yeah, this thing is it's interesting. Here I got the this is the interface. You got all this stuff you can do on the side, and then of course it has like just your primary chat interface, but this thing has like, I don't even know. I couldn't even tell you what all it does yet. Channels, I don't know. Oh, this looks like Discord stuff. Yeah, so here I'll bring over my Discord client. I set up a server just for this thing because I certainly didn't want to expose it to any servers I was on. But you can see here, I started messaging this thing. So I set up this OpenClaw thing to listen to just this Discord server, and I just opened it up so I didn't have to mention it or anything, so I can just I can just type messages in this channel, and OpenClaw is just monitoring this channel. And this is the OpenClaw that's running on my Mac Mini right beside my desk here. Right on the corner of my desk. Obviously, getting the weather is not an impressive demo, but this thing, claim to fame is that it just has a billion, zillion skills. So I'm definitely going to be poking around with this thing and seeing what it can do. See up above here, like I was asking, like what it could do with Discord. It could do all kinds of like programmatic things you might have needed bots to do before, and now this thing can just kind of do it. And it looks like it failed to respond to me, so yeah, the demo's going swimmingly here. But you get the idea. It can also interact with like iMessage or all kinds of other messaging services. So in theory, you could like message this bot from your pocket, like one to go, and just have it doing stuff if it works as advertised. Like scheduling stuff for you, like, hey, you know, what's well, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sold on it quite yet, but there's a bunch of hype around it, so obviously people are figuring out things to do with it. Good afternoon, Pete Wolf. Sq42 VR at launch is a little surprising, right? I'm good, Iconic. How are you doing? It's very surprising. I have the video up. I want to check out the panel from the Australian summit or whatever they're doing, where that news was kind of revealed to us. Because I've seen the bits and pieces about Sq42, like the take I linked on my channel earlier today. I saw that, but the whole panel discussion is a little bit longer than that, so I figured we'd watch the whole thing. I don't think it's that long. It's less than an hour, I think. Anyway. Yeah, we'll have to check this thing out. I don't know. I probably can't give a really good demo on it right now, but because I don't know what I'm doing with it yet. There's a ton of freaking stuff going on in here. We'll see if it's responding here. Or if it's just busted. Alright, well, it's working there, so something in the Discord bridge must be busted. What the hell? Like I said, I don't know what the hell's going on with this thing. But it was cool. Okay, now it's responding in Discord. Yeah, who knows? I watched a bit of that, fell asleep during the panel with Chris Roberts. Yeah, that's what I want to watch, just the panel with Chris Roberts. You wonder how many... I mean, it sounds like this year, bro. They haven't really given any indication that they're going to delay Sq42 beyond this year. They've changed all their messaging. This is the one, Enter Atmosphere 2956. Let's go ahead and fire this thing up.
Australia is far for me, not for you, for me. But we brought some special guests, and I'm very happy to introduce our first guest of the night for our panel. It's going to be Tyler Witkin. Yeah. If you don't know, he is the community director of Cloud Imperium Games. And then our next special guest, of course, is the lovely Sandy Roberts.
Who's Sandy Roberts? Is that his better half?
All right. And without further ado, I should have just trolled him, but I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. The guy who I feel like brought all of us together with his vision. We have the one and only Chris Roberts. All right. Here we go. Oh, hold on. I need to breathe a little bit. That was a good one.
We will see, Catalyst.
I want to kick this off with a little thank you to all of you for believing in what we do here at Atmo Esports. And in Manchester, I said, I hope we do it again. And we're here again. And back then, I was so tired that I couldn't even say what I wanted to say. But thank you for bringing not only us at Atmo Esports together, but everybody here together playing this game. So I just want to say thank you. Seriously, I really appreciate it. Let's give him a round of applause, guys. So you said question number 1 is good, right? No. I'm just kidding. Anyways, first of all, I would just like to know, how are you all feeling being here, the atmosphere, seeing the ship racing? We can start off with you, Tyler, and go and
nice,
kind of go
Catalyst.
around.
I look forward to watching it.
Can you tell us how you're feeling, man, and seeing everybody here?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. For me, this is my first time to Australia, and it's the absolute best way to come and visit the places with an Atmo Esports event. I mean, the energy is incredible. For me, it's awesome that regardless where you go in the world, you still get that same energy, that same passion, because at the end of the day, we all have the same hobby, the same thing that we're chasing, and so yeah, it's great.
Awesome. What about you, Sandy?
Well, I've come home, right? So yes.
She's Australian.
So it's nice to be home. Brought the good weather on Wednesday when I arrived, and I mean, like Tyler said, this is just incredible what you've created and the races. I can't believe Duop got 100. That was kind of wild.
Yeah.
And just seeing all the things that the community does, and seeing some old faces, some new faces. What are you doing, Chris?
Water
And I'm just blown away. Really, I'm just speechless. I've got a shirt. I've got a VIP thing.
Has to be wild to like create something,
Chris,
and then see all the stuff spawn off of it.
The founder of Star Citizen. I mean, you probably feel the way I do, like seeing all of this. How are you feeling seeing everybody here?
Yeah, I mean, what Tyler was saying for me is definitely. I mean, I have to pinch myself because I sit up there and I'm watching all this, and I'm like, this is in the game that we started 14 years ago. And I would never have guessed there would be like an event done to this level of profession. I mean, this is like watching a proper, like a real TV sports, like the Olympics or something. And we're here watching. Oh. No, it's no, seriously. I mean, like you guys is crazy. It's like this isn't.
I can only imagine.
Normally when you think community event, you think, like yeah, it's nice, few people get together. But this is spectacular. And just also, talking about the fact that the game has so much things you can do in it, and just let's say for instance the racing and the PvP stuff that we'll do later, it's just a small aspect of it, but just that part of it can create such a huge engagement and following and specialization. I mean, it's pretty crazy how good everyone is. I'm definitely not as good as anyone racing here. It's amazing to me. So for me, I'm blown away.
Well, that would suck.
And I think the thing that
game.
makes Star Citizen special is the community. So everyone that comes out to do it here, that adds their dreams and their enthusiasm and their friendships to the group is great. And so I'm just glad that we've built a community like this.
Yep.
So thank you for putting it on.
No, I mean, it's one thing I want to say is a big thank you to our team. Oh, man. This team is incredible. That's all I can say.
I agree.
Thank you. So. Chris, I'm gonna keep you here with me for a second, right? Because I know the vision, and I've seen over the years, been playing this game since 2015. A lot of people don't believe me. Somebody asked me, "Do you even play?" Yes, I do. Okay. Yes, I do. Okay. I was in that hangar module. I couldn't even get out. I blew up, and then I exit the game. So like it's tough. So
Sounds about right.
Yeah. But have you ever thought seeing a game in a competitive spirit? Was that in your vision? Or was that something that was...
honestly, that's what I was saying. The racing aspect of it sort of grew out of, the Arena Commander stuff. We're like, okay, we can't have the full PU yet, so we're doing these game modes, so we'll try out the flying around. Obviously, sort of Wing Commander, Privateer, Freelancer style, space combat, so we put that in, and we said, oh, let's put in a few racing modes. And then, everyone really just starts to engage in it. And then on top of that, when the PU comes out, especially when the planets start to happen and people are sort of creating their own courses, because some of those courses that are in Arena Commander originally was someone just found a cool place on Daymar or Delamar or wherever it would be to race
amazing.
around and say this is a really great place to race, and then the dev team
talk about emergent gameplay,
part of it into Arena Commander, and we built it out in the PU. But that's an example of the community and the devs sort of vibing off each other and adding and creating something better. And so for me, I would never, if you told me there would be, a whole thing about people training to race in the way that we've got here, I would be like, really? Does that stuff happen? And it does. So for me, it's great because I just sit back and I watch this and I go, that's why we're making this huge, expansive sandbox, is for people to enjoy and do what they want to do inside it. And that is, like, for me, I don't know, like a proud father or something looking at it going, okay, this is very cool.
Exactly. It's not about the fact that they put racing in the game. Like, they didn't set out to say, hey, we're going to make a racing simulator. It's like you put these vehicles in the game and you create the flight model and the physics and all this stuff, and you give us this environment where this stuff works and it functions, and then players drive it, right? Like, it's pretty awesome.
Cool. That's awesome. That's awesome.
That's what it's all about.
It kind of brings me back to the interviews we did with the races. I'm not sure if you guys saw those, but Blowtorch talked about how much he loves racing, and then when he just wants to hang out, he just goes mining on his own, out lost in the wilderness and in space, which is awesome. How about you, Sandy? Like, seeing this whole competitive spirit and everybody come together, we got flags, we had signs of Wayne DC go, like how does this make you feel?
I mean, I talked to Duop before I came out here, and he said that he had joined because of the Next Great Starship, which was a very, very long time ago. But that was something that we that was community created. And so just seeing this now, how it's expanded and grown into something so professional, it's just amazing. It's like, I went to, next to our old offices in Los Angeles, where the League of Legends, where they do. Yeah. I mean, this is just as good.
Oh, well, that's...
And the other thing I'll also say, that because Sandy doesn't toot her own horn as much as she should, but when we started this a long time ago, Sandy told me, before we did our crowdfunding and Kickstarting, said the key is going to be putting the community together. And that was one of the reasons why there was the website that was done before we even announced the game, where it had the golden tickets, and I think we had about 40,000 people sign up with it. And so the building around the community was very much Sandy's idea at the beginning. She says that's where your power, that's where the strength's going to come from. And so it's been in the DNA of Star Citizen from the very, very beginning. And I think that's what gives us the longevity. It's what, we're going strength to strength. Last year, it was more people playing, more people joining than we ever had before.
Very true. I mean, that's what sets this game apart from Masters of
the
Creation.
Strength of the community is really the superpower of Star Citizen. So,
they have crafted this expansive community, and then they've come out with a system that allows that community to fund the game.
Let's give Sandy a round of applause.
Than swindling investors.
Man, that was good, Chris. Points for that one.
Trying to get some brownie points.
Sorry, swindling might be a harsh word. I don't know what's
How about
coming
you,
up.
Tyler? Tyler,
I don't know where the state of that game. We're going to check in on that later. But you know what I mean. Rather than relying on investors that you're either swindling or they're swindling you or whatever the case may be. I mean, this model is just so much more sustainable.
you are the director of community, and you spend a lot of time. I just want to say that I don't know how he does it. This is one person that I mean, I respect everybody, but for myself, I do a lot. And it's because I love this community, and that's why, Tyler does so much behind the scenes and, coordinated with Chris and Sandy to bring him out to Australia after like 12 years. And we were pushing for it so much. But Tyler, I mean, you've seen our events, you've been to our events, but like being here in Australia with almost 500 people here, I mean, how does that make you feel?
I mean, it's incredible. I mean, you probably can relate to this because I know you work your ass off. It's that it doesn't feel hard when you're surrounded by this much passion and this much camaraderie. Like I know how much that you put into this event, and I know every moment was worth it, and that's how I feel with everything that I do. I think it resonates with the entire team at CIG, not just the community folks. Everybody is building this because it is the game that everybody's always wanted to play. I think that doing it alongside the community is just a gift that we're incredibly grateful for every day.
All right. Well, I'm going to go into some game questions. I think that's
the game that's everyone's always wanted to play. Remember that.
Don't worry. I won't ask when it's coming out. Don't worry. I got it. I won't ask.
By the way, that was the first. He was saying, question number one. He said, "Hey, can I ask about Squadron release date?"
Oh man. As you guys know, I got the same answer. Soon TM. So, just saying. So. But no, yeah, cool. Thanks. My bad.
I'm freaking pumped for that game, though. I can't wait.
This was I like this question because obviously the game
feels close.
Man, how do I say it in a positive way? It's amazing, just not fully polished. So my question, and you guys can answer or both or anybody, but.
I mean, I'm here for Star Citizen,
but
but
magic wand.
I'm going to play the shit out of Squadron.
One of the community's biggest pain point. What would it be?
Alscabian, yeah, me either. Zero Calvin, what's up? Thanks for coming out, guys.
I mean, I can just tell you as the community guy, for me,
I just found out this morning that this event happened.
To everything surrounding social tools. I think the universe is better experienced together. And,
yeah.
I will second that.
Yeah, I think everything related to grouping, to being able to communicate, to being able to, get.
Yeah, they've updated their messaging and their emails, Noscabian, like their website, like everywhere you look, they are committed to shipping it this year. So I would be freaking shocked if this one slipped.
Yeah.
Get to your crew quicker. Everything related to that, I think, will not only help
not impossible,
events like
but I'd be
Atmo,
shocked.
but just bring people together. And for me, it's all about making friendships and connecting. And social tools are top of list for me.
Awesome. Any other answers, or you guys want to?
No. And we are. The social tools are a priority, and we're working on them this year. It's Benoit's number one.
This year, there, guys, number one, social tools.
Yeah, I would say that's probably. I mean, it's kind of hard. I mean, there's a lot. I like the game never to crash. I'd like to have more players playing online. The dynamic server meshing will happen a little later on this year. There's a lot that I'd like to do. Yeah.
Moderation's a totally different thing, Catalyst. I mean, I agree that games need to take it more serious. Like I have been on the train of saying we need a massive return of game masters. Remember, like early 2000s, every MMO that came out had living, breathing game masters all through the game world that you could summon pretty quickly. I remember World of Warcraft early days. Like I would open a ticket, and within minutes, like I had a game master there dealing with the issue. You know what I mean? They didn't always do what you wanted to, but like the fact that you had humans. Yes, Ultimate Online and the GMs, like, we have lost that. And I feel that needs to return in force. You need freaking power-hungry people sitting there, freaking hitting people with ban hammers, muting people, whatever they need to do to get this shit under control, because I agree, it's a problem. And there is no automatic way to resolve this problem. There's no systems you're ever going to put in place that just ends it. The only end is people moderating For me, it's at their launching city. Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be towards the end of the year. The only wrinkle in it is GTA 6. Takes money for that? Hell yeah, it does. But I think if any game can afford the money it's going to take for human moderation, this is the one. Yeah, you saw GMs in UO all the time. You saw them in WoW all the time. I remember I got something happened to my character once, and I had to open a ticket to get it resolved, and a GM pinged me and said, "Hey, I'm going to have to boot you offline because they inhabit your character or something." Like they actually took over my character. And I waited a while and I logged back in, and somehow the GM forgot to remove GM permissions from me, so I got to be a GM for a few hours. It was amazing. Now I didn't exploit it because I knew that if I did, I would probably get the ban hammer. But the one thing I did do is I went to the Alliance City. I was playing Horde at the time. I went to the Alliance City. I was invisible. Nobody could see me. I could talk to anybody. I could understand the Alliance language. You know how like back then Horde could not understand Alliance and vice versa. I could understand them. I could communicate with them. I could kill anything. Like I could attack anything, but I was invisible. Nobody could attack me. And so I went through their city and I killed all their auctioneers. and I got to hear them in chat bitching about Horde exploiting. It was amazing. Oh my god. And then I immediately teleported home and opened the ticket and said, "I'm sorry, but please remove GM powers from me." Yeah. They're going to put in AI to moderate, probably. Yeah, I'm sure that AI will play a role, but it's never going to be the end of it, right? Like AI, just like AI accelerates programmers and it increases our bandwidth, but it's not going to get rid of programmers. I think a human moderation team could leverage AI to moderate far more than they otherwise would be able to, and I hope that's where we get to with it. Communities weren't as toxic back then because actions had consequences. Exactly, Catalyst. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the only way to rein in this toxic bullshit, is to say, hey, we got humans reading and watching this shit, and you're going to freaking face the consequences if you behave that way. That's the only fix. GMs get alien models. That would be amazing. Vandal GMs. Not worried about GTA 6. I'm not worried about it, but I can see CIG manipulating their release schedule based on the release schedule of GTA 6. Now, I'm of the opinion that GTA 6 is going to be delayed until 2027, so I don't think it's going to interfere with Sq42's release, but we'll see. I could be wrong on that. Ash's failed community shows that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there goes the neighborhood. Hey, hey, Nash. We're going to check in on Ash's later, Nash. I heard there's more shit going on. Ignoring their moderation problem and player behavior has hurt SC so much despite all this hype. I don't know. I don't know about that. I think that just given the state of the game, I would imagine that people are giving them some leeway here. I mean, dude, global chat is freaking a mess. The first thing I do when I log into the game is I push F12. That is the first button I push when I log into the game, and I can't imagine I'm alone. I think most people probably just turn that shit off. I did the same thing in Ashes, though. You know, the first thing I did was disable global chat. The only chat I had on was guild chat or party chat. So the fact is the game does give us ways to remove ourselves from the bullshit. Just like Discord, you know what I mean? Like, I go to a public Discord server, and it's the same shit. You don't have moderation on Discord either. It's just flooded with this toxic shit, and I just start right-clicking people, mute. Eventually, I have a pleasant experience. And I think some of this is going to be game master moderation, but some of it is self-moderation, and I think that's going to continue to be true. Anything specific on why you think GTA is going to be delayed? Nah, Iconic. Nothing specific. It's just pattern of behavior. Like, how many times have they delayed it now? I would not be surprised if it got delayed again. I don't know. I'm not hearing the confidence from them that I'm hearing from Squadron, for example. Salute Big Matt. Krugmaster, I was amazed to have chat when the Arena Commander came out. Not anymore. Yeah, I wasn't there when Arena Commander shipped. Problem with the Press F12 solution is that it just encourages the toxic chat and just tells those people who do it they can have. Well, that's true, Catalyst. I'm not saying it's the solution. I'm saying it's the current solution. And it does rob those people of what they're after, right? Like, people that behave like that, they do so to get a rise out of people. And if they're just screaming into the void because nobody's reading their bullshit, then they're not getting what they want. Yeah, truth, indeed. The R Sport made me question if it's going out this year. I don't think they would delay it for VR Sport, Big Matt. I think if they're saying that VR Sport's going to land, I think, and I talked about this before, my predictions video that I did earlier. I think that what we might see is like an experimental version of VR in Sq42. Now, Chris here is claiming that we're going to get the final thing, and we might, but I think rather than delay Squadron 42, they would just reduce the expectation that came along with VR and promise it like in a subsequent update, right? Like say, hey, we're launching Squadron 42 with VR in the state by first half of 2027. We expect it to be finalized, something like that. I don't think they would delay the whole game for it. I'm not sure T2 stock could make another delay. Oh, could take another delay? Yeah, I don't know. Don't get me wrong, I love that it's getting VR, but how they plan to go from experimental to full sport in a matter of months? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either. And it could be that Chris is just being over-optimistic here. It would not be the first time that Chris was over-optimistic, but again, I don't think, even if they miss it, I don't think that's going to delay Squadron. I think we'll get Squadron with experimental VR, just like we have Star Citizen with experimental VR. Yeah, nice to have, not a requirement, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Wolf. It's not a core feature. Nice to have. What's up, Andre? Frame 21, hey, thanks for coming out to the chat, man. Really appreciate it. And thanks for joining the Discord today. Love to have you. For anybody else that would be interested in joining the Discord, I'm going to put a link in the chat right now. Well, this is our website, and here is directly to the Discord. Hopefully I spelled that right. VR is like 2% of the SC audience. Exactly. But I think that's, Alberto, I think that's because VR just has not hit its stride yet. It hasn't hit its critical mass. I think the hardware's not quite where most of the people want it to be. Most people have not made the investment in it yet. And so, but I think that Star Citizen could change that over time. And I think, they're banking on the future. And eventually, the hardware will reach a point where most people are willing to adopt it. Kind of like it's no different than cell phones, right? I mean, we went over a couple decades, we went from freaking these huge bag phones in cars that had to be plugged into the freaking car battery to the supercomputer that's on our pocket now. And the same thing's going to happen with VR headset. It's going to come from these big clunky helmets to something like my eyeglasses. It's only a matter of time. And so I think it's for these people who are building Ready Player One, as we'll talk about in a minute. I mean, they are building the game that they expect people to be playing for the next several decades. This isn't like a 5 or 10 year game, right? This is the game that they plan on people playing for the next 20, 30, 40 years. And if you're looking ahead that far and you're thinking like, how are things going to change? I mean, one of the things you have to be thinking about is the VR technology, and that your game needs to be built for that, knowing that it's coming and it will eventually be pervasive. Anyway, let's continue this talk.
Something that we're working on. It's actually a big push on Squadron and the gains and benefits of that. Also,
Legatus, they're building Ready Player One. Yeah, we'll
help.
Watch this video. They're going to talk about it.
Yeah, my list is very long of all the things that can be better.
And this is something I have said
should be a lot better than it is too.
If you go back to the video I did where I said that Star Citizen is going to be the first game for everyone, this is exactly what I was talking about.
That's always a difficult one, right? So
yeah.
Well, the inventory they will drop with 4.7. So you will have the new inventory, and you'll have crafting.
Hell yeah.
The first version of crafting in 4.7.
Hell
so
yeah,
the new
dude. I am
inventory
pumped
should
for
be
4.7.
significantly better than the old inventory. Both faster, more responsive, and gives
What
you
up,
a lot
Cody?
more options in terms of managing and sorting.
Thanks for coming out, man.
That's nice.
So, yeah.
I just want to say, more than anybody else I know at CIG, Chris reads everything. Like at all hours of the day, like page 38 of Spectrum or page 9 of Reddit or whatever, he'll post in chat, hey, what's going on here? So just know that, as far as getting things fixed, if there's anybody who you want to be reading all the feedback most, it's him, and he is.
Well, there we go.
You're exactly right, Catalyst. Today, you're right. What I'm saying is that in a couple of years, that will not be correct. In a couple of years, you're going to be able to get an ungodly amount of power in your eyeglasses.
So we.
It's just
talked
gonna get
about,
cheaper. Relatively.
Yeah, that was a good one.
For the
So
power.
Thanks for letting them know. I mean, a lot of people are really excited for so many things in the game, but with features like refueling, exploration, longevity of combat encounters, and other core mechanics still evolving, how do you guys currently prioritize, refining existing systems versus adding new ones?
Okay, well, I'll take that. To a certain extent, I will say that we're using Squadron as a bit of a test kitchen for some stuff. So one of the things that is hard to do in Star Citizen is sort of experiment and play around with stuff because it's an active live game. So if we change something, there's usually, there's people that like it and people that don't like it. That's just the nature of the beast. So there's a lot of stuff that we're balancing, like the new flight model, the atmospheric flight model that happens, with proper aerodynamics, is in Star
Good luck in there,
Citizen
Zimmer.
Squadron, and it will come across into Star Citizen. Same on the FPS. There's a lot of improvements through FPS, feel, play, everything that will come from Squadron into Star Citizen. So that's part of what we do, and not all of it obviously will be in Squadron, like things like the crafting.
Yep.
The inventory stuff is much more Star Citizen specific stuff. And it is a challenge of delivering the full featured system and not a partial one. Because part of the problem sometimes is you deliver things like engineering doesn't have all the things that it will in the final version. And so not everyone can see the full context of it.
Yeah.
And so that makes it a bit more challenging because you're like, oh, this doesn't work because of this. And I'll be like, yeah, I know, but when these things come online, then it will all make sense. And so that is actually that is one of the biggest challenges we have on the Star Citizen side, is how to roll that out. So we're trying to make sure that we cook it a little bit better going forward. But, I'm sure we'll get called out on Reddit and everywhere else.
Shout outs to Reddit. Yeah. Any other comments from Sandy or Tyler? No? Okay. All right. One thing I want to talk about that you guys really surprised us, because we have in the Daymar Rally, we actually have multiple teams that race in VR. And these guys are like, they take it serious. They're like, they have a whole cockpit with VR, and they're literally racing Daymar Rally, which is in the truck division, which is like a 7-hour race, depending on your experience. And
Here we
they're
go.
in
This
VR
is the
whole
thing.
time. But you guys did a great job just kicking out VR. And how is there more coming for VR in Star Citizen?
Yeah, there's definitely more. I mean, so for a start, I mentioned it before, but Squadron will be fully VR supporting too.
Oh, wow.
So you can play that, which is going to be pretty cool.
Fully VR supporting.
Yeah, it'll be very cool. You can reach out and touch Gillian Anderson. Not inappropriately if you want. But
I just want to be sure we're live, right? On the internet.
but so we're pretty committed to making the VR implementation the best that you've seen in gaming for any game. I mean, I think already, even the experimental mode,
Yes.
just the nature of Star Citizen, the fact that it does so much detail but also scale, VR is kind of perfect for it because, you can walk up and actually feel the difference of an Idris compared to just getting into a Hornet or something like that. And you also can get up close and sort of see all the detail that the ship artists have put into the ships, or the environment artists have put in the environment, in a way that...
there's nothing that he said so far that says it's any more than what we have in Star Citizen right now. When he says fully supporting VR, I mean, Star Citizen right now fully supports VR, right? Like, it's it doesn't seem like he's committing to like a fully final polished version. Like, this could definitely be like experimental VR support at the launch of Sq42.
On a flat 2D screen, you can't. So that part's really great. We're going to be supporting more VR-specific controls, so VR controllers as well as the general control stuff we do at the moment. So it is an ongoing project, and one of the other aspects is the UI side of things, which still has to be dialed in. It's sort of improved from the experimental release in Christmas, and 4.5, 4.6 has a few improvements, but it's still got quite a long way to go. But it is definitely on our plan, and so when Squadron releases, it'll be full featured, and the same parity will be in the Star Citizen. But I think as headsets become lighter, and you've got a little more power on your machines, then VR becomes more viable. Because doing it now on a high resolution head, like an OLED that isn't too heavy, it's a totally different experience than doing it on a VR headset 10 years ago. Because we actually had VR in the beginning, like in the very early stages, and then we disabled it because we were rewriting the graphics renderer and the engine, and so all that had to change. And so now that we've sort of got the next gen renderer in, which is in the Vulkan stuff and the other stuff we have, and it's also in, with ray tracing is, will be coming to Star Citizen because it's in Squadron right now, and it will come across into Star Citizen. That's enabled us to be able to do the VR support. So it'll be good, and we got some passionate people in our.
So they have been building towards VR for forever. Somebody was saying about them doing it in a couple months. This does not feel like something they are cobbling together in a couple months. It feels like something they have been planning on for many years now. And him saying that it'll be in Squadron 42, it'll be fully featured. Like, there's nothing in that language that's telling me that he is saying we're going to delay a squadron for, the most immaculate, bulletproof final implementation of VR you could ever imagine. It just sounds to me like he's saying we're going to have VR available as a mode to play Squadron 42 in, and it's going to be full featured. I mean, that could mean anything. That could mean that we have just as good a support as in Squadron or Star Citizen today, with maybe support for one of the VR controllers or a couple of them or something like that. Like, yeah, there's nothing here that's saying, hey, we're going to use this as an excuse to delay the game.
Dev team like Sylvan, who was one of the main drivers of getting the VR to work, but there's quite a few other people in the engine team and the graphics team that were also helping out behind the scenes and doing a lot of stuff. So yeah, we think it's fun because at the end of the day, Star Citizen is a universe that you just, need to plug into. It's going to be like Ready Player One. So that's
it's going to be like Ready Player One. Let that sink in. I put out a question on the community page earlier today where I was asking, is this the first time he has made this claim? This is the first time I've ever heard CR make this claim, but I'm wondering if I missed it, if this claim or ambition was ever expressed before. Because this is exactly what I had in mind whenever I put out that video that I said Star Citizen is going to be the first game for almost everyone. It's the level of ambition associated with this project is kind of staggering. And so whenever I saw this earlier today, I knew we were going to have to watch this on this live stream because it's you don't recall him saying it before? Yeah, me either. I've never seen a clip. So to me, this definitely suggests like a turning point or like a realization. Like, if you remember when I did that video, one of the first questions I asked in that video was like, I don't know if CIG fully understands what they're making, or if they do, when did they figure it out? I put that line in there because that's in the back of my head whenever I'm looking ahead at where the Star Citizen project is going. Like it feels quite different from whenever I hear people talk about the Kickstarter and some of the things that were discussed back then and the plans for the project. They seem quite far apart, and not in a bad way, in a way that tells me like the progress they've made has had like a feedback loop effect, and they feel like the Ready Player One experience is within their grasp, just based on. Keep in mind, like, we don't see everything, right? Like, we don't see what's going on behind the doors of this company, but whenever I hear stuff like this, it just makes me think, yeah, like they have big plans, and it also goes back to the bar citizen they did in China, which is one of the things I featured in that video, where they asked Chris, like, am I going to be able to farm and fish on a remote planet? And Chris was like, yes, in the ultimate version of Star Citizen. We're all focused on the Star Citizen that is in front of us right now, and we're all focused on the Star Citizen we expect to have for 1.0. But I think that Chris is spending most of his time thinking about what comes after 1.0, the ultimate version of Star Citizen. And that Star Citizen looks very, very different than what we're playing right now. And I think VR is part of it. I think some of the systems that we are pining for are part of this. There's so many things that feed into this, but it's pretty mind-boggling if you stop to think about it. Most I remember him saying is, yeah, in the future we'll have VR support. That's about it. Yeah. This is the first time I've heard him that phrase. I know they have said this is the first-person universe, not just a space sim or an FPS. The direction conversation in a hilarious way that's going to come up again later once you get to the new Ashes. This is it, employer. Yeah. Making it a world you can live in to get away. Let's face it. The shitty world we currently live in, it won't be hard to get people to jump on board with that idea. Yeah. China Bar Citizen console version. Ernest Klein, the guy who wrote RP1, actually mentioned SC in one of his books, apparently. Really? That's wild. I'll have to look that up. Armada. Not read the book myself, but you can find the passages on the SC Reddit. Cool. Good tip. I'll go look at that. Alberto Martinez, hope things get better for you. Let's, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Mackie Mouse. There's a lot of us. I mean, I do that. I jump into the game all the time just to chill. There's a lot of times where I don't log into completed objective. I would say it's actually pretty rare that I log into completed objective right now. I mean, it's just a chill place to be. And actually, let me look that up now. If I can find what you're talking about. Well, there's a lot of people talking about it, that's for sure. There we go. MMOs. That was how gaming legends like Chris Roberts, Richard Garriott, Gabe Newell, and Sharon had all wound up as consultants on both Terra Firma and Armada, along with several big Hollywood filmmakers, including James Cameron, who had contributed to the EDA's realistic ship and mech designs, and Peter Jackson, whose Weta Workshop had rendered all of the in-game cinematics. Chaos Terrain had created its own custom games engine for both Terra Firma and Armada, using many of the same programmers who had worked on previous combat simulations like Battlefield, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, and on existing aerial and space combat simulators like Star Citizen, Elite Dangerous, and EVE Online. There you go. There's the passage. I'll have to check this book out. Interesting. Sounds like they're kind of basing on this fiction on reality and saying if you extrapolate where things are headed, like this is the ultimate outcome. And I don't know. We could be living in a reality where Star Citizen just becomes Ready Player One. That's Chris's point. Lots of us right now. Yep. Wish RAM was high now. I don't know. People will build PC to play this now. I don't think consoles ever coming. CrossFit. Maybe Steam Machine someday. Ready Player One. Yeah, check it out. I'm gonna check it out. All right.
That's what we're doing.
Okay.
Let's rewind this just a little bit.
Making the VR implementation the best that you've seen in gaming for any game. I mean, I think already even the experiment.
This is important too. Like, and this is a really good point. And going back to my comments earlier about them planning for the future, not the now. Like now, I don't know the VR. Like VR is definitely not in a state where I would be willing to adopt it right now. But I think that someday it will be. There's no doubt. And it sounds like they have the same. Like they're planning for the future, right? They're saying, hey, look. Back when we started, this VR sucked. We kind of put it on hold. Even now, like it's okay if you play with some of the newer stuff. It feels a lot better. But like Chris pointed out, like it's headed in the direction of like these. Like this is what VR will be eventually. And whenever that happens, it's going to be a totally different universe, literally, both physically and in this game. And so him aiming to make VR and Star Citizen the best implementation of VR in any game is crazy because there's really no MMO or game of this fidelity and depth that offers VR support right now. Like at least that I'm aware of. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like any VR game I've seen has been pretty shallow, pretty low fidelity, or just not a whole lot going on. Just to imagine living in a universe this rich and this deep in virtual reality is already kind of mind-boggling. And again, keep in mind that this is just 1.0, and they have ambitions far beyond 1.0. And if they continue to evolving on those ambitions, the size of the universe, the number of star systems, the number of ships, improving the VR capabilities, adding support for more VR controllers, and like all this stuff over time. It's already mentioned they're adding support in the, not him, but Benoit, when they did an interview with Benoit. Benoit was talking about how they're adding support for motion platforms. You bring all this together, and it starts to feel like Ready Player One, right? Hey, Arcadia, top of the evening to you. Actually, just finished watching the film before jumping in here. Seeing the clip earlier got me interested in seeing it again. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it again too, P Wolf. It's on my list. I mean, the closest would be Alex. That is really a solid implementation. Half-Life Alex. Yeah, a couple people have mentioned Half-Life Alex to me. I've never experienced it. I'll take your word for it. I play VR 85% of the time. Damn. I've only played DCS in VR. Certainly immersive, that's for sure. Nice. I look forward to trying Star Citizen in VR. I just personally won't until the tech is, again, no heavier than my eyeglasses. Then I'm there.
Experimental mode,
Yes.
just the nature of Star Citizen, the fact that it does so much detail but also scale. VR is kind of perfect for it because you can walk up and actually feel the difference of an Idris compared to just getting into a Hornet or something like that. And you also can get up close and sort of see all the detail that the ship artists have put into the ships or the environment artists have put in the environment in a way that on a flat 2D screen you can't. So that part's really great. We're going to be supporting more VR-specific controls, so VR controllers as well as the general control stuff we do at the moment. So it is an ongoing project, and one of the other aspects is the UI side of things, which still has to be dialed in. It's sort of improved from the experimental release in Christmas and 4.5. 4.6 has a few improvements, but it's still got quite a long way to go. But it is definitely on our plan. And so when Squadron releases, it'll be full featured and the same parity will be in Star Citizen. But I think as headsets become lighter and you've got a little more power on your machines, then VR becomes more viable. Because doing it now on a high resolution head like an OLED that isn't too heavy,
Yeah.
it's a totally different experience than doing it on a VR headset 10 years ago. Because we actually had VR in the beginning, like in the very early stages, and then we disabled it because we were rewriting the graphics renderer and the engine, and so all that had to change. And so now that we've sort of got the next gen renderer in, which is in the Vulkan stuff and the other stuff we have, and it's also in, with ray tracing is, will be coming to Star Citizen because it's in Squadron right now, and it will come across into Star Citizen. That's enabled us to be able to do the VR support. So it'll be good. And we got some passionate people in our dev team, like Sylvan, who was one of the main drivers of getting the VR to work. But there's quite a few other people in the engine team and the graphics team that were also helping out behind the scenes and doing a lot of stuff. So yeah, we think it's fun because at the end of the day, Star Citizen is a universe that you just need to plug into. It's going to be like Ready Player One. So that's what we're doing.
Okay. All right, some next level. Any comments? I mean, have you guys tried VR?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes?
I have. I thought it was really incredible. I wasn't such a fan of the FPS part, but the flying was
Ready Player One, people. I'm telling you, the first game for everyone.
second to none. That was
This goes back to the whenever I had that one chat with Space Tomato, and he asked me, and I said that I said I fully expect Star Citizen to make WoW 2004 look like a minor event in gaming, and I stand by that statement. And I have taken so much heat and criticism for that statement, but you will not convince me any different. And it's not because I'm fanboying this project; it's because of this ambition and execution, and the fact that there's just nothing else for the foreseeable future or anywhere near the horizon that has anywhere close to what they're going after here. I think World of Warcraft peaked at 11 million players. Just wait until you get all those MMO players and all those Call of Duty players and all the other types of players into one space and see what happens.
And I'm a big VR fan, so I jumped on it pretty quickly. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I know you own like the Quest 3, I think is what it is.
The day before I landed in Australia, I walked all the streets around the hotel in VR just so I wouldn't know the name.
I'm with you, Nash. Headsets have to get way later for me to put them on.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, I think VR has been pretty great. I don't have a headset yet, but I'll definitely get something soon. So, thank you. Appreciate it. So, well, let's kind of move into some other foundation questions. I kind of want to get back into some more of these event questions, but I know you see a lot of ship racing and dogfighting, and the reason why we do that is because it's easy to kind of switch things out, especially in a land environment. But is there anything that you, Tyler, Sandy, Chris, that you guys would like to see outside of either dogfighting or racing here in land events?
I agree with you, Catalyst, that WoW did those things. But why I think this is going to make it look small is because this is not an MMO. This is a new type of game entirely. A new form of electronic entertainment is where this game is headed. And the 11 million people that WoW had at its peak again, it's going to be it'll be small whenever you stack it up next to what this game is going to achieve. Look how far WoW has come on the engine and game release in 2004. FSC has legs like WoW, but launching in 2026, 2030. It's going to be wild at the 20th anniversary. Geez, I might be retired by then. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I don't know where I'll be by then, but yeah, it's going to be crazy to see. No doubt. I don't know why they haven't put the bulk of the weight on the back of the headset or the truck your neck. Yeah, I'm with you there. Good time to be retired. Yeah, right. That's all I want, P Wolf. I want to be jacked into the verse in whatever retirement facilities I'm living in. Just give me a freaking motion chair and my freaking VR glasses I can barely feel on my face. Even better, like one of those Matrix style jacks in the back of my head. That's how I'll retire.
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, it depends on what you would be able to do in a sort of short, like, game mode setup is what we're talking about, right?
And by the way, I know on our last live episode, when we were talking about Ashes of Creation and we were looking at the Steven Sharif text messages, and he was saying like he was going to be the next WoW, he was going to be the next big WoW, and we were all kind of chuckling like, yeah, anybody that says they're going to be the next WoW, they're just signing their own their warrant, right? But that's not what I'm saying here. I'm not saying Star Citizen is going to be the next WoW. I'm saying Star Citizen is going to be the next thing. Like it's not competing with WoW, it's transcending WoW. There's a difference there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Huh. I mean, there's a few. I mean, it's still kind of dogfighting, but I kind of wanted to. We pitched a capture the Idris mode that we were going to do in Arena Commander a while ago, and I'd like to try to get some more combined stuff where people can, fire the fighters, fire the big ships, be a boarding party and do that and all work in concert. So that is something that we've talked about, and we're building systems to help enable that. I mean, like, for instance, just even on the engineering, which is still very basic, but what you should be able to do, and these are plans that we have, is that, like, the hollow globe in your Idris, you could have someone be sort of the combat information officer, and it could be like, okay, click on this enemy ship here, click on this, and then you in your fighter would get the target on your ship, and you would go, okay, this is what they've told me to go and attack.
I can't wait for this
feature.
feature.
To sort of direct your fighter group, and you'd be able to specify, okay, go over here and board, and so have a whole sort of combined like kind of arms game mode, which would be
that target calling he's talking about right now. They talked about that like two and a half years ago during one of the end of year events that they have on. They had John and one of the other engineers, they were talking about their vision for capital ship combat, and this vision, I was like, oh my gosh, that sounds amazing, because those big globes that you have in the capital ships, they were talking about those things being active and you getting like real-time maps of what's happening in the space around you, and you being able to shot call, basically, like the captain of the ship being able to like point at a gun on a capital ship or whatever and call that as a target, and that would be transmitted to the fighters in your fleet so that they actually got a highlight on the gun or whatever, however that's going to be conveyed. But he's talking about the same thing right now. Dude, I am so excited for that vision. Astounding.
Be very, very cool. And then you can either do it in the PU, just
exactly,
acting naturally,
that's
or
good.
Maybe have also a sort of supported game mode in Arena Commander.
Funny enough, we had an event called the Hearst and Hurt Locker where we put everybody in a crater and they just go free for all and just shoot each other. Last person standing wins.
Well, I have, by the way, I have debated that, like, I've kind of thrown it around internally that if, when people are like cheaters or we've then doing bad behavior, that we do a sort of, a moon, a sort of prison moon that you just go thrown on, and you got to figure out how to get out there. So it's not one step more than Kleisha. It's just there's like crazy, creatures, everything. It's
Hell yeah.
it's like
there's some human moderation.
There was a movie like that. I can't remember. I think it was maybe No Escape or something like that. It was where you just get dumped on the planet, and then you got nothing, and you've got to survive to get off.
Oh man.
So we may do that at one point, but it's long. It's on the list of a million ideas that we have of fun things to do.
Oh man. Look at sending people to the Shadow Realm. That's good to call it. How about you, Sandy or Tyler? Any other like modes or events you guys would like to see outside of dogfighting and racing?
I mean, It's not underneath the Atmo banner at the moment, but there are some other stuff going on. Like I recently attended an in-game fashion show, which was quite interesting.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
That's a real thing. There is a community for that. I mean, it would be cool to see it expand into the industrial field eventually. I would love to do like an in-game fishing tournament someday. Just saying.
Here we go with the fishing. It's coming.
Well, I did say fishing's after 1.0, but we do have fishing on the list.
On the list.
Otherwise, I get blamed for feature creep. I mean, honestly, it's you guys. Or every time I go, someone goes, "How about some fishing?" Or "How about this?" I'm like, I'm not the only one that's guilty of feature creep.
It's relaxing.
How about you, Sandy? Any thoughts come to your head about any other events?
You're right. They must all have fishing.
I don't know what other. Yeah, these guys.
I want to go fishing for those space whales. Remember those space whales they showed us in the atmosphere of the one gas planet? Like, I want to freaking go fishing for those things with like these big space harpoons. Have to like surf on the back of a crusader ship or something and freaking throw these harpoons at those big things. That'd be amazing.
Kind of went for it.
Tyler took the fashion one.
Yeah.
Sorry. I should have left that one for you.
Oh, man.
Did the fashion one include doing makeup and stuff, or was it just?
Oh yeah. They had
yeah.
like categories. It was themed like, hey,
cool.
come out and be spooky and come out. It was like,
Yeah.
I didn't win.
All right, well, I'm going to get into a fun question. So, what is one community meme that you never expected to still be around since the beginning of Star Citizen?
I mean, soon. TM.
No. I mean, there's a lot of stuff around, but is there any
Fishing tours off the 890s? That'd be sweet.
Is a big one. But if there's anything that has like stood out to you guys that's still here or that pops up once in a while, and you're like, how do you guys know this? You know, like
Redacted.
redacted.
No shit, Sherlock or whatever.
This is bullshit.
All right. I'll go into the next thing. So my next question would be, what is the most unexpected item that someone has brought you to like a meet and greet or an event?
Well, I can certainly tell you that CitizenCon in Manchester, we had the live one. I think there was more than one, but someone printed my head on a big pillow thing. I don't know if you saw. And they were waving around.
Yeah.
And then so, I don't know, I think I took it home.
Yeah, you did, and you put it in the closet.
I put it in the closet.
And then I opened the closet and started screaming.
Yeah. But I also, occasionally, I was like looking for stuff. I opened the closet. Oh, what the no. It's my own head. So that, I would say that probably is the one that takes the biscuit for the, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like if you look at the CitizenCon footage from 2014, I think you'll see someone like waving around in the front row and stuff. It's like my head on a sort of round pillow thing. And I think there was more than one, too.
You're just lucky it wasn't a body pillow.
If you want to get rid of it.
just gave you an idea for the merchandise store, Tyler. I'm just kidding. How about you, Sandy or Tyler? Anything unexpected that somebody has given you at an event?
At events, nothing really as weird as a body pillow. By the way, if you made it and you're here, apologies. I think for me, I've had to get used to larger items because we have such a creative craft community.
I'm sorry to hear that,
So
Crossfaith.
I often will travel and we'll receive like a massive 3D printed Kraken, you know, that's the size of my desk, and they're like, "Hey, this is for you to take home," and I'm like,
wow.
"This is amazing, thank you. How am I going to get this home?" I mean, other than that, we've had some weird packages sent to the office, you know, that were gifts, but not safe for stream. So.
What have we had? I've had calligraphy tools. I've had
Oh, wow.
fans. I've had all kinds of clothing given to me. I had every brand of vodka bottle given to me.
We had like I can't remember. I think Aaron got it. It was like a massive box just filled with meat. It was like a whole leg of a cow once. It was on Twitter. I'll dig it up. But that was an interesting.
How much
one.
meat is there in a cow leg?
Cooking kit?
That's not a.
Oh yeah.
That was a weird one.
Oh yeah. We've
That's
had,
not part of the cow I would think was very meaty.
Philly cheesesteak show up to the office because I said I'd never had one, and so then there's just this whole
Wow.
Yeah, no, shout out back to 2015. There was a guy who delivered a keg every week to the studio. That was appreciated.
Hundreds of
He
pounds in
doesn't
a
do it
leg?
anymore, so the role is open if anyone's looking.
Wow.
Oh man.
We tapped it. Yep.
My uncle raises cattle, so I get freaking homegrown fresh meat. Like I usually get a quarter of a cow at a time, or sometimes a half. And but I never stopped to think where it came from outside of the main body and torso area. I never thought like, oh, maybe that's leg meat. I don't know. I usually reserve that for chickens, but I guess it makes
I
sense.
just want to talk about just community, like, these community-driven events. Like, how has it been seeing this evolve from, since
It's not
I
a
would say
chicken leg? Yeah, okay,
2014
that's
all
fair.
the way to now in 2026? Like how has the whole community event evolved?
Oh, I know half a cow can feed you for a long time. That, like I said, we either get a quarter or a half. It depends on how stocked our freezer is whenever the butchering happens. But the last time I got a half, yeah, it lasted us, I don't know, a year and a half.
Seeing this,
And we got a family of 4, so.
blown up so much more, and how does it make you feel?
Well, amazing. I mean, I will say that I think the first time that we really sort of realized it was when we went to Gamescom and announced the Hangar module. I think that was the first one where we really sort of got a bunch of people together, which was, when was that? Was it 2013?
Is that when I organized it under the train station?
It was under the train station. And we'd done really well on the crowdfunding, but it was still, you didn't have the same sense of this was 400, 500. I can't remember how many were it was quite a lot of people at the.
No, we pushed 1,000.
Okay, 1,000 then. Yeah, exactly. So then I'm like, holy shit, 1,000 people. Like, we're like, you sort of felt like, oh my God, we're like a rock band or something. It was very different than like I'm used to, because normally as a game developer, you make the game and it gets put in a box and goes to the stores, and people like it, or you see reviews, or it sells well, but you don't get the connection with the people playing it. And this was the first time that I really got to feel that, and it was intoxicating. It was fantastic.
Wow.
And we sort of went from there. We were organizing events at Gamescom, and then Sandy had the idea to sort of do the CitizenCon, which I think the first one we did in Austin, and that was just at the Alamo Draft House, if you remember, and we did the Hornet commercial.
And we were sharing it with this finance group.
Man, what a
Yeah,
history.
very weird.
That was weird.
And then it's
What Star
and it
Citizen?
it's grown to like what we had in Manchester.
Dude, I as a player look back over the years that I've been in this project, and I get like, I've already got some nostalgia for certain moments in the game, and like you look back and you can really feel the progression that we've experienced over just the last couple of years and et cetera. I can't imagine being in their shoes and like looking back over the 14 or so years that you've been at this.
With 5,000 people, and and the thing that's amazing about it is the ability to meet everybody that's so passionate and loves the world that I'm building, the rest of the dev team's building, and honestly, for me it's the sense of a shared passion, because I know that everyone here they have their idea and vision of themselves being in the world the same way I do. Because when I'm making a game, I'm normally making a game going, this is something I just want to play, something I want to be inside. I'm not making a game going, this is the 5 things I think should be in the features, and this will make sure everyone likes it. I'm just basically making a game that I think is cool, that I'm going to be in, and hopefully other people do. And so it's
This is key. This is why they're making a good game. Like, this is what made WoW a good game back in 2004. If you ever watched some of the interviews with the original creators of World of Warcraft and the earlier Blizzard games, I mean, that's what drove them, man. It was the passion for gaming. They were making the game they wanted to play. And there's some amazing interviews with those developers back then. I mean, not only were they rock star developers, but they were just passionate gamers, right? And they made a world that they loved and we all loved as a result. And I think that's core to the success of CR and CIG, because so many games now are formulaic, and they're driven by a committee and boardrooms and what makes graphs go up. Like, how can you measure player engagement, and how can you make those engagement numbers go up? And we wind up with the freaking regurgitated shit that we're dealing with now.
Very, very rewarding to just meet and be around everyone else that's sharing the same like passion for the world and the universe and the excitement for it and the possibility of not just what it is now, but what it's going to become. And so that as a developer is intoxicating. I think when we do the live events, whether it's Bar Citizens or the Citizen Cons or an event like this, and developers outside of myself or Tyler or Sandy
Thanks, Nash. I look forward to it.
They get to experience, and it gives them energy because pretty much everyone at CIG is incredibly passionate about making Star Citizen and making Squadron and making the best they possibly can, and they love it, and it's great for them to feel the love back and the people that are already enjoying the work they're doing, even though it's not quite finished yet, but it will be, down the road getting even better and better. But there's an immediacy for it that you just don't normally get as a developer, and that is pretty awesome.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Such a detailed question. Any other comments? Yeah, go ahead. Give him some love. Give him some love.
Hell yeah.
Well, we do have to close it out because we have to get some dog fighting happening here, which is my favorite thing because that adrenaline is amazing. I will tell you, when we did Fight or Flight, we do a big online tournament. We do regions. We do Asia, Europe, and the Americas. I will leave casting, and I still have that energy going, and I just run around my house with my kids. It's so fun. But PvP is so fun. So if you haven't watched it, it's going to be incredible. But thank you all for coming here, all the way to Sydney, Australia. It's so appreciated.
Great. Love it.
But I want to give you guys the last word. Is there anything that you guys would like to say to the community here, those watching at home? I want to leave the floor open to you guys.
I'll go first then. Yeah, we'll wrap it with you. I guess one question that I have for you guys, because we talk a lot about how these events are an opportunity for us to connect with the community. Like, raise your hand if you got to meet someone today in person for the first time who you've played with online.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's like everybody.
So for me, one of the privileges of coming to these events is just knowing that everyone raised their hand in case the camera wasn't on them, that's happening at events around the globe. And for me, that's what these in-person events are so special for. I mean, you play online for years, that's all compressed into one weekend, and it's all about the connections. Nothing that we can do at this entire project, is possible without all of you. And I'm forever grateful, and I appreciate you all. Especially, you and the whole team. I know that.
Hey, Saul, thanks for helping in, man.
That room up there is filled with people. There's people all over the building at Atmo making this possible, and thank you.
Thank you for that. Sandy, you look nervous.
No, I'm good. I'm also very grateful to the community, and it's just, I've made many friends over the years. People who have helped me through the more difficult times that I have had throughout a decade plus doing this. And I probably wouldn't be back here again if it wasn't for the community.
Wow.
So thank you very much for that. And it's just great to see how it's grown from an idea and thinking, oh yeah, the very first Bar Citizen, this could work. And so here it is.
Amazing, amazing. That means that you'll come back sooner, right? This time.
Sandy handled your first customer support ticket in Husqvarna. That's amazing.
I think Australia has been amazing so far. But thank you so much, Sandy, for coming as well.
What was the ticket?
It's me.
All right, Chris, release Dick. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I mean, for me, I have to say that I feel incredibly humbled and privileged, and I feel very lucky because I think I'm in a position as a game maker that pretty much no one else is in the industry, is being able to make something that's so ambitious and so bold, so far-reaching, with the support and the energy and the love from this huge community. I mean, if I was doing this in the old days, if it was Electronic Arts or Microsoft, there is absolutely no way that Star Citizen would be where it is now. I mean, it wouldn't get this far. No one would greenlight it. It's it's a moonshot. It's basically trying to be the everything game, set in this futuristic universe. It's incredibly ambitious, and it wouldn't be possible without all your guys' support and the passion and the love. And so for me, I every day feel incredibly lucky and thankful for all of that from all you guys. And it really is, like I said earlier on, the secret sauce that makes Star Citizen so special is all you guys and your love and passion for the shared universe that I believe we're all building together.
All right, let's go.
Damn. Let that sink in. I gotta watch that one more time. It's so true. Like, I've tried to articulate this so many times in so many videos, and I feel like I can't do it justice. Yeah. Like, no other company could make this game. Actually, no company could make this game. It is the aggregate contributions of all the players that want it to happen, and one company that successfully harnessed that. That's the only way this game was ever going to get made. And we're very fortunate that it has come together, because otherwise it would not exist.
Thank you so much, Sandy, for coming as well.
Let's work just here one more time.
It's me.
All right, Chris, release date. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
But and that goes for all the other companies. Like, Riot could not make this game. Rockstar could not make this game. Microsoft, there is no company on earth that could make this game. It's just it's kind of staggering that it's even happening. And yeah.
I mean, for me, I have to say that, I feel incredibly humbled and privileged, and I feel very lucky because I think I'm in a position as a game maker that pretty much no one else is in the industry, is being able to make something that's so ambitious and so bold, so far-reaching, with the support and the energy and the love from this huge community. I mean, if I was doing this in the old days, if it was Electronic Arts or Microsoft, there is absolutely no way that Star Citizen would be where it is now. I mean, it wouldn't get this far. No one would greenlight it. It's a moonshot. It's basically trying to be the everything game.
The everything game. Which goes back to my point. A lot of people don't see it yet, but this is going to be the first game for almost everyone. Mark my words. I do not walk that back or retract that statement at all.
Set in this futuristic universe, it's incredibly ambitious, and it wouldn't be possible without all your guys' support and the passion and the love. And so for me, I every day feel incredibly lucky and thankful for all of that from all you guys. And it really is, like I said earlier on, the secret sauce that makes Star Citizen so special is all you guys and your love and passion for the shared universe that I believe we're all building together.
All right.
Shoo, that's powerful. But yeah, you're right. It's not that the other companies could not afford to make it. It's that their DNA prevents them from making it. It would, like he said, it would never get greenlit. It would never even get off the runway at any of these companies. In anywhere close to the form that it is right now.
Let's go. All right, well, all of you, after some PvP, we're going to have a meet and greet where you'll be able to meet, Tyler, Sandy, and Chris. Hopefully don't bring weird items, please, okay? But thank you all so much.
What happened to Xbox yesterday? I missed it. Money isn't the problem. It's the idea, creativity, and ability to make it. Yeah, exactly, Nash. And willingness to take the risk. That's the other component. You need the idea, the creativity, the skill, like all that stuff, and you need the risk tolerance. What? Phil Spencer retired and it got taken over by the AI head? What? Holy shit. That's what I'm talking about. That is a fundamental disconnect in the DNA of the company. Why would you put your AI head over your Xbox gaming console? Like, that's not passion. That's exactly what I was talking about, and why we keep getting bullshit games, right? You're looking to drive those engagement numbers. You're looking to game the system. You're not looking to create a good game. You're looking to game the system. See if I can get these players to click a few more times on this button. See if I can get them to spend 30 seconds more in this game. It's not that the players are actually enjoying themselves, because the only way for you to know that the players are enjoying themselves is for you to have the passion to be in there yourself playing the same damn game. But you're tricking the players into helping your numbers go up on a graph and reporting that back to the CEO and whatever, the shareholders. It's such bullshit.
So we're going to go into a quick break right now. While we're doing the break, we're going to give away some prizes. And after the PvP, we're going to go into the meet and greet with our special guests. And yeah, so for those of you guys at home, I don't know where I'm pointing, up there probably. So thank you guys for watching. We're going to jump into a break, and we'll be right back soon. Thank you, guys.
That was a really good panel. I'm glad I freaking found that this morning. Good on that dude for posting it and or popping up on my wall, or I would have never known that happened. I gotta look this up. Microsoft Xbox chief Phil Spencer retires, replaced by AI executive Asha. What the hell is this crap? 38 years at the company. Asha Sharma, who came to Microsoft from Instacart in 2024, will take over as the head of the gaming division. What the hell does grocery shopping have to do with making video games? Revenue in the Xbox business declined nearly 10% in December quarter, a steeper drop than management had projected. Maybe it's because you keep firing everybody and canceling all your games. I mean, that might be a component. I mean, I wonder if that has any impact. Yeah, first question on the interview, Nash, should definitely be, have you ever played Xbox? Microsoft's head of gaming, Phil Spencer, is leaving the software maker following a 38-year tenure. That's passion, as the company's Xbox business faces increased challenges. Yeah, the increased challenges are complete mismanagement, which this move is just continuing. Last year, Phil Spencer made the decision to retire from the company, and since then, we've been talking about succession planning. Says Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella wrote in a memo to employees that was published on Friday. I want to thank Phil for extraordinary leadership and partnership. Spencer's exit follows departures of the business development chief Chris Young and GitHub CEO. Oh shit, I didn't know the GitHub CEO left. Damn. I mean, there is bleeding talent. Charlie Bell had been Microsoft's most high-ranking security leader, switched to an individual contributor role earlier this month. Revenue from video games at Microsoft declined about 10% in the December quarter from a year earlier, a steeper drop than the company expected. while total revenue grew nearly 17%. I mean, this is obvious from if you've been paying attention to Microsoft and their moves. I mean, they just keep robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? Like, it's obvious they have been gutting the Xbox division to prop up their AI division. So the fact that the overall company profits are higher while the gaming is bleeding out is no surprise. Microsoft announced an unspecified impairment charge in the gaming business in January. The company made a $75 billion bet to expand its gaming business with the 2023 acquisition of Activision Blizzard, and it released Call of Duty titles as a cloud service, but current generation Xbox consoles haven't been as popular as Sony's PlayStation or Nintendo Switch. And Microsoft has shuttered studios working on new games. I mean, that's not how you solve a declining player base. You don't do it by pulling in like a freaking turtle. Nadella said in the memo that Spencer, who took charge of Xbox in 2014 after running the company's gaming studios, nearly tripled Microsoft's gaming business, in part through acquisitions like Activision Blizzard. Spencer also pushed for Microsoft to take over Minecraft developer Mojang. Over 38 years at Microsoft, including 12. I mean, Minecraft was a pretty good bet. Blizzard was a pretty good bet. Over 38 years at Microsoft, including 12 years leading gaming, Phil helped transform what we do and how we do it. After Nadella became CEO in 2014, Sony was selling more consoles than Microsoft, and investors have floated the idea of spinning out consumer assets such as Xbox. Analyst Rick estimated that the division would lose more than $1 billion for the year. Sorry, my eyes are watering. Question is, do we go forward with Xbox? Spencer said in 2020, interviewing the game website. Spencer said he persuaded Nadella to bring hardware, software, and game development groups into one organization. Asha Sharma, who joined Microsoft in 2024 from Instacart, will take over for Spencer, becoming CEO of gaming and reporting to Nadella. Until now, she has been president of the product in Microsoft's core AI business, which former Meta executive Jay Harkett runs. Before arriving at Instacart in 2021 and serving as operating chief, Sharma spent 4 years as vice president of product and engineering at Meta and 2 years in marketing at Microsoft. That is quite the gaming resume. We will recommit to our core Xbox fans and players. Oh yeah, this is a recommittal, all right. Those who have invested with us for the past 25 years, and to the developers who build the expansive universes and experiences that are embraced by players across the world. She has worked on artificial intelligence products such as Foundry for incorporating AI models into third-party applications. That is quite the resume for gamers. As monetization and AI evolve and influence this future, we will not chase short-term efficiency or flood our ecosystem with soulless AI slop. Really. Games are and always will be art crafted by humans and created with the most innovative technology provided by us. Sharma said Microsoft will renew its commitment to console gaming. Microsoft's original Xbox came out in 2001. This does not feel like a renewed commitment to console gaming to me, but Matt Booty, head of Microsoft Gaming Studios, will report to Sharma as Executive Vice President and Chief Content Creator. Together, Asha and Matt have been the right combination of consumer product leadership and gaming depth to push our platform innovation and content pipeline forward, Nadella wrote. Sarah Bond, President and Operating Chief of the Xbox unit, will leave Microsoft. I've had the privilege of spending time with Asha over the past few weeks as we plan for this transition, and I've seen firsthand her deep commitment to our players, developers, and brand. And a message on LinkedIn, which Microsoft also owns. She brings deep technology and commerce experience, along with a strong track record building and scaling platforms. I mean, that's the only. I mean, that's true. I mean, working at Instacart would have given her e-commerce experience, which maybe that will have some value in Xbox, but like that's like saying you know, the next lead of the Star Citizen project should be somebody who is really adept at running the Star Citizen store. Like that's not what's going to make this platform great. Whatever. That's some bullshit news. That's depressing. Red flag line right there is created with the most innovative technology provided by us. MS's reign of terror over games will end soon enough. Yeah, right. I mean, they're friggin' losing on all fronts, man. Like Windows is taking heat. Steam's coming for that. Linux is becoming more capable than ever. Apple's pushing a Windows compatibility layer for gaming, and now they're just flubbing their Xbox division. It's just, I don't know. The future does not look bright for Microsoft whenever it comes to gaming. Maybe it looks bright for them in the cloud, but wonder if they use Copilot to write that statement. Probably, P-Wolf. So I got MS is going to make Azure for gaming like Office 365, but their AI-powered game engine and developer tools. And then devs can build their games within Xbox Azure within. Yeah, maybe Azure at all. Star Engine is built on O3D, which is made by a group from Linux Foundation. Vulkan and good Linux engines and Steam is coming together. Form Force, yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's coming. It's happening. The transition has been underway for a while now. Like Microsoft's stranglehold on gaming is collapsing before our eyes. I think we are rapidly approaching a future where gaming is as cross-platform as desktop apps have become. You know, with the rise of Electron and all this stuff, where most of your desktop apps are now cross-platform and in the browser. Like, we're headed for not the same thing, but with the new frameworks and libraries like Vulkan and all this stuff. Like, it feels to me like we're headed in the same direction for gaming, where you can basically run any platform you want and get most of the games that you want on that platform. Sadly, I think most power in computers going to the cloud. I don't know, not Scabian. I think throughout history, like this has been a pendulum that has swung back and forth. I remember when companies were all deploying thin clients and they were running Citrix servers and WinFrame servers, and they were trying to concentrate all of the power into the data center and run thin clients across everywhere just to kind of consolidate control and compute. And you also saw that in the mainframe era with terminals hooked up via coax cable to the mainframe running in the server room, right? But we went from that to the PCs, and then everybody had PCs and XTs and ATs and all that stuff on their disk, and then eventually you grew into like the Compaq and HP PCs where people were running Windows 3.1 and Windows 95, and then shortly after NT came out, we shifted back to thin clients with Citrix and WinFrame, and then that lasted for a while, and then you moved back to PC desktops, and it's just been this back and forth pendulum. And I think this AI boom and the shifting all the power to the data centers, it's just another pendulum swing like that. And I think it'll last for a while. I don't think fat clients are going away. I think we're going to continue to have access to them. The prices might be high for a while, but eventually the pendulum will swing back in the favor of the desktop on your desk. It's just that pendulum's going to continue swinging back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and it's never going to end. That pendulum will never find its sweet spot. There are some great uses for AI as a tool. It's when they try to have AI do everything. I couldn't agree more, Alberto. I'm using AI every day. All day, every day, I'm using AI now. And it is an incredible tool. Citrix took a huge L with their pricing end of last year. Man, it's been forever since I saw a company running on Citrix, but I used to do a lot more government and healthcare contracting and work, and I got out of it, and I think it might have been just bigger in that space. Like the Silicon Valley companies I'm working for now just don't run Windows at all. It's all Mac and Linux, so you don't see that shit there. Physical media is making a pretty big comeback, and repairing parts is also growing. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't know physical media was making a comeback. It's funny because I spent a number of years working in digital media, and I helped a lot of projects that were sunsetting physical media for the digital experience. And I saw it start out great, and I saw the enshittification slowly gnaw away at the experience that we were creating, right? And I fundamentally believe that, as mostly because of my time in digital media, that ad-driven profit models are just unsustainable because of the race to the bottom on the advertising revenue. Like I just saw one brand after another. Like, just the user experience just became so bad, and that's what paved the way to things like Apple News, right? Like Apple News came out and said, "Hey, we got to do something because the web sucks." And I don't know. Some of the most profitable brands out there came up with sustainable membership and subscription models, and they were able to deliver a really good user experience. And yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, other than the digital experience is terrible, and I feel like at least the physical media experience has an upper limit on how shitty it can get, whereas digital doesn't seem to have any shittification limit. Speaking of shittification, how am I handling the Discord issue? Hey, good question. I'm not rewriting. I am writing my own gaming platform, Ross. I have been for some time. I started before the Discord news, just because the Discord has long lacked the features I think are important on a gaming community platform. I think Discord might have started as a gaming tool, but I think it evolved into just kind of a more generalized communications platform, and they kind of forgot their gaming roots, is how it seems to me, because there's so much that I need that it just does not have. And so many months ago I started rewriting it, and the news that came out just maybe reinforced my decision a little bit, but I would have been doing it even had they not made that announcement. So it really doesn't change my trajectory at all. It's something that we will definitely talk about more on this channel as it gets ready to be shown or demoed. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it just feels like Discord is a different form of Slack to me now. You know what I mean? There's really not much in Discord that's catering to what a gamer or gaming community needs. Discord already had a breach of their persona code. I did not see that, but I'm not surprised. What is this about? Age verification vendor persona left front end exposed. I discovered an exposed front end belonging to persona. The identity verification vendor used by Discord revealed far more expansive surveillance and financial intelligence stack than simply a team safety tool. What the fuck? Like, what is wrong with these places, dude? A short while ago, we reported that Discord will limit profiles of teen appropriate mode until you verify your age. That means anyone who wants to continue using Discord as before would have to let it scan their face. And the internet was far from happy. To analyze these scans, Discord used biometric identity Verification startup Persona Identities Incorporated, a venture that offers Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering solutions that rely on biometric identity checks to estimate users' age. One thing I don't understand about this estimating your user's age thing is, like, what stops me? Because it's all done remotely from your house, right? Like, hey, Carbide, what stops people, like, just from having an older person come and scan their face for them? Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Aether Drift, yeah, really. Yeah, I'm building it. I'm very deep into it. It's coming. Add some Star Citizen focused functionality and we'll win everything. Oh, there will be... I don't know that I would say it's Star Citizen focused, but there will be a lot of features in it that cater to a game like Star Citizen. I feel like our community especially focuses on sandbox MMOs, and I think large-scale sandbox games like Star Citizen have very specific needs that tools like Discord just do not cater to, and those are the needs that I am going to cater to. Hey, Dad, come look at this exactly. Yeah. You wouldn't lie on the internet, would you? I don't know. I mean, I'd freaking, I'd just make a post on, Nextdoor. So, hey, I'm paying $10 for somebody to come in here and look at my camera for a minute. If I needed it, you know what I mean? To demonstrate the privacy implications, researchers took a closer look and found a publicly exposed Persona front end on a U.S. government-authorized server with 2,456 accessible files. You read that right. According to researcher Celeste, the exposed code, which has now been removed, sat at a U.S. government-authorized endpoint that appears to have been isolated from its regular work environment. In those files, the researchers found details about extensive surveillance Persona software platform... about the extensive surveillance Persona software performs on its users. Beyond checking their age, the software performs 269 distinct verification checks, runs facial recognition against watch lists and politically exposed persons, screens adverse media across 14 categories, including terrorism and espionage, and assigns risk and similarity scores. What the fuck? I'm going to read that again. In those files, the researchers found details about the extensive surveillance Persona software performs on its users. Beyond checking their age, the software performs 269 distinct verification checks, runs facial recognition against watch lists and politically exposed persons, screens adverse media across 14 categories, including terrorism and espionage, and assigns risk and similarity scores. Holy shit. That's not cool at all. See, when this news first came out about Discord, I was in the "this does not surprise me" camp, and I was actually kind of okay with age verification because I do think that we have a huge problem on the internet with kids getting access to shit they just shouldn't have access to. Like I was a draconian parent, man. My kids didn't have access to anything. They didn't have devices. Like everything was locked down, and even I missed shit. Like it's really freaking hard to completely eliminate the risk for your kids. Not that it has to be completely eliminated, but it's just like the content that is available to them like cannot be healthy for developing minds, right? And so I do think that something needs to be done. And if there was a reliable way to verify age and only age, like, I could actually probably get behind that. But obviously, there was a big backlash, mostly because of Discord's untrustworthiness and past performance. And this just solidifies that, man. This enshrines that sentiment. Like, how, like, this was some of the most bullshit shit I've ever read. One thing to note, Discord said earlier today, I believe they do not work with Persona anymore, and apparently only did it for like 2 months. I wish there was an AOL just for kids. Yeah, that would be cool. You thought 1984 was scary? Turns out 2026 is much worse, right? There's nothing wrong with the agenda to have age verification controls. However, that cannot be at the cost of privacy and security of the people using the service and software. That makes this hard. I agree, Sanctrid. It's a very difficult problem to solve, as are most problems in computer science. So took them a few days of machine vision searching all cameras, feeds, and traffic cameras and other people. Wow. A peaceful rock throw? What the hell? It was a peaceful rock throw. The reasonable argument is the sheep's clothing to the wolven intention. Many such cases, yeah. My old coworker used to say, I'm going to lock my kid's shit down. Either he's not going to get anything I don't want him to, or he's getting early training for a career in pen testing red team. That's a good way of putting it, Oscavian. I lock shit down, but they still managed to get through it a little bit. It's crazy how effective they can be at circumventing stuff when they put their mind to it. At the end of the day, it should be the parents who control and limit their kids' access to the Catalyst. I'm with you in theory, but what I'm saying is I am a parent that is a systems architect by trade. I have 30-some years in this field. Like, I know my shit, and even I could not effectively monitor all their activity online. How could a completely untrained parent be expected to do it, Catalyst? I think that's a pretty myopic view on the topic, actually. I think it comes from both sides, and there is precedent for this in society, right? Like, society has long contributed to the responsibility for children, like public schools. Like, why do we send kids to public schools if the parents have 100% responsibility? We can't have 100% responsibility for what happens at schools, or the public library, or a store that our kids walk to, right? Like, society has a shared responsibility for making sure that the environment that we are raising our kids in is not hostile to their development. I agree that we have a problem with parents who are not parenting enough. And I have seen that as well, like kids being raised on tablets. But I can assure you that's not how my kids were raised, and I still had challenges. Think back to your own childhood, how much stuff you got away with, your parents couldn't stop. Now it's social media. Exactly. It's the same shit, Alberto. It's just the impact and the consequences are amplified. Back when I was a teen, I learned my parents' login password from my PC, parental controls, and the internet. Login, one letter at a time. They had no idea I was logging in. Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of shit. Right? Like, it's crazy, man. One of my kids was an expert at like over the shoulder password learning. I learned that early on, right? Like it was like an always escalating thing. Like I would detect that and I would solve that, and then there was like the next thing and the next thing. Like they learned the difference between Wi-Fi and wired, and like they quickly learned, like I would shut Wi-Fi down at certain hours, and I quickly learned that they could access it via Ethernet, and so I had to, and like I don't even know where they found shit. Like they found adapters for things where they could plug things into Ethernet ports that like should have, like it was just a never-ending escalation. Which I eventually saw that, but I whitelisted devices that were allowed on my network, you know, because they would bring devices in. I don't even know how they got them. It was just insanity, dude. Hey, Seymour, thanks for coming out, man. Tablet parents need to be beat with said tablet. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Nash. Yeah, the world was very different in the 80s and 90s. Both extremes are bad. I had a kid I went to school with whose parents had helicopter parents and signed all the waivers to keep him out of adult classes. Yeah. In the 12th grade, he had no idea how the birds and the bees... Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. Like, helicoptering is bad, too. I don't know if I struck the right balance, but I definitely tried to not be that. Like, my kids were out in the yard making dirt pies. I wasn't freaking helicoptering them. Perhaps the device has unbreakable credentials, and if that device doesn't communicate a proper adult ID, there are website services that refuse to service the device. Maybe. It's The Apprentice. Greetings. We're talking about all kinds of shit. Right now we're talking... we got off on a tangent because of Discord's... the leaks around Discord's data collection they're doing. That's with the company Persona. I was still getting locked outside in the 90s. Yeah, right, me too. My son jokingly asked for my password, I just gave it to him, then explained it wasn't meant to keep him out, but to protect him from things. Yeah, I mean, no judgment here. Every kid's different, right? Every situation's different. Like, I had two very, very different kids, and different strategies worked on each. You know, one of them was ADHD, autism, had very, very difficult impulse control issues, and I had to parent them very different from my other kid. So... like I said, these days, we had no idea how good we had it back in the 90s. Yeah, right? Sounds like you were fighting some Grollo 2.0s. It's not surprising that they were astute at gaining the system as they were. You had your own system security testers? Yeah, exactly. I really did. It's ultimately about trust and security, and with all these companies unable to lock down their shit, can you blame us for not wanting to get on board with anything like this? I can't. No, I don't blame you. Like I said, it's a very difficult problem to solve. Like, we need to do something, but we don't need to do this. That's for damn sure. Continuing on, Persona collects and can retain for up to 3 years IP addresses, browser and device fingerprints, government ID numbers, phone numbers, names, faces, plus a battery of selfie analytics like suspicious entity detection, pose repeat detection, and aging. Like, I don't even know how a company like this is allowed to exist, man. In a time when age verification is very much a hot topic, this is not the kind of news to persuade privacy advocates that age verification is in our best interest. There's no doubt. I mean, that... like, what the hell? Sending data obtained during age verification checks to data brokers and foreign governments, reportedly Persona, was tested by Discord in the UK, will not install the level of trust needed for users to feel comfortable submitting this kind of scrutiny. Yeah, I mean, this just freaking shoots this entire thing in the foot. This comes amid broader questions about whether age verification is actually doing what it's supposed to do, Euronews looked at the effect of Australia's world-leading ban on social media for under 16s. Australia's new rule have only been enforced for 6 weeks, but while the country's internet regulator says it has shut down about 4.7 million accounts held by under 16s on platforms like TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube, X, Twitch, Reddit, and Threads, children with parents described a very different reality. Interviews with teenagers, parents, and researchers indicate that many children are still accessing banned apps through simple workarounds. Yeah. Like, hey, older cousin, give me your face. According to The Rage, Discord has stated it will not continue to use Persona for age verification. However, other platforms reported to use Persona include Roblox, OpenAI and ChatGPT, Lime, ride-sharing service. Wow. Unreal. Unfreaking real. I blame my dad for my search history. Shit worked. Yeah, I bet. Where there's a will, there's a way. Yeah, no doubt. Some other auth provider a couple months ago lost 1 billion records. Yeah, no surprise. I don't think it's going to make a difference. You can get bad stuff that influences kids via other mediums too. Movies, radio, TV. Or just friends who share their hacked entry. Zero, I understand what you're saying, but I cannot get past the really graphic shit that's available out there. I don't think it should be easy. I'm not saying we could stop it 100%, but I have a real problem with my kid being able to access it by just clicking yes, I'm 18. That's where I'm at. And I don't have an answer. Like, I don't have a solution. But I think we should keep working towards one. Anyway. This is a bunch of bullshit. I wonder what Discord is going to do now that Persona's off the table. I have free ID monitoring for years from all the companies I had records with, including... That's so sad, it's funny. Turn 'em. I think I do too. Like, hey, sorry we got hacked and everything got stolen, here's a free year. And then you get that letter again, and again, and again. Well, I think it's time to catch up on the other drama. Catalyst, you said you had a link to something else that just came out a few hours ago on the Ashes front. I'd love to take a look at that. The Persona link to Palantir is the scary part? What's Palantir? Hold on, I gotta look at that. Roblox, Reddit, and Discord users compelled to use biometric ID system backed by Palantir co-founder Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel, co-founder of surveillance and data analytics company Palantir, is a major investor in Persona, the age verification. Thiel's venture capital firm. Okay, what's Palantir? UK users are increasingly worried about being required to hand over biometric facial data to US technology companies in order to participate in mainstream online platforms. Many users may be unaware of investors and financial networks behind the identity infrastructure now being embedded into everyday internet use. and the links some of those networks have to wider surveillance, defense, and intelligence systems. Palantir, the government contractors that make the electric eye work. I don't even know what the hell the electric eye is. I usually don't spend a lot of time diving into this stuff, so let me know. People are worried and angry about having to hand over biometric scans of their face to overseas companies just to access online platforms. There's a particular concern when children's faces are being scanned too. So this sounds like it's primarily a concern for overseas people wanting to access U.S. systems. I can understand it. This is the problem we have. The very thing you're asking can only end in all of our biodata being co-opted into mass surveillance. They will use it against us. Yeah, I understand. I completely get it. The Eye of Mordor, the Eye of Sauron. Heavily investing in Planet Palantir. Yeah. It almost feels like an inevitability, doesn't it? I gotta take a quick break, guys. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. Gotta get a little snack. My go-to is cottage cheese. Just a little bit of it fills you up. Keeps you going. Zero? You and I are gonna be dead by the time it gets as bad as you think? Yeah, I mean, I read this stuff and like I'm not surprised, you know what I mean? Like it's sad, but it doesn't surprise me. Like we've been heading in this direction for how long? Like imagine somebody who was around in the 1920s. Imagine them just being instantly teleported to 2020s and seeing how much less privacy you have now than then, 100 years later. And so, you can say the same thing from the 1820s and 1920s, I'm sure. Like, it just, we keep losing a little bit here and a little bit there, and it feels like the inevitable conclusion is we have none. Or very little. You'd unsubscribe for cottage cheese, bro? Come on, man. I'm not telling you to eat it. But, yeah. But you're right, like, and that's why it's easy for this to happen. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that's no good. Deals investment networks also drawn scrutiny due to past business financial relationships involving Epstein. That's terrible. Dude, that shit with Epstein, that's fucking fucked. But that's why it's so easy for, like, it's happening over such long periods of time that like it feels subtle. You know what I mean? Like it's not like you're losing a lot all at once. Of course, unless something like this pops up, but and when it happens over generations, like the newer generations are kind of brought up just being okay with the level of privacy they have, even though somebody born 50 or 100 years sooner would not be okay with it. And like, it's just the inevitable march to this Orwellian society, it feels like. Cottage cheese goes great with carrot and other soups. Oh yeah. I like it with everything, man. I like it with salt and pepper, I like it with jelly, apple butter, I mean, you name it, anything. I'm trying to stay away from sugar though, which is why I'm on a very low carb diet, which is why I like cottage cheese. One of the few things I can have that satiates. Death by 1,000 cuts, exactly. The phrase is boiling the frog. Yeah, there's a lot of phrases. Death by 1,000 cuts, boiling the frog, yeah, all of it. Not low carb, yeah. I can't have any of those fancy ice creams we like to talk about on this channel. But I'm not doing it because of a fad. I'm doing it because my body literally hates carbs. And this is one of those things, like, everybody's body's different. Like, I would never push somebody who wanted to, like, say, oh, you gotta do low carb. Like, I'm not that kind of person. Like, I've spent a lot of time trying to eat carbs. I love carbs, but my body, whew. It's not just like weight gain or anything like that. It's just I literally feel like shit. Like I have glycemic issues, like not diabetes or anything like that, but like a hypoglycemic, and like I'll start sweating and shit, and my blood work comes back nasty. My doctors are like, dude, your triglycerides are like 7,000, and it's not like I eat a lot or I don't eat like super horrible. My body just cannot process carbohydrates, man. I'm telling you. Ever since I switched to like a super low carb diet, I'm talking like I try to keep my carbs under 20 grams a day. My numbers are perfect. Doctor's just like, what are you doing? Your cholesterol's perfect. Your triglycerides are perfect. I don't feel like shit. I don't sweat anymore. Like I don't get those, like, you know, that crash. You feel like I don't get any of that anymore. I'll just switch this diet. That's my body, dude. I just gotta listen to my body. You know what I mean? So, as much as I miss potatoes, that's really the only thing I miss is potatoes. You a gluten-free person? No, I'm not gluten-free. I've tried gluten-free just to see if it helped. It didn't really seem to make a difference for me. I've tried just about everything just to see if it would help, but the only thing that seems to matter is my carbohydrate intake. Again, kind of like we were talking about earlier, all kids are different. I think all bodies are different. Everybody's just got fucking different shit going on, so. Yeah, potatoes is the worst. That's what I miss. I don't care about bread. I don't care about sweets. None of that bothers me. But potatoes, that I miss. Pasta is another one I didn't care about. I can give that up easy. I don't miss that at all. Even sweet potatoes I stay away from. Although I love sweet potatoes. You ever hear about that guy that got arrested for DUI, but he doesn't drink alcohol? He never sobered up. In jail, turns out gut bacteria, he has break sugars. Now, holy shit. I think I did remember hearing about that. That is freaking hilarious. Imagine just being drunk all the time and there's nothing you could do about it. That would suck, dude. Watch Gamers Nexus at all? If so, he did a deep dive into Planetary if you want to know more. Cool, I'll check it out. Bookmark it. I don't feel like diving in this shit right now, but... Palantir crashes out in response to GN. Alright, fuck it, we'll watch a little bit.
Military-industrial feathers recently with our video about Palantir, the U.S. government's favorite weapons and
after this, we're gonna switch to Ashes.
That just recently partnered with NVIDIA, which is what our video is about. As a reminder, Palantir is the company leading the charge on what we think is a path to global surveillance. So it probably should come as no surprise that Palantir quickly found our video. What did come as a surprise to us was that Palantir bothered to respond to it. And actually, it looks like we're going to Washington, D.C. to talk to them. This is Eliano A. Yunus, the head of strategic engagement at Palantir and the guy who responded to us. Eliano Yunus previously worked for an organization that has defended domestic surveillance of Americans as a positive, with the organization saying that facial recognition concerns and false arrests are merely hypothetical, except that they've happened even back when that was written. More recently, Yunus has been cited by Wired as kicking multiple reporters out of their booth at events and as threatening to call the police on journalists for participating in a public conference. Seems a little sensitive. Yunus is also a big fan of AI. He says that, quote, AI will give American workers superpowers, end quote. The superpower is unemployment. Or wrongful imprisonment. And Eliano Yunus says that we're...
When it comes to the unemployment thing, guys, like, I am not... So I've been really going hard on AI for months now, and at some point I want to show you guys more. I just worry that I'm going to bore some people with it, but, like, all day, every day, I have AI crunching on stuff for me, and what I have found is that AI is really bad at delivering things on its own, but man, can it parallelize work for you. So how I've seen my work shift is like, I will farm out a bunch of like specifications to AI, and it'll implement it. And once you have a system in place for the AI to follow patterns, for it to recognize, and really well crafted prompts, like it can get pretty close, right? It'll get 95% of the way there. So I have found that my work is now writing specifications, writing requirements documents, farming stuff out to AI, and then I would say that probably is about 40% of my time. Then 5% is just kind of monitoring the AI agents and subsystems and making sure they're staying on track. And then the other 55% of my time is integration work, which is something I am kind of well versed in because of my full-time role. And it's taking the output of all these agents and reviewing it, correcting it, and stitching it together. Because like I said, it's usually about 95%. It's never fully 100% there. And I think that people who, I don't know, it's still pretty early days for me, but so far my thinking is that people that kind of get good at using AI as leverage to increase their own output, those are going to be the people that don't have to worry about losing jobs. So it's one of those things, like you got to kind of skill up to stay in the game. Right, but I question our own retention of the data when we're not involved enough in creating the content in question. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Zero. Our own retention and understanding. Oh, okay. I feel it's at risk due to relying on AI too much. I mean, I might have a slightly different perspective on this because I spent so many years in engineering leadership, and I spent a lot of time in engineering leadership not having my hands on the code all the time, but I learned ways to stay in tune with what the code base was doing, even though I had people writing stuff instead of myself, right? Like I was constantly reviewing the code. I was constantly talking to the people about the code. Like my mind was still there, even though I was not hands-on keyboard developing the code. So maybe this is just a skill I've already developed, but it's why I don't fear that when it comes to AI. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of people in a position just vibe coding and whatever. Like I'm sure that is a risk for a lot of people, but I think that it can be managed. Yeah, I don't know, Zero. You know, after I spent 10 years in engineering leadership and I went back to an IC role, I had no problem spinning up a new repo, a new project, you know what I mean? No, you're not derailing. It's a good topic. I mean, they mentioned AI here in the video, and that's what got me thinking about it. The CEO of Palantir recently said it'd be fun to use drones to drop fentanyl-laced urine on its enemies. What the fuck? Jesus. Anyway.
Fear-mongering. That's right. The guy at Palantir says we're the ones fear-mongering. So here's Eliano Eunice's boss, not fear-mongering, when he says that safety is assured only by making other people scared.
And safe means that the other person is scared.
Our product is used on occasion to kill people.
And you know, the critique I get in Wall Street is I'm an arrogant prick.
Well, I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
There
you go.
One's actually a leak. It's the next 10-person kill streak unlocked.
What the hell's wrong with this dude, man?
Except instead of in Call of Duty, it's IRL. Researching Eunice more, we also found this tweet saying, quote, if Palantir is the spooky surveillance company with skeletons in its closet like the foreign X accounts and the Guardian journalists make it out to be, then why are the world's largest companies betting their futures on Palantir software, end quote. That's why. That's why they're betting on it. It's because it's the spooky surveillance software. Like, that is specifically the reason that they're betting on it. Anyway, there's a lot to respond to today because Eunice and Palantir responded to our video. So
I don't know if I've ever seen him before.
Response to their response to our video, where we're going to respond to the response. that they responded with. Let's check it out. We brought you this video with our brand new limited edition Disappointment Tour PC Build t-shirt on store.gamersnexus.net, recapping all of the worst hardware events in 2025 and one banned tour date style shirt on the back. The front has an array of GPUs from the big video card
Speaking of diet, my better half just delivered me a plate of food. Salmon. While we watch this video, I'm going to go off camera for a few minutes just to shovel my face, but I'll still be here and I'll still be talking. I just don't like to eat in front of people.
vendors in various states have been redacted, with a censored GN logo at the bottom as a throwback to our most prized time of the year, when we got Bloomberged. This is shown on the back of the t-shirt with other dates. The shirts are available in a comfortable 100% cotton with black or a highly breathable tri-blend design with vintage coloring on the logo print. The back of the shirt has the best of the worst, referencing AI, what we thought was NVIDIA manipulating the press, Intel being in total freefall, the tariff situation, and more. Buying one of these directly supports another year of independent reporting and coverage from us, as we're majority funded these days by the audience, not by corporate backers, as we've successfully wound down the percentage of ads we sell to revenue we bring in from public support, like from our audience. Thank you for all of that. Head over to store.gamersnexus.net to support us directly for 2026 by buying a Disappointment Tour t-shirt for 2025. The irony isn't lost on us today that we just spent a week obsessively digging into the historical background of high-ranking staff at a surveillance company, Palantir. And Palantir CEO and man one scimitar short of accurate Drizzt Duard and cosplay, Alex Karp, has some 2004-era Xbox lobby shit-talking that he does, and we're no strangers to shitposting. In fact, it's kind of one of our key areas of expertise, so we're happy to engage in a shitpost war with a war profiteer. After taking a quick break to celebrate Christmas with NVIDIA using our sick Photoshop skills and not AI, we were focused on Palantir. Palantir is the company that markets its software as being
our product is used on occasion to kill people.
And Jensen Huang is the guy who just said that NVIDIA is going to
accelerate everything Palantir does.
Now here's what went down. GNCA viewer and haver of excellent username TuxSudo on Twitter tweeted, quote, "Wasn't ever expecting Gamers Nexus to make a video on Palantir, but it's become so prevalent and invasive, here we are," end quote. Eliano Yunus, head of strategic engagement, responded, saying, quote, "Let me fix it for you. Wasn't ever expecting Gamers Nexus to make a video on Palantir, but it's become so polarizing due to misinformation and an abundance of fear-mongering BS, so a lot of content creators are leading into it to generate a lot of clicks, so here we are," end quote. Now, we immediately clicked Eliano's profile and found that he's a walking billboard for Palantir. In fact, he might have more Palantir logos on his Twitter page than we have GN logos in our main set. Let me tell you that's impressive. After pointing this out, Eliano attempted to correct us to note that we had missed a couple logos. Unfortunately, despite all the surveillance technology in the world, even Eliano
you can post links.
the Palantir logos.
I think.
Now, he's decked out in Palantir drip. This just feels gross to say. Because he's the head of strategic engagement. Now, you might be asking, what does the head of strategic engagement do? And his formal job title at Palantir is Vibes, which makes sense given the vibe tweeting. Maybe the head of strategic engagement is because Twitter guy and merch guy don't sound as good. I mean, between those two roles, maybe we're not so different after all. Formerly, he was the strategic engagement and US government partnerships lead at Palantir. Before that, he was simply evangelist. On the XKCD scale of evangelism, Eliano leads towards the people who open bananas from the other end of the intensity spectrum. That's because he really likes Palantir.
My job is rooted in the fact that I'm obsessed with Palantir.
And his job at Palantir is to control the narrative. That's not our words.
A lot of people not at Palantir were trying to tell the story of what Palantir did and didn't do. And quite frankly, I was sick and tired of it. I was sick and tired of people with bad intentions, many of them who are actually here. I was sick and tired of them telling our story. And so I took it upon myself to develop relationships, taking that skill from the nonprofit sector of telling stories, raising money. I wanted to do that for Palantir. And so I built relationships with think tank experts that were covering.
I was sick and tired of people telling the truth, so I had to get a handle on that.
I showed them demos. I didn't want to sell them anything. I just simply said, this is what we're doing. If you have questions, here I am, and developed those relationships. And then we started to get invited to speak on panels, and we started to control more of the narrative around what the company does and doesn't do.
And he tries to do just that. Wired previously wrote that Yunus threatened to call the cops when Wired asked questions at their booth at a trade show. he's not the only one at Palantir doing this either. Jack Paulson on Substack posted a photo captioned, quote, "Security guards demanding the author's ejection from the SCSP AI Expo Hall as a result of filming their ejection of a France 24 correspondent," end quote. That one attributed to Taylor Campbell of Palantir. Writer Caroline Haskins said, quote, "Palantir told me I was banned from its booth at a tech conference, didn't give a reason, and threatened to call the cops if I came back," end quote. She said, quote, "Palantir..."
It is, Ross. We fell down this rabbit hole because of the Discord face scanning shit.
Has become increasingly defensive towards perceived critics, end quote. To that, head of strategic engagement and author of Definitely Not Defensive 497-word tweet, Eliano Yunus responded. His response said he's going to call out Haskins for, quote, "shady," end quote, journalism. Oh shit. The real Slim Shady just stood up. You'll act like you've never seen a drone fly before. Among other ramblings, Slim Shady Yunus said that it's unethical for a reporter to quote people in a public space at a trade show designed to promote products if those people are unaware they are speaking to a reporter. First of all, not how that works. Secondly, the guy at Palantir is upset that somebody is listening to them and quoting them. I mean, it's just, the jokes kind of write themselves. Palantir is
oh my
the company
gosh.
That's a war profiteer that publicly talks about how its product is used to kill people, is judging people on ethics, specifically because they're being listened to and watched. Sure. But back to the first point, reporters aren't cops. They don't have to reveal anything to you, especially at a public trade show where the product is being sold to to people walking around, businesses that are at that show, and reporters who are also at it. Like, you don't have to reveal anything. And that's even assuming he's telling the truth about it not being revealed. Normally, you have a badge that says press on it. But okay, Yunus shifts the narrative, which is his self-stated job, and changes the topic to ethical reporting. Calls her report a, quote, "hit piece," end quote, and then pulls more tricks out of the deflection bag of holding and claims his comments were taken out of context. And so the strategic tweeter, and man definitely not proving a point about being defensive, elaborated by saying he would have gone to Alaska to mop floors as long as it meant working for Palantir, and that he is, quote, "obsessed with the company," end quote. There's a word for that mentality. He closes by suggesting he or Palantir are owed an apology and complaining that reporters at a tech conference, quote, "shoved the camera," end quote, "in his face and shouted questions." That's right. Just to once.
The more you pay attention to the billionaire class, the more you learn they're all cultists who believe democracy is doomed, which justifies the dooming of democracy. That's kind of funny. I'd be interested to hear more thoughts on that. I don't know, I go back and forth on that myself.
Again, not to put too fine of a point on it, but the Palantir guy was upset that somebody was recording him with a camera. That's all I have to say. Despite accusing us at GNCA of spreading misinformation across multiple replies to other users, Eliano Yunus never once stated any actual misinformation in our video. We checked. He just continually reiterated that our report was, quote, "BS," end quote. And to that we say, it's okay, Yunus. You can swear on the internet. He never actually explained what the BS was, so we replied, quote, "an endorsement from the Palantir head of strategic engagement himself." Neat. I like when the company that talks about how you're only safe when you make someone else scared accuses others of fear-mongering. Happy to meet you on camera, Eliano. It's strategic engagement, right? So Palantir's head of strategic engagement replied, stating, quote, "I think we fundamentally disagree on the concept of peace through strength. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. Peace is strength." Wait, no, it doesn't say that part. The head of strategic tweeting continued, quote, "You're upset that CARP speaks openly and proudly about equipping our warfighters with the best capabilities so they can deter America's enemies or eliminate them when necessary. Furthermore, you aren't really grasping the integral role that software plays in preserving privacy and civil liberties while simultaneously allowing our government to protect us from threats. You have every right to question whether or not the government can be trusted, but to assume that Palantir is the tool that they are using to break the law..." Wait, did he just write? Let's read that again. "But to assume that Palantir is the tool that they are using to break the law shows the lack of accuracy in your research," end quote. Now, first of all, the plain English implication here, based on how that sentence is written, is that the government is breaking laws just with a different tool. But let's move on. He continued, quote, "I'm personally not going to meet you on camera, but shoot. I'll shoot you, but shoot. I'll shoot you a DM. Oh, okay. Okay, sure. A DM. Shoot me a DM. Sure. And we can work something out with one of my PCL colleagues or a member of the community. It's an important conversation to have, end quote. Now, the tweet strategist says that governments are using software to preserve civil liberties and protect us from threats. And this is all just for your protection. So, we have a response, of course, but let's just see what the internet has to say.
This Palantir guy is
right?
something else.
Some of the internet's responses. Quote, as a veteran, man, do I hate the fucking term warfighter, end quote. Quote, did military engagement fighters not have the same ring to it, end quote. Quote, if service member is good enough for the life insurance plan, it's good enough for general usage, end quote. Quote, there's no fucking way that you're talking about preserving privacy. Your company does nothing but do its best to strip our privacy away, end quote. Quote, you guys are literally making surveillance software that will operate on American citizens against their will. Violating natural rights isn't peace through strength, it's tyranny. What a fucking sidestep response. Spying on Americans does not preserve civil liberties, Lamau. Wimpy Manlet, you are a fucking war criminal. Hey, can you describe your job in 3 words, or is it made up? Head of strategic engagement. So, the social media guy? The most overcomplicated way ever to say social media guy. Peak wanker job title. What a fake-ass sounding position. To assume Palantir is a tool used to break the law. My brother in Christ, you literally called it Palantir like my murder cannon of death and suffering, TM, is totally safe and fun and used only for good and not a weapon at all, ass statement. I think you should be in jail. How's that for peace through strength? I love how you went from social media tough guy to I'm not gonna be on camera, someone else will. Bro, you gotta be the most bitch-made dude on the internet today, end quote. Jesus fucking Christ. Remind me not to fuck with you guys. Like, you guys are brutal. The internet is absolutely brutal. This is, I don't think do I even need to respond? I don't know that I need to respond after that. Jesus fuck. All right, well, look, mine's not gonna be as impassioned as some of these. I mean, I gotta give credit to the guy who said the murder cannon of death and suffering and trademarked it. That's pretty good. But let's just we'll do our best here. Here's our response to the response of him responding to our response of our video.
Never underestimate the power of stupid people in large groups.
Camera, but he said we have a right to question the government. We see Palantir as an extension of the government, and Palantir may even agree with us. In a 2020 blog post, Palantir said, quote, technology companies should be scrutinized, especially when their technology is used by governments, end quote. To Eunice, we replied with this, quote, big change in tone from you. Thanks for acknowledging that we have a right to question you and the government. We'll arrange a time to meet you at your office on camera to do so. All conversations and DMs will be considered on record and will be shared with the public. We'll be in touch, end quote. Eunice responded, quote, we are all about tough questions and debate at Palantir. You rightfully made a video, I watched and rightfully called BS. Love the fact that you want to come to our office. We will do something cool. Look forward to hearing from you. Beer cheers emoji, end quote.
Oh yeah.
Sure. We'll do something cool. As for calling BS, Eunice was challenged multiple times by Twitter users and repeatedly stated that he could offer resources to debunk our report, but never once produced those resources. Users replied asking, and he ghosted them. But it might help to know more about the people who just, after the first rejection,
this is recent. These tweets are from December.
To talk about Palantir. Before working at Palantir, the head of strategic engagement, Eunice was the director of development for the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library Foundation and Institute, which has proven a useful connection for him, since the foundation has hosted Alex Karp in the past.
And safe means that the other person is scared.
Before that, Eunice worked for think tank CSIS as a campaign coordinator and executive officer. CSIS, or the Center for Strategic and International Studies, previously published an article titled, quote, Facial
Radio
Recognition
Shack
and Fear,
PC
end quote,
salesman.
in which it gaslights readers into thinking facial recognition at a global scale is totally safe and not abusable. CSIS wrote, quote, it is particularly worrisome that many of the concerns expressed over facial recognition and AI are hypothetical. We would want to determine, for example, how many false arrests there have been because of the use of facial recognition technologies, end quote. Actually, it's probably better to think about those things before the false arrests happen. That would be preferable. And since 2019, there have been a lot more false arrests as a result of AI facial recognition technologies. If they had just addressed this in 2019 instead of hand-waving it and outright dismissing it, those might not have happened. Eunice's former employer, CSIS, also wrote this, quote, Americans say they want innovation, but innovation only comes with risk. Risk-free innovation is a non sequitur. Speaking of non sequitur, and we're not really going to get into
That's
this,
actually
but
true.
CSIS then randomly brought vaccination into the discussion about surveillance. Quote, why have so many Americans come to fear technology? One salient example is the anti-vaxxers who managed to change measles from a disease close to eradication to one that is again flourishing, end quote. We're not going to talk about that today, right? It's not really the scope of this. The point is, that is, by the literal definition of it, non sequitur, which is what they're trying to smokescreen and bullshit everyone else into thinking when they say they're concerned about facial recognition technology being installed all over the fucking world at this point. It's like,
just because innovation comes without, or can't come without risk, doesn't mean you should do stupid things, though.
diseases have nothing to do with cameras spying on you and with facial recognition and with pre-crime. It is whataboutism and it's deflection, and it is completely unrelated to any of this. Quote, fears about facial recognition bear some similarity to the surge in conspiracy theories. Fears that government use of facial recognition technology will lead to the pervasive surveillance system seen in China are irrational, end quote. Now, they never say why it's irrational. It is literally the most direct line you could possibly draw. It's like 2 points that create a line segment, and it probably the only difference is that China wished they had thought of this particular approach to it first, which is put the surveillance under private corporations under the guise of some sort of separation from government, and then publicly trade and inflate them to boost the economy while also reducing civil liberties. That's probably really the thing that we innovated here. Quote, the sphere of Big Brother reflects declining confidence in government, particularly elected officials, to provide adequate oversight. They also wrote, quote, the disparity in views of facial recognition in Asia and the United States is also worrying. Facial recognition technologies are widely used in Asia, but there's been no outcry about discrimination, end quote. Actually, there has been. In fact, the U.S. government has previously put a former Silver Lake investment, the company that helped Jared Kushner buy EA Games, on the entity list for publishing patents that describe using facial recognition technology to identify surveilled people's ethnic background, listing Uyghurs as an example of people ethnically identifiable via facial recognition technology. And that can happen here too. In fact,
that's terrible,
it's already
bro.
happening
Holy
here.
shit.
U.S. government agencies have used Palantir technology to surveil and profile people, including U.S. citizens. We talked about that in our last piece. So now we know more about Eunice's background. He's also a Palantir merch guy and ardent Palantir defender on Reddit and Twitter, two platforms known for constructive,
who the hell would buy
Palantir
merch?
Dialogue, where
Who the hell are they marketing that to?
But Palantir has it hard on the internet. A lot of people think they're evil. Quote, why don't the Palantir spying accounts like to engage in healthy discourse, end quote, wrote Eliano Eunice, who previously responded to healthy discourse with, quote, you're such a dumb fuck, Sam, end quote. And, quote, if you're upset now, it's gonna get worse, much worse. Take care, big boy, end quote. But as long as the posts aren't, quote, low IQ, end
what
quote,
the hell?
critical, they're seemingly acceptable. When he's not defending surveillance technology, he's defending crew necks or high prices of shirts and hoodies, which somehow even exceed YouTuber merch prices. But edgelord's gonna edgelord. Let's get back to the core of this piece, which is what Palantir actually fucking does. And in this case, we're gonna talk more about some of the surveillance contracts that Palantir has, since this is seemingly what Eliano Eunice was trying to, quote, call BS on. And we'd be happy to talk to him some more about that once we get up to DC to talk to them. As the merch guy Eunice took heat for selling Palantir hoodies that cost $100, he said he was trying to reduce cost and prices, quote, will go down eventually, end quote, after which the prices went up by $40. Now, and I promise this is going to be relevant in a moment, if you're wondering why a Palantir hoodie would cost $140, it's because Palantir, quote, is a lifestyle brand, end quote.
What?
Selling
oh my
merch
gosh.
and ice.
You can just kind of see Palantir for what it is, which is this beautiful company that is backed by a beautiful product and people that really care about doing good things.
Now, our concerns remain for tools that companies like Flock, with Flock cameras, and Palantir produce for software.
Can a company itself be schizophrenic?
Enabling surveillance and spying by private companies that can buy, trade, and sell this data to use to create complete profiles on everything you do, everywhere you go, and also by governments to be used on the general population. This is not a new concern, but this is the core of our concerns, and we don't want to get too distracted from that, because like we talked about last time, this kind of stuff, surveillance just in general, not just Palantir, can be used for anything from military use cases, which is where Palantir sort of specializes, to things that are more focused on just making profit. For example, monitoring where you go, stand, and what you consider buying in a grocery store using existing data out there about you, your financial and economic situation, to fine-tune and adjust the price to optimize it to just the point below where you wouldn't buy it anymore, pushing everybody just to the limits of what they can afford. This is a thing that is actually happening, especially in some grocery chains in the United States. So the surveillance has wide-reaching implications. It's not all just evil use. I mean, well, that's pretty evil, but it's a different kind of evil. In 2018, The Verge reported on a predictive policing system that Palantir was allegedly working on with the New Orleans police. The Verge said the system was, quote, essentially a predictive policing program that purports to predict which people are likely drivers or victims of violence, end quote. Further, The Verge uncovered Palantir documents that are now available
What's
on
that Tom Cruise movie?
One document titled The NOLA Murder Reduction includes the data sources analyzed in Palantir's software. The data includes public safety records, police reports,
Minority
gang
Report,
databases,
that's what I'm thinking.
building details, and camera registries, among other sources. We're back to the Minority Report pre-copies with this one. Shockingly, or maybe not, Palantir declined to comment to The Verge. In a subsequent article, The Verge said New Orleans' contract with Palantir had ended. In a recent example, government documents from April described how Palantir is working with U.S. Immigrations and Customs to build what media called an Immigration OS for data analysis and surveillance. According to federal documents that we dug up on a General Services Administration website, Palantir's Immigration OS software serves several key functions. Immigration OS would help ICE with, quote, targeting and enforcement prioritization, end quote, which includes, quote, streamlining selection and apprehension operations, end quote, of criminals and people who have overstayed a visa. Additionally, the software would support, quote, self-deportation tracking, end quote, with, quote, near real-time visibility into instances of self-deportation and integration with enforcement prioritization systems, end quote. Nothing says lifestyle brand like building stuff that tracks people in near real time. And whatever your belief on immigration and legal or illegal immigration, none of it really matters here because this stuff can all be turned against anybody. And in fact, citizens have already been arrested in connection with technologies like this, with surveillance technologies that are being deployed. And we had the example previously where private company AI facial recognition technologies lead to wrongful arrests where people then are awarded potentially millions of dollars when they are proven right that it was a wrongful arrest because the police trusted an AI facial recognition technology that had a false positive, even though basically none of the other demographic information matched, such as height,
maybe that's a
age,
good outcome.
eye
I mean,
color,
you get some
and
wealth
profession,
redistribution.
things like that. Anyway, as for the lifestyle brand, maybe we'll get our version of social credit score for repping Palantir drip when the surveillance cameras see us. Additionally, the ICE document said, quote, Palantir is the only source that can provide the required capabilities and prototype of Immigration OS without causing unacceptable delays, end quote. Those spelling errors would be
Peaceful rock
if they
thrower.
came from a federal agency
killing
after
me.
English was designated the official language of the United States. Further, ICE said Palantir systems, quote, are already ingesting and processing data from multiple ICE, DHS, and external sources necessary to deliver these capabilities. This allows ICE to leverage the existing infrastructure already in the ICE environment to accelerate the timely delivery for Immigration OS, end quote. Now, it's unclear what data the so-called external sources that they're referring to provide. Now, the reason we're getting into all of
Does OS stand for operating system in that? Are we developing an immigration operating system?
this sort of ICE and ICE use of Palantir software is because Palantir regularly insists that it is not a surveillance company. So it's not about immigration.
It's a life
and
brand
what we or anyone
company.
else thinks about that. It's about the fact that Palantir says they don't do surveillance. And they say that, we think, because they want to make sure people's guard is down and people think that it's not used in this way. It's used for things like Lowe's logistics, as NVIDIA and the Palantir team said, or it's used for war or something like that. But actually, this company that says it's not really a surveillance company sure seems to do a lot of surveillance stuff. So, for example, in another document we found about Immigration OS from October, ICE said Palantir would continue to, quote, refine the deployed operational solutions that streamline identification of aliens who are out of status, prioritize based on risk factors, provide targeting data to the field in support of daily apprehension operations, and inform custody determinations, and track the status of deported aliens, allowing for officers and agents to have real-time data in the field, end quote. This isn't to description of a very surveillance-rich piece of software coming from ICE itself, a customer of Palantir, considering that Palantir insists that it is not a surveillance company. But Palantir works with ICE to provide software, and to quote the EFF, ICE just went on a, quote, surveillance shopping spree, end quote. The EFF cited a Georgetown Law Center report stating that ICE had, quote, scanned the driver's license photos of 1 in 3 adults in the country and, quote, had access to the driver's license data of 3 and 4 adults, end quote. It also says that, quote, ICE was tracking the movements of drivers in cities home to 3 and 4 adults, end quote, and that ICE utilizes surveillance dragnets, utility records, and data collection to track people, including citizens. Just recently, and shortly before publishing this video, ICE shot and killed a 37-year-old American citizen in Minneapolis. ICE had deployed 2,000 agents to Minnesota a few days prior in the, quote, largest immigration operation ever, end quote. As part of the operation, the Department of Homeland Security said it had arrested more than 1,000 people in Minnesota. After the killing, the Minneapolis mayor had a message for ICE.
To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here.
Now, this is highly relevant to the topic today. ICE is an agency that claims to be dedicated to immigration enforcement. They are actively deploying technology against American citizens born in the United States to surveil them. So these are people who shouldn't even really fall under ICE. ICE has arrested and detained hundreds of people, including more than 170 U.S. citizens, according to ProPublica. Palantir has profited from ICE contracts for years, including multiple multi-million-dollar deals within the last year, according to documents on the Federal Procurement Data System. However, ICE is just one of many federal agencies that work with Palantir. Other agencies include the Army, FBI, Air Force, National Institutes of Health, IRS, and U.S. Special Operations Command.
Altrin, I've heard that.
According to USAspending.gov, the federal government has awarded $3.6 billion to Palantir, with the Department of Defense as the top bankroller. The Department of Homeland Security, which also includes ICE, has spent the third most with Palantir. The company also recently landed a $10 billion contract through 2035 with the Army. In its last quarterly SEC filing, Palantir reported that 55% of its revenue came from government sources for the 9 months that ended on September 30th, 2025, and 73% of Palantir's revenue came from U.S. customers. The U.S. government is Palantir's sugar daddy, and maybe that makes sense why NVIDIA is cozying up to them. The two have spent a lot of time courting the U.S. government. So looping that back in too, Eunice said, we have a right to question the government, which wasn't really what we were doing, but okay. And as we said before, we see Palantir as an extension of the government. So accepting his invitation to question the government, Palantir makes millions of dollars from U.S. government and taxpayer dollars. Palantir may want to change its public perception to be seen more positively, which seemingly is why it now calls itself a lifestyle brand through the words of Eliano Yunus himself. But selling merchandise won't be able to whitewash how its technology is used for surveillance and for targeting. And Palantir's tagline is, quote, software that dominates, end quote. And we told Palantir that we'd arrange a time to meet with them. We have an email out now to Palantir's PR team. Check your inboxes, please, to arrange a visit. And as we said, all of our conversations with Palantir will be treated as on record, and we will share the information with you. Palantir, when you're watching this, let's be 100% fucking clear. Not a single goddamn thing will be off record, all right? All of it is on record. As a closing point, we'd like to formally enter into Palantir's video editing competition. On December 2nd, Eliano strategically tweeted that people good at creating and editing videos would receive some free Palantir Fit for the best 45-second cut of a Palantir Carp edit. Now, we're good at creating and editing videos, so here's our attempt at it.
We stand for the rule of law.
I had all sorts of fantasies of using drone-enabled technology to exact revenge.
We are highly ethical, but don't believe us on that.
Well, I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
We are very comfortable being unpopular. You know, you're unpopular. It's not pleasant. You're not going to like it. I don't like it, actually.
Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
Not only was the patriotism right, the patriotism make you rich.
I don't think in win-lose. I think in domination.
I am as obnoxious in private as I am with you.
Eliano Yunus originally declined being on camera before we pushed, at which point he accepted on behalf of Palantir. We won't hold the initial declination against him, and from one merch guy of strategic engagement to another, we'll even offer him a surveillance-free GM t-shirt when we visit. So, That's the plan. We'll be in touch with Palantir if they respond, if they were serious about their invitation the second time they responded. But this is the company that responded to us. The fact that Palantir responded to us is still baffling to me, but here we are. We're looking forward to learning more about them. And as always, you can support us directly on store.gamersnexus.net as part of our AI Dystopia series of video coverage. We have reports on this company's
This is some
partnership
shit,
with
guys.
NVIDIA previously. That's the one they were sensitive about and responded to very defensively. And you can support us also by subscribing or going to patreon.com/gamersnexus. Thanks for watching. We'll see you all next time.
Wow. That was some shit. Well, I didn't know anything about that before today, but now... now I know things. You think their logo's inspired for it? Let's see what their logo is. I didn't even notice it. Yeah, you're right. That does look like the Eye of Sauron. Sitting atop the mountain there. Holy shit. AI-powered automation for every decision. They don't seem to be shying away from it here on their website. Stop developing from the guillotine. That's funny, citizen. Yeah. Kind of crazy, you know? I mean, you think back and like... there's always been... class divide, obviously, and the people with the wealth and power have always exerted control over those without it. But I think like that control has never been super scalable. You know what I mean? Like they were always forced to face the fact that they couldn't micromanage everybody at all times of every day, and I do wonder like if technology will change that. It's interesting. Obviously the people need to make sure that doesn't happen, but it's going to be an uphill battle. I tend to think in scale, and so that's the way I kind of think of the problem. I don't know. What do you guys think? Chrome Dome 100% it can. That's the whole point of the Palantir platform, but scarcely the Palantir stuff isn't that different from what anyone can build with AI, and carrying deep tech, yeah, you're not wrong there. It's crazy how AI is changing the equation of effort. You know that crap is not working properly, and they've just been hyping it up to pump their stock. 100%. I mean, look at the railroad barons. When workers wanted better wages, they just sent a rail car with machine guns, or the company stores, and paid it in company money. That's what I'm talking about, man. And it goes back even further than that. I mean, you know, go back to Rome or England or any of these places. Problem with all types is they're not capable of doing things themselves and rely on those that can. Yeah, so now you know why I said Discord Persona Planetary link was scary. Yeah, I mean, dude, that's a whole nother level of the Discord thing that I go back to. I'm very happy I started building a replacement for it when I did. The sooner I can get off it, the better. Project Gnome unnecessary. How paranoid do you need to watching everyone 24/7? Most of us are boring AF. Project Gnome, I hear you, but like, it's not about observation. It's about control. You know what I mean? Pretty sure bad things will be manufactured to happen by controlling parties in order to persuade public opinion. Dude, I already feel like that's happening, Zero. Like, there's sometimes where like the stuff coming out is so egregious that I'm just like, were they actually dumb enough to do that? Or is somebody setting it up so that we believe they did that? You know? Like, it goes both ways. Like, I don't know. There was a what if bet a few years ago with micro drones. What could use internet to freak and smoke people? Jesus. Yeah, I'm sure that. I mean, that's right around the corner. If it's not already here. He was talking about wrong things on social media, targeting people. Again, as someone who has actually used their platform, it is very good. The key at is that it makes some very, very advanced DB functionality, data pipelines, etc., accessible to people that aren't that technical. The PR guy is clearly a moron, though. Yeah. Morons can sell Tandy computers. Unfortunately, there's no degree of stupidity you can ascribe to billionaires that isn't degrading enough. Crazy. Killer Drones short film? Yeah. I don't know, man. What is their platform? Chrome. I mean, aside from the surveillance shit and everything they're doing, like, if you've used it, I'm assuming that they have a, like a corporate offering. Is it just a fancy database? Their website isn't much better than the PR guy. I don't know how to freaking navigate this shit. Like, where is products? It's almost like a low-code AI-enabled application development platform with heavy emphasis on huge data sets. Interesting. People who bought their Tandy PCs weren't bad people. That's an amazing quote. They just didn't have the time to really understand that tech, and they were getting the best deal. Yeah, I mean, you're spot on, Zero. Doesn't mean the Tandy PC was terrible, but the customer is none the wiser. Yeah. Imagine Microsoft Power BI for world domination. Interesting. I haven't heard the Power BI term in a long time. Rock built me a website, first try, no mistakes. Happy to talk about it at length. The ontology concepts in particular is useful in general app development. Interesting. Yeah, we'll have to chat about it, man. This is my first time looking at any of this stuff. Has its own language. Loopy, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Not just spreadsheets anymore, it's cameras, photos, your ATM transactions. Interesting. I mean, the technologist in me is interested in how this all works, for sure. Training videos are funny in an insidious way. Like they talk about supply chain scenarios where your sneaker warehouse burns down and how you can set it up to make sure next time your factory burns down, you can adapt to it automatically. Which is like what business scenarios. Oh, this was built for the army, yeah. What business scenario is this? Oh my gosh. Data lakes with AI search engine. Yeah, but there seems to be some logic component too. Or some logic component to it too, Altrum, like, seems to be more than just reporting, right? It looks like it could be reactive. World would be a better place with the Adams family running it. Yeah. Yeah, segue. I meant to ask, where's our Ashes guy? Where's this, I heard there was more drama today, just hours ago. I just want to get to this guy's YouTube page. How do I do that? I hate that it plays embedded.
That's my room?
Yeah, it's next to mine. And watch.
You as a person appears in many data sources. I can link them all together or take a piece and trace back to something connected to you. That's crazy.
And look, here's the yard.
Oh, we could have a trampoline.
Still no.
Oh, Mom, what about your garden?
Oh, we'll plant it together. Just like before.
There we go. This is the page. Employees speak out 4 hours ago. Holy shit. Let's watch this shit. Wait, Steven? Oh, he wasn't actually on the stream, was he? Like, Steven wasn't on the... Steven, this was the one. I think I saw a little bit of this when Steven was just typing in chat, right? Oh boy. Let's see what the employees have to say. This shit's crazy.
The extent to which we were blind to all of this cannot be overstated. We have developers who could not make their rent and are living out of their cars right now. Families who have no insurance to pay for critical life-saving treatments and other medical expenses.
And I was like, okay, what else? And he's like, you know, we're going to be flying to Vegas. And I'm like, when are you flying to Vegas?
Is the volume okay, guys?
You know, I'm like, how old are you? And that's when he says he's 17.
Hello everyone, in this long overdue video, we are going to finally be listening to the most vulnerable party mired in all of this legal chaos surrounding the abrupt dissolution of Ashes of Creation and Intrepid Studios. So far in my videos, we've gained a glimpse into the investor side, we've heard from the volunteer moderators, and we've of course heard from the player community that have been eagerly awaiting the next so-called World of Warcraft. Who we haven't heard from yet, and who we should really be listening to at this point, are those who actually worked for Intrepid Studios and its now elusive founder, Stephen Sharif, who recently filed a counter lawsuit. Artists, writers, programmers, engineers, community managers, and so many more are integral to the production of the games we often enjoy, and in the case of Ashes of Creation, it was no different despite the alleged fraudulent aspects of the project. As of the publication of this video, no employee have yet been compensated for PTO or paid their wages, and several lawsuits have been formed by employees due to violations of the Warren Act. What will follow are the statements and experiences shared with me by people who had interacted with Stephen Sharif long before Ashes of Creation formed, in addition to former employees who filled a wide range of positions at different points in time. Their identities have been verified and details have been corroborated that were previously unknown in the public sphere. I will of course not include things said off the record. While a couple former employees have stated they don't care if I share their identities, many more have requested anonymity. Ultimately, I've decided to make all former Intrepid employees anonymous for several reasons. First, due to ongoing lawsuits, anonymity is going to be a necessity, especially when sensitive topics are brought into the foray. Second, I feel this tension where things are going to be a little weird, where former developers associated with Intrepid Studios who had no idea what was going on about any of the allegations may be targeted because emotions are running high right now. And I think letting one or two people stick out in a sea of anonymous faces paints an even bigger target on them. Third, I don't want former staffers being affected by this video for their employment prospects in the future. As someone who's been personally threatened in the past by a game development corpo that the gaming industry is small, and me not staying put in my place would prevent future work, I don't want any possibility of that happening to people who are now stuck in a situation they never asked for and in an industry where being hired right now is seemingly impossible. Employee A says, one thing we haven't seen mentioned anywhere yet was that Intrepid employed a personal chef who cooked for Steven and John 3 meals a day from their home. We were told the chef would eventually come into the office and cook free lunch and breakfast every day for the team. Needless to say, that never happened. We were told it was a permit issue with the building, having to put in a commercial kitchen, but it would eventually get fixed. While I was able to independently verify the identity of the chef and also confirm that the chef does claim work at Intrepid Studios Incorporated as a full-time culinary director for over 2 years, I was unable to reach out to the chef for any comments. Employee B declined to answer most questions, but mentioned and showed a screenshot of a layoff email that all the Intrepid Studios employees received from what some have said is a mysterious sender. The email reads, "Dear team, This is a difficult message to send, and we recognize how unsettling it may be to receive. Due to the company's current financial condition, Intrepid Studios is providing this notice pursuant to the Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification Act. This notice is being issued to all employees as a precautionary measure while the company evaluates next steps. At this time, no final decisions have been made regarding which positions may be impacted. A portion of the team may be asked to continue working as the company evaluates operational and financial alternatives. Others may be affected by a reduction in force if the company is unable to move forward in its current form. Employees who are impacted will be notified directly with additional information. With respect to compensation, payroll scheduled for February 1st, 2026 cannot be processed at this time due to the company's current financial condition. The company is reviewing its obligations and options and will share updates as soon as possible. Regarding benefits, company-sponsored health insurance coverage may be affected by changes in employment status. Information regarding benefit continuation options, including COBRA, is expected to be provided by the plan administrator early next week. That information may include important timing considerations, and we encourage you to review it carefully once received. Any available options, costs, and deadlines will be outlined directly by the plan administrator. We know this communication creates uncertainty and concern, especially for you and your families. While we are limited in what we can share or commit to at this time, we wanted to communicate as promptly and transparently as possible. We'll provide additional information as decisions are made and circumstances evolve. Thank you for the work, dedication, and care you have given to the studio and to Ashes of Creation. We recognize how difficult this moment is and do not take it lightly. For some additional context, the name of the sender is Nihil.
Holy shit, dude. Just getting that letter. Like, everything's being shut down, you're all getting let go, and by the way, we can't even get your last paycheck. What a freaking slap.
Key. These are words in Latin that means he says nothing. It's a common legal term as well that refers to a party that fails to respond to judicial summons.
What was the date of the email? I don't know if it had it on there. Let me see. We're at 5:13 right now. Yeah, I don't know. It just says 1 hour ago up here, so they screenshotted it like right after.
Term as well that refers to a party that fails to respond to judicial summons. According to employee C, another email was sent out after this one from the same sender that spouted more of the typical HR assurances, and the sender elaborated that funds from Steam could have allowed the payroll to be processed had the funds suddenly not been held. Employee D says, "It was clear to me that Steven Sharif had never ran a business with employees before. He was extremely sensitive about anybody disagreeing with him publicly or even in lead developer meetings. He never seemed to be in office or available much of the time. He and his husband John would also disappear for weeks on end. An entire month could go by before anyone in the studio even heard from him. Nobody was allowed to do anything or make decisions without his blessing, under fear of termination. Steven was also very emotional. He cried when employees quit because he took it very personally. He told us he couldn't eat or sleep when employees quit." Employee E declined an interview but said, "The extent to which we were blind to all of this cannot be overstated." Employee F says, "It felt like a kid playing house. Steven was playing game dev. He had an air of arrogance as if he was a game developer, but in actuality, seemed to know nothing. He would ask and do things that made some people question him in private. Everyone would start working on one part of the game, and then resources would shift at the last moment from that one part of the game to an entirely new part. He was the boss, so everyone sort of accepted it and went with the flow. He also was the kind of person that went to extreme lengths to make sure he was liked by everybody. I would say even at that time, he fooled a lot of people. Ashes of Creation Apocalypse was a bizarre decision. Everybody was confused by the new direction to a battle royale. I was certainly confused by his statements of it being a testing ground, and later some of us who had quit theorized Steven was trying to collect data for other projects, since he seemed like the kind of guy who had a finger in every honeypot." Employee G says,
"What's interesting is that if this is true and he's mismanaging the company, like he's gone for weeks at a time, nobody can make decisions, like everything's blocked, how did the game get to the level of readiness and polish that it did? Because if you compare Ashes of Creation to, say, PAX Day, for example, Ashes of Creation was so much further along in its systems and implementation by the time it hit early access on Steam that, like, there was a lot of meat to it, right? Like, now, you didn't have all the polish, but there was a lot of meat on those bones. I mean, everything from the fishing system to the caravanning system to the cargo and the town systems and, like, everything. I mean, yeah, exactly. Dedicated devs. It's it's surprising to me that they excelled in such an environment.
It is true that payroll was missed a few times. Our payroll ran the third and
barely 10% complete after over 10 years. I don't think that's true, Catalyst. I think it was far more than 10% complete. The world was mostly done. The systems like town ownership and all that stuff was in large part there. The caravan system, the boating and fishing, like there was a lot of shit there. The combat felt smooth. The combat was fun. The character trees were there. Obviously, you were only level 25, but like, I don't know, man. I compare that to a release game, and there was more stuff there than most release games have. Work was done, but in maybe some wrong directions, and it looks like they're at waste also in the process. Probably could have had more done if Steven. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I imagine with better leadership, there would have been more done, more focus, more less detours, but still, the quality of the product, if the leadership was this bad, still impresses me. They must have had some really, really talented engineers on staff.
17th each month. Steven did state he was trying his best to make payroll by liquidating his own crypto, and we never got our bonuses for the alpha launch. It's not true that any project leads resigned, contrary to what Steven's recent claims imply. Only a few directors resigned, which makes me very suspicious of the directors who did. As for the emails from Nihil Dikit, I don't recognize who their sender is, and I think whoever that is a creative asshole. Perhaps someone making a run to a country without an extradition treaty would send that. To me, that unknown sender is very unprofessional. Also, according to a recent counter lawsuit, Steven said he resigned around the 19th. He told us he resigned around the 28th. I believe these dates to be significant. Employee H says, a red flag to me that hinted I needed to start looking for other employment was when the news broke about the $850,000 in unpaid Satan Systems cloud fees. I just want to let the community, the players, know something. We were passionate about Ashes. We are just as devastated and disappointed as they are. We put our heart and souls into that game and never thought at any moment it was a scam. The fallout has been severe. We have developers who could not make their rent and are living out of their cars right now. Families who have no insurance to pay for critical life-saving treatments and other medical expenses. The devs have self-organized and created a help network, how to get food, legal help, mental help, job options, and so on. I've never seen anything like this before. Right now, at this very moment, there are 136 developers in this network. Over 200 were laid off.
That's freaking heart-wrenching, man.
Moment, there are 136 developers in this network. Over 200 were laid off. I also want to get
best case scenario, someone can buy what exists for pennies on the dollar from whoever ends up owning the debt and revise it, but it's going to take a while and could be torpedoed by someone like Steven continuing to be greedy. Yeah, no doubt, Crow. I mean, that's what I said the moment the news broke. That's what I hoped would happen. Yeah, this is a freaking mess.
Set the record straight. These are not unqualified.
It's just, it's crazy. Like I have, oh, dude, it's crazy.
Qualified developers. They are not out of touch with modern game technology. They made Ashes what it is now, despite all the bullshit we were forced into doing, like constant scope changes, grandiose pot fuel ideas dreamed up by Steven, dealing with this never-ending dog and pony shows we called the live streams. We truly had some incredible talent. It's unfair for the community to be so critical of the actual workers. These are devs from Infinity Ward, Blizzard, Gearbox, Sony, and other massive AAA studios. We were very selective with our hires. Did we have average devs? Sure. So does every big studio. The truth is, if we knew from the beginning what the actual financial situation was, we could have scoped out an actual plan. We were told we had virtually unlimited resources. The Battle Royale was an epic waste of time and money and took a massive advantage of investors who were utterly clueless to game development. The reality was, Ashes was a multitude of games. It was a Navy game, a flight simulator, Battle Royale, siege mode game, medieval.
This is what I'm talking about. Like the number of systems in the game were pretty staggering. And I talked about this before when we were talking about like game complexity and all that stuff. And like Ashes was one of the more complex games I've ever seen, just from a systems and interface and user interface and any number of metrics. Basically, any way you can measure it, it was a very complex game. It was a big undertaking, and it's like they said at the beginning of this, like they made Ashes what it is now, despite all the bullshit we were forced into doing, like constant scope, blah blah blah. Right? Like, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like, how did they achieve what they achieved in spite of what sounds like just terrible, terrible leadership? So reinforces the point they're trying to make here, that they did have some very high quality devs on staff. One thing I'll say is, like, they're calling the live streams dog and pony shows. I think the live streams were good from a community building standpoint. Like, I enjoyed those as a member of the Ashes community, but it's very possible that internally they were just a clusterfuck. Yeah, unlimited resources. Like, that should be a flag for anybody, right? Yeah, I mean, he did screw him. If it was built on a better foundation, it would have been a great game, without a doubt. I mean, it was shaping up to be a great game. Even with the freaking bullshit it had to emerge through, like, maybe SIG can hire their UI team. Very not thrilled with the EVE UI progress. I mean, that'd be great. I said, like, shortly after this went down, like, there's a few opportunities for someone to make a really good splash here, right? Like, it could be CIG, it could be Mainframe. Like, some other indie studio should really be reaching out and helping to get these people positions. Like, that would be such an amazing opportunity to earn some goodwill from the overall gaming community. I can't believe somebody hasn't done it yet. Yeah, I mean, CIG's income stream is definitely crucial to allowing that game to exist, and it's something that Ass has just never got. Live streams were cool until you got your hands on it, and it was nothing like what you had seen. Yeah, well, that's a totally different thing. Probably a big reason why SIG stopped interviewing most low-level employees and mostly involves management and community vids now. Freeholds, prime example. Yeah, I never even got my hands on those. Rollo, I think I saw a video recently showing how companies like Tencent are basically destroying the gaming industry. That would be an interesting video to watch, Zero. Oh God, don't give CIG marketing any more ideas for some cross-branded goodwill campaign selling ships. No, I'm talking about giving these people jobs, Chrome. That's what we need. Like, I mean, hell, Mainframe could use some devs. It'd be great if they could get even one or two of them a job, you know what I mean? And SIG, shit. Sadly, I don't see that happening with so many studios shutting down and laying off right now. Yeah. They're hiring developers for pennies on the dollar overseas. Yeah, but that overseas development thing, I don't know, man. I really think that we might see that diminished with AI, but we'll see. Things are dark right now. Yeah, it's sad. No one got their hands on freeholds? Okay, well, I didn't know that. This video is specific to this topic, Carla? Yeah. I'd like to watch it.
Simulator and more. Employee I told me I was not aware of any of the allegations. There were plenty of strange things. I knew we would need to do layoffs of our staff in December. It was strange that I never saw the directors, no formal presentations or demos. In January, Steven became almost unreachable. He was usually active on the project, and we would meet with him and the other senior staff daily. He explained he was negotiating with the board and was very busy. This carried on until the 28th of January, where he told us first he was going to resign. He explained it was his health and sketchy board mandates that he believed were illegal. As for the existence of the board, I was not personally aware of a board existing until late October or maybe November. I used to brag in interviews that we were independent with no board of directors. It was a complete surprise to me. Steven would often play Magic the Gathering with the team on Thursdays after work and would order food for 10 to 15 developers. He was friendly, fun to work with, and treated us like a family. He was not a type A personality. On the professional level, he was more difficult and would often force us to change scope estimates, would introduce wild scope changes, or dream up extremely ambitious designs that were honestly just not feasible to do unless we had unlimited time and money. To many of us, Steven was a friend. We would tease him often that we do things the intrepid way, not the game dev way, so it made it insanely difficult to manage and ensure we hit deliverables. As for John, he was quiet. I've talked to him on multiple occasions. He is fairly religious, and you see he cares for Steven a lot. He really didn't do much at work. Like, nothing really. He didn't seem interested in game development. Our culture was family oriented, and we did work hard to remove toxic employees. We worked long hours, had potlucks, game nights, and would attend social meetings after work. Once the studio started to go more remote, much of this stopped. It was a very good studio to work for outside of the occasional hiccups with payroll, which I now understand was not quite that. To my knowledge, bonuses kept getting delayed for things like the alpha launch. It was enough that we pulled Steven aside to tell him we would start losing staff if we don't pay up soon. Employee J says, I, alongside others,
I wonder if they paid out any bonuses ever.
Come. At first, we would get paid on time. Slowly but surely though, payments began to come in late, and then not at all. The CFO John Moore would stop responding to inquiries and emails, dodging payroll questions. I personally went a month or more without payment at least once, and some of us had to confront John Moore on when we would get paid. Steven and John acted like everything was good and would cheerfully say that the pay would come. A lot of times, especially during in-person meetings at the workplace, there was a bizarre tension in the air as many people seemingly turned a blind eye to the questionable decisions Steven would make, and they probably turned a blind eye because they were convinced by Steven he was a billionaire gamer.
So they were having trouble meeting payroll like all along. When we were looking at those text messages, it sounded to me like Steven kept making the case that like if they missed one payroll, like everything was going to go to shit. But it sounds like they've missed far more than one.
Employees K and L tell me, John Moore did seem to manage a lot of the financials for the company, along with stocking the office with basic supplies, snacks, and water. He seemed more like an office manager than a CFO. If there was a new expense that was needed, like software, we had to track John down and ask him to provide his credit card for it. We can confirm that there were outside accounting firms, along with an outside law firm. Steven later said John had a team of accountants working under him. Despite hiring an outside law firm, Steven would regularly ignore the advice of the attorneys, saying that the company didn't have to listen to them. Employee M states, Steven loved hanging out with people in the game. They played Magic the Gathering regularly at the office, and we had poker nights in the cafeteria. Steven matched the poker prize pool once, as I recall. We had monthly potlucks organized by Margaret, and he usually attended. We even had movie watching parties for all of the employees at Sinopolis and their significant others and kids. Steven and John dressed as Santa and his elf at the holiday events and handed out gifts to the kids who attended. They loved doing stuff like that. Steven also hosted D&D nights at his home sometimes. Steven sometimes took people to Las Vegas as well. I recall one time, they all came back into the office with COVID after a long weekend in Vegas. On another note,
why would they come into the office with
said
COVID?
He was
Jesus.
a gaming friend of Steven's he knew from some game they played together. He was hired and a job was created for him, specifically because Steven wanted to hire his friend. When Tom went remote to be with his wife in a different state, Steven moved him to the QA team, where I heard he was apparently the highest paid person in QA by almost double. Employee N tells me, I personally didn't know anything about Intrepid's financial situation.
A whole lot of taking care of our friends here.
Or about any talks regarding funding. Looking back, there were two things that felt like warning signs to me, though this is just my opinion. The first was the launch of the paid cosmetics store. There was a reasonable explanation for it. Starting work on the shop early would allow it to be fully tested before the game officially launched. Still, I couldn't help but wonder if we were short of money and needed microtransaction sales to stay afloat. The second warning sign was a sudden push to release the game in early access on Steam. I think this surprised almost everyone on the team. Around that time was also the first time I remember hearing about a board of directors, and it seemed like the Steam launch was something they wanted.
All right, so it's not just us that were surprised by the early access on Steam launch. I remember talking to Nash. I'm like, can you believe they're doing this? Like, this came out of nowhere. So it was us and the devs surprised by this. Wow. Looking back, there were two things that felt like warning signs to me, though this is just my opinion. The first was the launch of the paid cosmetics store. There was a reasonable explanation for it. Starting work on the shop early would allow it to be fully tested before the game officially launched. I mean, I think that's one of the smarter things they could have done. I think they needed to have microtransactions much earlier in the process. They really needed to be working on a way to fund this game without the investors. They just never did that. Like I said, they put all this work into doing this the shittiest way possible, and all that work could have set them up for a sustainable future, during which time, again, I go back to like all this shitty stuff that Steven has done. We would have never heard about any of it if he successfully launched this game. Had he put the work into doing something that was sustainable, something that could deliver, then all that taking care of his friends and doubling his friends' salaries and letting people go work off and freaking like all that shit he was doing, we would have never heard a peep about it. And he just launched the game successfully. Yeah, huge red flag for everyone, exactly. I said all along they needed a way for people to put money in, exactly, yeah. They did not act like for a company struggling money, no doubt. Yeah. You're right, it wasn't enough.
My personal interpretation was that Steven, who we were told was funding Intrepid with his own money, might have been running low on funds. I thought the Steam launch could have been an attempt to show the game's sales potential, raise more capital, and buy the company some time. I don't recall specific dates, but I believe we had payroll arrive a day or two late a couple of times during 2025. There was also the matter of the Alpha 2 launch bonuses that kept getting promised and then delayed. We were told at one point to expect them before Christmas, but then as we approached that week, they were delayed again. Upon returning to work in January, we were promised they would be in the February 3rd paychecks, but we know how that turned out. I personally never heard anything about Steven liquidating crypto. Doesn't mean he didn't, but I didn't know about it. Employee O tells me, Steven was often a lot like the guy in the live streams. If live stream Steven was a 10 out of 10 positivity and energy, I'd say that day-to-day Steven was often about an 8 out of 10 of the same. He certainly had a serious side that would come out if he didn't like the way something was going, but I think he wanted Ashes to be great. As for John Moore, I never met him, so I can't say anything about him. I wasn't aware of a board of directors existing until we started on the Steam Early Access launch, and even then, we didn't really get any info other than, paraphrasing here, make sure this launches and let Steven and company worry about the money stuff. We'll give everyone more info when the time is right. Nothing specifically about the board ever came up again from what I recall until Steven's resignation message that we received on Friday, January 30th. As for the person called Nihil Dikit who sent the layoff notice via email, it's clearly not a real name. I wondered if it was an Intrepid employee who was told to send the emails and chose to use a fake name as a quiet protest. If it actually came from someone on the board, that seems like a strange decision. There may have been a few other emails from the same sender. Personally, I think the situation should have been handled differently. I would have preferred that the board or someone representing them spoke to us directly in person. Overall, I don't think it was handled well. Employee P states to me, most employees, except maybe a small group close to Steven, and I don't think Margaret was part of that group, believed Intrepid was a passion project. We thought Steven was paying for it himself because he loved ArcAge and had enough money to make it happen. We were told many times that Intrepid was special because Steven didn't answer to investors. There was supposedly no board pushing us in other directions. The focus was simply to make the best game possible. The team fully believed us. We never had investor milestone reviews or flashy presentations for investors. The only people we felt accountable to were the community. If you followed Ashes of Creation's development, development. You know, live stream demos and feature roadmaps were a big part of that. At the time, I told myself those live streams were mainly for Steven, to show what players liked, what they didn't, and to help all of us make a better game. Now, I'm not so sure. If Steven wasn't fully funding development himself and was instead raising money along the way, then those live streams could also have been used to attract more funding. I believe Steven really does love ArcAge and wanted to create an MMO that would excite that audience and bring in new players. I don't think Ashes of Creation started as a scam. I believe he truly intended to launch the game. I also know that
I don't think Ashes of Creation ever was a scam. I think the business model was... I don't know. The project definitely was not a scam. How it was operated was... it was just completely mismanaged.
the team took feedback seriously from the live streams, the PTR, bug reports, the forums, Discord, and Reddit. We had people tracking major issues every day to make sure they were seen. The team honestly believed we were building momentum toward a real launch. The game wasn't at our quality bar yet, but we had plans to get there. What happened at the end and why is still unclear to me. Why blow it all up so near to the finish line? I don't know how this will resolve or how long it.
That's what I'm saying. So near to the finish line. Like, if you were in playing the the early access launch on Steam, like, the game was feeling good. I mean, the performance was way higher than it was in the earlier phases. A lot of that jank and lag and rubber banding that you were seeing, like, was gone. Like, you were starting to feel the polish. And again, a lot of the systems were coming online. Like, it wasn't all there, of course, but, like, damn, it felt close. I mean, it felt like a game that was probably 2 to 3 years out, you know, not a 10-year out game.
It may take to do so.
Yeah, it definitely took his ball home.
A lot of hardworking people were treated unfairly. I'm also really disappointed for the Ashes community. You shared this journey with us. You spent time in our world that you could have spent elsewhere. You spent money to support us when you could have spent that money elsewhere. You shared your ideas and criticisms with us to help make a better game for everyone when you could have not bothered. But you cared. You dreamt the same dream we all did. I wish we had been able to come true for all of you. And I know the rest of the development team feels the same.
Sad, man.
Q shares with me. All the employees, every single one of them, are passionate gamers. Many are industry veterans and experts in their fields. None of them deserve what happened to them, and to be terminated without warning or a final paycheck, and none are responsible for this mess? We all drank the Kool-Aid and thought we were making the next big cool thing. At this point in our conversation, Employee O shows me an image. We were promised everything under the sun for our dedication and loyalty. Steven thought he could buy loyalty by promising 300% bonuses annually. He only rented it short term. This chart was shared at a town hall meeting in Intrepid where they explained how bonuses would work post-game launch. A few other people can confirm this. Employee R tells me, I was not aware of any bona fide allegations, but it was clear that things didn't add up if you opened your eyes and used your brain. We know there was a list of vendors and contractors whose payments were late or never made. Some of us saw this list ourselves, and it always felt like Steven and John were deflecting one external crisis after another. He would describe on his live streams the state of certain features in the game being far more developed than they actually were. Rather than show gameplay, he'd rant about plans and ideas. In the early days, even the Apocalypse effort claimed it was strictly a testing ground for Ashes, and the team spent something like 2 or 3 months working on it. Bullshit. Everyone there knew damn well that was closer to a year, maybe more, on development of nothing but Apocalypse, which, by the way, was a completely separate, unreal project than Ashes. He's full of shit. At work, Steven was more concerned with power versus productivity and collaboration. He has absolutely...
Like, what the hell? That's one thing that I'm just like, what possessed them to do that? Like, I don't even understand. Like, even if you're looking at this from like a nefarious angle, or like what was the motivation to put out Apocalypse? If CIG does one thing right, it's they don't shy away from the fact that they need money to make the game they're working on. Yeah, exactly. It's intertwined. Like, it's Fortnite? Is that what it was? Tied to investor money begging? Yeah. Say, hey, look, Fortnite is the biggest game in the land and we can put out something similar. Yeah. Battle Royale was taken off. Got it. That makes sense.
Absolutely zero leadership skills, like none. He's focused on control, controlling timing, decisions, money, and carefully crafted his words, especially when live streaming. Steven relied on his charm, but I don't think he understands how transparent he is as a person. In general, he strikes me as someone who's used to dealing with unsophisticated or uneducated people. John was rarely at the studio, and when he was, I never heard him say a single word. He was probably preoccupied signing in and out of his different bank accounts. In my opinion, Intrepid was doomed from the start because Steven has control issues, controlling the narrative, decision-making, timing, and direction. He felt he knew best at all times, even though he had a room full of actual game developers. This created a culture of apathy, complacency, and uninspired busy work for many. Did many of these developers love and wanted to make a game? Yes, of course. Were there a considerable amount of developers there who thought Intrepid and Steven was a complete joke? Most definitely. Still had to smile and say, "That's great, Steven. Sounds like a plan." I was never aware of the existence of a board, but I also never believed Steven when he said he's funding the project by himself. He wasted too much time, resources, and pivoted too often for that to make any sense. Who the hell says, "Hey, you know what would be fun? How about I spend 10 years dumping my own money into a project that hasn't shipped and plays like it's been in development for 2 years?" There had to be a catch, and believe me when I tell you, every last person in that studio knew it didn't make sense. I honestly thought the entire company was a ploy to gather player data they can sell or use in his next MLM scheme or something. I don't believe he ever actually wanted to ship a game. Instead, I think one day he had an epiphany where he could use his experience from playing games to conjure up as much money as possible to make the biggest game ever. He knew all the buzzwords, laid the charm on thick, and it feels like his main objective was to keep kicking the can down the road as far as possible until one day, poof, gone. Who the hell has Alpha 1, Alpha 2, Alpha 3, Beta 1, Beta 2? The guy is just making fake milestones up as he goes. I hope the community members and the folks who put money into this project will think twice about making purchases based on promises in the future. The testimonies of the former employees make it clear that there were at bare minimum a lot of red flags, and perhaps those red flags were glossed over by the many reassurances of the head honcho Steven Sharif, who seemed to have no problem not being entirely transparent in regards to the finances of the company with those who he called his work family. It was
I know, that's what I was thinking. Like the Alpha 1, 2, 3 and Beta 1, 2, that actually didn't cause any alarm for me. Like, kind of made sense. Oh, he sold the house? Gotcha. Board shares blame for not providing oversight. That is literally the role of the board. Yeah, like, I feel like both sides are just so guilty in this configuration. Like it feels to me that Steven is completely inexperienced as a leader, and the board members or the investors were completely inexperienced as investors. That's the takeaway for me. Why would you stream your fancy home? Yeah, I don't know. I never understood that. Yeah, the billionaire image. Yeah. Trying to fake it till you make it, I guess. Good at one thing, it was getting investor board members with more money than hands. Yeah. Yeah. True that. Yeah.
It's a bit jarring to talk to former developers who were clearly not at fault for whatever is now happening with Intrepid, and it was especially hard to listen to and read all of the things happening with some of the former Intrepid workers who reached out to me about the circumstances they are now stranded in, including those who had relocated to California of all places for a job that has now vanished out of nowhere. I wanted to learn more about the psychology of the alleged bizarre decisions made by someone who has still refused to accept my repeated requests for an interview in the wake of the news we broke recently and the counter lawsuit filed, painting Steven as the victim and the valiant defender. On one hand, we have someone who seemed very transparent and passionate about the Dream MMO. On the other, we have someone who was incredibly shady, had a penchant for needing to be admired, respected, or at minimum, liked by those he surrounded himself with. A leader, if allegations from TFE Games holding lawsuit and the text messages are to be believed, who embezzled funds and committed tax fraud with a project that rallied so many under its banner. Luckily, two individuals reached out to me from the olden days of the MMO ArcAge, one of whom who had interacted with Stephen Sharif years and years ago. Wyford, an accountant now who used to work in private equity, and the former guildmaster of Europa Network, and his guildmate V, who was willing to corroborate on his former guildmaster's testimony about their experiences with Stephen Sharif, the MMO player, before he had become an MMO maker. So he was paying real money to these people.
Oh shit.
Supposedly. And I contacted this guy, what's the name of the guild? Blackfire Mercs?
Yeah, I believe it was Blackfire Mercs. So, like in ArcAge, it was typical for, because you did these trade runs. So, you know, you would take trade packs and you'd be open to PvP. So it was typical to either hire for in-game money, like Merc guilds to kind of protect you. That's kind of what I thought the White Order was doing, hiring with in-game money, you know, Blackfire Mercs. Later, lo and behold, Wyford kind of told us that, yeah, no, he offered this guy real money.
You know, he's 17 years old, and he's telling me this guy's paying him. I'm like, has he paid you? And he's like, not yet. I'm like, when did he tell you this? 3 weeks ago. And I was like, okay, what else? And he's like, you know, we're going to be flying to Vegas. And I'm like, when are you flying to Vegas? You know, I'm like, how old are you? And that's when he said he's 17. I'm like, he's talking down to everybody else. How about during our engagement, you kind of roll with us, pretend that we're going to fight each other, and then we'll just circle around his galleon and we'll beat the shit out of him. So Steve whispers me in game, and he's like, hey, are you free? And I'm like, yeah, what's up? And he's like, you know, can you jump on my Ventrilo? So he gives me and my first encounter, kind of like those notes that I sent you, I shit you not. But he goes like on top of his lung. He's like, Marines, stand down. And I'm like, what the fuck? And he calls everybody on his Ventrilo. And you can, if you ever get anybody from White Order, they will confirm that he refers to all his members as Marines. And he LARPs. He only wanted 2 people, but then he wouldn't let them speak. It would just be him talking. And he referenced that he wanted the best guild leaders and the best content creators on his White Order team, I guess. Because he wanted to build something. I'm going to give you $100 a week. I'm going to fly you to Vegas. We have something big coming on.
Look at how many people were in this raiding party, man. I miss groups like this.
And then, you know, he goes like, why are you working a 9 to 5 when you literally did what you just did? I'm like, what did I do?
Looks
you know,
like 50
just
people
PvP, that's
in
it.
the
He's
party.
like, yeah, man, but you got someone
I don't see that shit anymore.
And those guys were already working for us. We were gonna pay them. One, I'm in school. I'm not working a 9 to 5.
I wish I played ArcAge at its peak. It looks great.
I don't know what you want from me. Like, what is it that you want out of this? And he's like, I want you to disband your guild, and I want you to come to our side and bring your best players. So I said, well, it's not gonna happen. You know, and it's like I told you from the beginning, that it's like I'm just an ordinary person. Like I'm not into that min-maxing scene.
I remember being on our channel, and Wyford jumped into the Blackfire Mercs channel, and everyone was like, okay, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? And then all of a sudden, you know, Wyford told our guild, we were like, all right, guys, attack White Order. And we, honestly, I was hesitant. I was like, okay, well, they outnumber us. And then all of a sudden, Blackfire Mercs, they turned on White Order, and, you know, we obviously won the battle and everything like that. But later on, when Wyford came back and told us that, yeah, he just offered me to leave you guys, bring the best of you, and he was going to pay me $100 a week and fly me to Vegas with all his other officers. You know, it was, to me and a couple of the other guildies at the time, you know, I'm thinking 11 plus years ago, so excuse my memory. But we were first speechless, and then second, we were just kind of making fun of it.
After Wyford refused Stephen's offer and told him rather bluntly that Stephen could improve his character in life to gain the trust of others, Stephen kicked Wyford mid-sentence, then called Wyford a bundle of sticks, which would later puzzle Wyford when he found out Steven had a husband.
Anytime he saw me, he would call me a peasant. He would call me poor. He would call me a lot of shit. Right? It's like I was like, okay, dude, I don't fucking care.
Wyford and B mentioned in passing another YouTuber who may have had a similar experience to theirs called Neckrage, who was in the guild called Orenthal, and screenshots from Neckrage's YouTube channel say the following. Steven SoCal on May 22nd, 2014 says, "What's up, buddy? I heard you are the top player in Arcage. I checked out some of your videos and you seem like you know what you are doing. I'll get down to the point. I am a billionaire gamer. I don't mean to sound conceited, but it is what it is. I want to sponsor you to play for me. I'll pay you $100 a week if you join my guild as one of my officers. I'll also fly you across the world for clan LAN parties and events and vacations, 5-star resorts, private jets, all expenses paid. In addition, I'll give you bonuses based on performance and contributions in-game to my character. I come from Lineage 2. I love Arcade so far, and I am moving my guild of 200 hardcore PvPers here. If you're interested in this idea, I can give you some particulars in Ventrilo. Let me know. Steven." Neckrage responds, "Hey Steven, thank you so very much for your donation and your offer. I am sorry to say that although the offer is enticing, I am going to have to turn it down. I am far too dedicated to my guild. They are like a family to me. I wish you the best, and if I could help you in any way without having to leave my guild, I would be happy to do so." Not taking no for an answer, the same day, Steven says, "One last counter offer. At launch, bring your guild into the fold. You will hold a leadership position within the clan, but answer to me as the clan leader. You will serve as my officer and yet continue to lead your people. I will pay you $200 a week and you'll come on trips, etc. We have several major achievements that we want to be first in NA and EU live servers to achieve. Mansion, Black Pearl, Castle, Nation. Consider this. You won't find it from anyone else." Smiley winky face. Neckrage again responds, "It's really flattering, Steven, but I am going to have to pass on the offer. I don't do what I do for money. I do it for my family, my guild. I wish you the best of luck in all that you do." To gain a better understanding of what happened behind the scenes from another angle, I also reached out to iDream Sky, a Chinese publisher that has been marked as an important subject in text messages shared with us by Jason Karamanis, an early Ashes of Creation investor. Stephen Sharif has purportedly signed a contract with iDream Sky.
I was thinking the same thing, Chrome. I'm a billionaire. I'm going to pay you $100 a week. Like, if you really wanted that guy and you were a billionaire, like, dude, pony up.
Securing $60 million in funding over a 5-year period for a 35% revenue share, even taking pictures with iDream Sky representatives and the signing itself.
My God, this is an illness,
apparently fell through at some point, with Steven concluding that the Chinese are the absolute most dogshit culture and people I've ever experienced. iDream Sky, as of the publication of this video, has not responded back with any comments. Other investors, such as Odin in his video, who had met with John Moore and a couple others at Intrepid Studios, would also reach out to me as they were supposed to become investors into Intrepid Studios.
Hey Nefas, how's it going, man? Yeah, I personally look for them. Me being a San Diego resident and part of the Chamber of Commerce in San Diego, there was a talk about this company looking for a new round of investors this upcoming May. And through one of those people that had the information, I was given the physical address of the location for the San Diego studio, which originally, and if you look on Google, was listed as a different place. So for the people that were looking for the information on Google, they would have never found the studio because it was incorrectly listed there. The information was given to me directly from this gentleman. I went to visit the location early January, where one of the Intrepid employees that was out doing a personal transaction mentioned that they were on a closed campus and that only John and Marcus were available at the time, that they were running a skeleton crew, and this was on a midday on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. A Wednesday, yeah, it was a Wednesday. So around 2 p.m., nobody was on the studio. Very skeletal, limited crew, and this was about a week before the entire release of Steven stepping down happened. So since I've been going back, we were in talks with my private equity group to come in and invest into the company. I've invested into other projects before. So through that process, because of the way that California works, especially when you're on a group for investors, there is a 30-day cool-off period for investment trustee transfers to companies so that we can get documents signed, legal, and then our attorneys can make sure that the contracts are completely filed. And in that period, it's when the statement was made of the company closing down.
Wow, he dodged the
Steven
bullet.
completely stepping down as CEO and lead director or whatever he was at the end. And so I was saved by that cool-off period. From what I was told
Yeah.
and given in correspondence, the next round of investors was slated to come out sometime in May. And so I was looking to invest into that. And as any investor would do, I went to do my due diligence, check out the studio itself. I am a gamer, first and foremost, and my business, which you can look it up, leadersmakeleaders.org, doesn't really invest into games. This was just one of those things that I really believed in and was looking into for a project that I wanted to follow. And I said, well, before I get money into this company, let me go look at the studio, let me go find out. And that was it. You know, I kind of left it at that. And again, 2 weeks after my initial visit to Intrepid, then the release of the statement was made that the game was no longer going to be, or not the game, but that the studio was no longer going to be ran by Steven, and therefore everything was collapsing. A lot of the investment rounds and people that they brought in were all word of mouth. As I said, we have a pretty close-knit circle in the San Diego business realm. Chamber of Commerce likes to disseminate information directly. So there was just a conversation that happened about potential investments into companies that were San Diego based, and Intrepid was one of those.
Jason Karamanis also put me in contact with Tim Sharif after claiming on one of my live streams that Steven Sharif had also scammed Tim, his older brother and owner of 310 Nutrition. To give some context, 310 Nutrition was discovered in the first couple of days by many disgruntled Ashes players to have listed Ashes of Creation merchandise. Many thought Tim Sharif was in on the alleged fraud by his brother Steven, and that the merchandise was moved as assets to his brother for safeguarding. However, Jason claims that Steven hoodwinked his own brother, signing a contract and getting money for the merchandise. I reached out to Tim after being connected to him for a statement, but Tim politely declined giving a statement at this time. Just like with the employees, I will not be including things said off the record with Tim. I hope this video is taken just as seriously as the first video I made that broke the dam and released the recent deluge of information. Oftentimes, not even just in the MMO space, but the entire gaming industry, serious workers' rights violations, literal slavery outside the West, and mass layoffs tend to just be glossed over in favor of extravagant breads and circuses that oftentimes do not mention where the bread and entertainers actually come from. I hope that the statements and responses from the former developers and workers of Intrepid Studios finally lays to bed the unwarranted claims without proof of how those in the trenches were involved in the serious allegations leveled against Steven Sharif or the investors. I think the first priority should be the employees who need to get what they are owed so they can continue their survival like the rest of us and also move on from this insane chapter of their careers and lives. I know a video isn't much, nor even putting them in contact with investors at this point during the legal dumpster fire that's commenced, but just like the other videos, I wanted to give people's voices a platform. And I hope you guys share this video with those in the industry and let the information speak for itself.
Damn. Holy shit. Those poor employees, man. I mean, from the moment the news broke, I was just like, my heart went out to the employees. You know, I said from the first moment, like I knew that Steven and the investors were all guilty of something. Just a bunch of sharks chewing on each other, but the real losers here were the developers and the backers. Yeah, this is insane, dude. Like this is the most dramatic bullshit, screwed up shit I have ever witnessed in gaming. I'm sure there's some crazy shit that happens behind closed doors at some of these mega companies, like these mega game makers, like, you know, with Microsoft and all these other places that are laying off all these studios. I'm sure there's some real nasty shit going on there too, but like, something tells me this takes the cake. When is Sq42 coming out? Nobody knows, but I'm assuming towards the end of the year. I guess Star Citizen is our last hope for a solid MMO. Unforward is not a high fantasy genre. And unfortunately, we may be 5 to 10 years further out, finally getting 1.0 and all the systems promised. Corporates are co-opting indie gaming. Oh, sweet. Thank you. I think so, man. I think, no, it's even more sad. Let's say the Ashes assets get sold for pennies on the dollar and some foreign dev finishes making the product and launches and starts making money. None of that money would ever go to the... Yeah, I know. It's not going to go to them. They're not going to get their bonuses. They're not going to get their promised compensation. And if it does go to some foreign... You know, like, it's... The gamers aren't even going to get what they want because it'll probably come out some super... nasty, time-gated, monetized monstrosity. Zero, to your point, like, that's what I've been saying, dude. Like, love or hate Star Citizen, it's it. That's all we got. There's no other, like, surprise MMO around the corner, man. Like, it's Star Citizen's it. Luckily, it just happens to be the everything game, right? Like, they are truly aiming for the everything game. So thank God we got that in flight, because there's nothing else. If you are really looking for a high fantasy MMO, you only have one choice on that too, and that is that's PAX Day. I'm sorry to say it. I know PAX Day is not in the best state. They got a long way to go, but unlike Ashes of Creation, they have seemingly figured out a stable point where the money coming in is funding development. It's just that you know, the development's slow because they don't have a ton of funding, so the number of developers they have on staff is low, so it's going to be a long game for them. But I think if you want a high fantasy MMO, that's really the only thing you have to throw your weight behind. That, or you can cross your fingers and hope really, really hard that the Riot MMO comes to fruition, but I don't expect it to. I think that'll be scrapped. High fantasy on the Star Citizen tech stack, that would be interesting. I'd love to see it. Project Gnome, yeah, I hear you. I mean, if people want to accuse you of things without reason or evidence, there's really nothing you can do to stop them from doing so, but just ignore them. The only closer high fantasy MMOs upcoming are Arch Age Chronicles and Chrono Odyssey. Guild Wars 3 is a back and forth rumor. Yeah, just imagining at this point. I heard Guild Wars 3 was scrapped and canceled. And Chrono Odyssey is an Eastern game. I discredit those immediately just because of the typical monetization model of them. I'm not against monetized games, but the way that Eastern games are typically monetized, I'm just against. Arcade Chronicles, I don't know. Is that Western or Eastern? Co-op at best? Well, there you go. That one's out. That's what I'm saying, guys. There's nothing else. You have PAX Day and Star Citizen, and that's it. There's going to be some great co-op games coming out. Grand Theft Auto 6. Expect that to be co-op. That'll be great. Hopefully we get Light No Fire. That's going to be another co-op game. Yeah, Light No Fire, Chrome. That's going to be co-op. No, Light No Fire is it depends on what you call an MMO, Chrome. Light No Fire is going to be an MMO the same way that Diablo 4 is an MMO, or the other space game. Freaking drawing total mental blank on. What's the other popular space game? Like Star Citizen, but not like Star Citizen. Yeah, No Man's Sky. No, that's not the one I'm thinking of, but it's going to be an MMO like No Man's Sky is an MMO. Yeah, Elite Dangerous, that's it. Yeah. That's what Light No Fire will be like. Exactly. Yeah, they're both kind of MMOs in the same way, where it's really just a lobby game. And there can't be any more than 64 players in your shard at any given time. That's what No Man's Sky will be like. I don't know, it's still 64. We don't know what the count is, but it'll be something like that. So again, I go back to PAX Day and Star Citizen. That's all we got for the next decade or so. So, if you want a new MMO, I'd back one of those two. When you talking Ready Player One? Or was that already done? Yeah, that was already done, Nash. We talked about that at the very beginning. We were talking about... I wasn't really talking about Ready Player One. I was talking about how Chris Roberts, in his Australian panel that they did, made the claim for the first time that I'm aware of is that he is building Ready Player One with Star Citizen. And we talked a little bit about that. Happy to talk about it more. I thought it was worth calling out because I have been kind of saying that's the direction they're headed for some time, like with my video on Star Citizen being the first game for everyone. That was kind of what I was insinuating, and why it's the first game for everyone is just the breadth and the scope of the game. Which is really putting it in that territory, and now with them throwing a lot of weight behind VR and motion platform, like all the stuff they're doing, right? Like they are definitely heading in that direction. It is a bold claim, but it's why, if you go back to the chat I was having with Space Tomato, like I told him when he asked me the answer, I said that it is my strong belief that Star Citizen will make World of Warcraft look small. Not because it's going to compete with or replace World of Warcraft. It's going to be a totally different game, but that's why it's going to be bigger. It's going to be a whole new thing. And the 11 million player peak that WoW saw, I think will be dwarfed by what we see in Star Citizen. Eventually. Not at 1.0. But 1.0 is just the starting line. That's not the finish line. And I think you're just going to see it go up from there. I completely agree, Providence. The content has to be there, but I mean, that's up to you to decide whether the content is there for you or not. But for me, like, the sandbox is the content. I don't need missions and quests and in-game movies and bosses and all that shit. I don't want all that stuff. I want a sandbox that works. Kind of like PAX Day, you know, a lot of people complain about lack of content in PAX Day, and I'm like, Yes, but it's not because we're missing NPCs or quest givers. That's not what detracts from the content in PAX Day. PAX Day just needs more systems. And Star Citizen is coming online with a hell of a lot of systems from what we've seen. Terrain deformation, that would be amazing, but I don't see that anytime soon. We need in-game movies to watch from Bedlong and SC. Could not agree more. I've said that almost since the first time I logged into Star Citizen. Back when quantum travel took a lot more time, I'm like, man, I would love to just chill in the kitchen of a ship or in the bed and watch some Netflix. I was like, they need Netflix integration. What is this?
Hello.
Corporations are co-opting indie gaming. You guys want to watch this, or I gotta log over in the PAX Day soon. Hope with tree gathering. We could do this first, or we could do something else. I hate fake beards. All right, well then I'll cancel it. I'll watch this in my own time. What's bogus? All right, let's check it out.
I'm the real-life fake wizard. We now have reports from the game file revealing that Wildlight Entertainment's High Guard, the live service game that spectacularly failed this year, was secretly funded by Tencent, the Chinese entertainment conglomerate. Wildlight CEO Dusty Welch told the game business in January, quote, "We're an independent studio without the support of a big organization." Later, he told Bloomberg, "We don't really speak publicly about the business and the economics and the financials of our company." So this man sat in front of journalists and described...
Now, Scabian, I think Star Citizen needs to offer in-game ads. I think it will actually increase the experience. Back when I did a video at one point about how they could monetize post 1.0 and stop ship sales, and that was my number one idea. I had a couple, but in-game ads, I think corporations should be able to take out ads, players should be able to take out ads for the business. I think it would actually increase immersion and fund the game and the servers and all that other stuff. A couple other ideas I had were rent. I think you should have to rent your really awesome penthouses in places like New Babbage with your private hangar on the top and all that shit. Like, there's all kinds of shit they could do. Sci-fi in-game ads would be awesome. Yeah, could you imagine like the center of Area 18, like that big holograph, like talking ads for corporations and shit? Your mane's that long for real? That's nice. I can't grow one that long.
That his studio was independent or indie, but one of the world's largest gaming revenue generators was footing the bill. That's not indie. That's the furthest thing from indie, or specifically indie culture, which they wanted you to believe that they were. Now, why does this matter? Well, High Guard launched to a peak of 97,000 concurrent players on Steam, and there are estimates that this might have had close to 1 million downloads across all platforms. But it received mostly negative reviews. Within 16 days, Wildlight laid off most of its staff. The official High Guard website has gone dark. The game, for all practical purposes, is dead. And I'm here to tell you this isn't an isolated incident. We're looking at a pattern. Tencent and investment conglomerates like it, Microsoft, EA, Embracer, Sony, are poison for gaming. They are poison for the developers who make games. They are...
I 100% believe this. This is why I'm pinning my hopes on Star Citizen. That's why I was pinning my hopes on Ashes of Creation. Like, I don't think these big companies are capable of making good games anymore. I think they're just going to continue pumping out the same bullshit that we've been seeing for a decade now. And one maybe exception would be Rockstar, but I don't know how much longer that's going to continue either.
Are poison for gamers who buy them, and they are poison for the long-term health of the industry as a whole. And today, we're going to prove it. Today's indie game shoutout is webbed. Swing through the trees, spin sticky webs, and make friends with bugs. Be the adorable spider you've always wanted to be. To learn more about this and hundreds of other indie games, visit our free Indie Game Discovery Network, fakeportal.com, or scan the QR code on your screen. Now back to the video. Part 1. Invest, Extract, Abandon. Allow me to explain how Tencent operates. Tencent is one of the world's largest gaming revenue generators next to Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft. They hold stakes in over 600 companies worldwide that we know about. In gaming specifically, they own 100% of Riot Games, 84.3% of Supercell, 80...
They're 100% of Riot Games? I did not know that. That sucks. Dude, we are never getting the Riot MMO. Cross that right off your list. That's history.
Or more percent of Grinding Gear games, 40% of Epic, 30% of Larian, and they have significant stakes in From Software, Ubisoft, Paradox,
30% of
Fatshark,
Larian?
Arrowhead,
That's
Remedy,
not good.
and dozens of others. This is a company with its hands in nearly everything. Since 2022, under global game CEO Michelle Liu, Tencent has adopted what they call a hands-on strategy. They deploy support teams of up to 1,000 people to embed inside their invested studios.
Holy
they
shit.
push studios to focus on what Tencent calls evergreen franchises, which is just corporate speak for live service games designed to run indefinitely and extract money from players through microtransactions, battle passes, and seasonal content. Studios are told to drop and give up their side projects, focus on the strongest bets, maximize retention, maximize revenue. Tencent is all on board the live service train. And when those bets fail, and lots of them do very often, when those companies fail to turn a profit, Tencent walks away. The studio gets gutted, the game dies, players who may have bought digital goods lose those digital purchases, and Tencent's name barely gets mentioned. Gamers now, in this instance, will talk about Wildlight failing with Highguard, not Tencent, the financier and directional advisor, having failed at all. There are trails of corpses left behind in the wake of Tencent-backed free-to-play and live service projects that...
I even before watching this, like, I've always had a bad taste in my mouth from Tencent, and I can't even tell you why, but I know I have played games that had the Tencent logo somewhere on their website, or, hey Griff, thanks for coming out, man. Just catching the stream now, the board games ran late. Hope the board games were fun, dude. But I have played games that had the Tencent name associated with them, and for one reason or another, it left a bad taste in my mouth. I can't remember why. I don't know if it was like the game went belly up or monetization model, but in general, I've been kind of trying to steer clear of Tencent-backed games
that are now dead, canceled, or had their studios totally destroyed. In research for this video, I counted 12, and I felt like that was enough, and that included games from Remedy, Epic Games, and Square Enix properties. And those are just the ones we know about, right? Because as we learned with Highguard, Tencent doesn't always tell the public when they're involved. Yeah, and there's something else here that's worth noting that further defines this idea we're talking about. An anonymous senior developer posted online in May of 2025 describing what they called Ghost Protocol. The claim is that when a Tencent-backed project underperforms, Tencent applies pressure through internal KPIs, key performance indicators, and the studio essentially self-destructs. The layoffs happen, closures happen, but Tencent's fingerprints are not on it publicly. The studio takes the hit and developers lose their jobs, but Tencent moves on to the next studio to invest in. And studio after studio continue to take money from the conglomerates like Tencent as if they're making deals with the devil. This is an investment pattern that can be defined as invest, extract, abandon. Part 2, suits cause decline. Okay, so that's how Tencent operates on the investment side, but the investment is just one step. There's a whole playbook that kicks in after the checks clear, and it has, in this case, 2 phases, which happen to result in making the games worse and monetizing what's left. In 2025, the consulting firm Bain & Company, one of the top 3 management consulting firms in the world, not a gaming outlet, there's no dog in this fight, published a report on the state of the gaming industry, and what they found won't surprise you if you've been paying attention. From 2018 to 2024, indie game PC revenues grew at a 22% compound annual growth rate. AAA and AA studios, the conglomerate-backed segment, grew at only 8%. Industries are outpacing the corporations nearly 3-1. And Bain noted it's not because more indie games are flooding the market. The amount of new games entering the market share on Steam stayed consistent year to year for this. The growth came from quality. People are buying more indie games because indie games are getting better. 75% of the top 20 highest rated games on Metacritic in 2024 were indie, nearly double the share from 2016. And when Bain asked players why they play their favorite games,
I love when an indie game
22%
explodes,
said gameplay. Only 7% said graphics or audio. 7%. Meaning the entire AAA model is built on spending hundreds of millions of dollars on graphical fidelity, and only 7% of players say that that's what matters most to them. So what does the conglomerate model actually produce? Well, let's look around. BioWare. It binds to EA in 2007, and later on we get Mass Effect Andromeda, Anthem, and Dragon Age Veilguard, 3 expensive games that left the studio a shell of what it once was. Halo, without Bungie, has been soulless. 343 was a corporate entity built to manage a revenue asset, not a creative studio.
That's what I'm talking about.
Takes Tencent money.
Dude, yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
We get FBC Firebreak. Epic sells Gears of War to Microsoft. Franchise dies. Volition gets acquired by Embracer. Saints Row Reboot kills the franchise and the studio. Arcane gets acquired by Microsoft. Redfall kills the studio. Fat Shark gets
Zero.
Tencent as majority stakeholder, and Darktide launches unfinished, losing 96% of its players. Same arc. Every time. It's the same story. It's the same arc. It's the same story every time. The studios earn their reputations through excellence. The corporations take control, creative direction shifts to whatever maximizes reoccurring revenue, the product suffers, the players leave, and the studio's legacies become cautionary tales. Wrecking the quality isn't the end of it. That's just the setup for the real play, which is monetization.
Speaking of monetization, this is why the SIG funding model is so important, man. It's the only way out of this mess. I know it can feel dirty and gross to hand thousands of dollars over for pixels, but what you're really doing is you're pledging your support to a studio that is trying to break this freaking mold, man. And it's the only way out. It's the only way out. Doesn't matter what you feel about the finances, honestly. If you want a future that doesn't look like this, it's the only option.
Once a conglomerate is inside a franchise, the goal shifts from selling a great game to selling things inside that game forever. Microtransactions, loot boxes, battle passes, gotcha mechanics, and studies confirm now what every gamer has already felt in their guts for years. The French National Institute for Computer Science found that 73% of...
But like... I mean, it's a good point, Nash, because like I often say what builds trust. It's a couple things. It's the transparency, the regular check-ins. Like they put a lot of time and energy into things like Star Citizen Live and Inside Star Citizen and Citizen Cons and all this stuff to keep the community involved. We get weekly roadmap updates and weekly roundups, and it's just the amount of time that CIG puts into communication and transparency. You can make the argument, is it transparent enough? Is it not? Like, I don't even want to get into those details, but that's one thing. The other thing is the constant delivery Like, they are constantly putting new technology, new systems, new assets, new everything in our hands that we can use to test, right? And I think as long as they're able to maintain both of those things, I think the trust will be there. Now, how does that relate to Ashes? Because in a lot of ways, Ashes was doing some of that as well. It's why I was so often comparing these two games, right? Like, Ashes was giving us the live streams. We've already talked about that. Ashes was rolling out new content on a fairly regular basis. So how do you discern the difference? I don't know. But what I do know is, like, if we don't take the chance, like, we're not going to get anything except Microsoft slop.
Players view loot boxes as gambling that should be regulated. The National Institute of Health published research connecting microtransaction mechanics directly to internet gaming disorders, which is a clinically recognized condition. The more aggressively a game monetizes, the higher the correlation with problematic behavior. And I actually did a very long and very important video breaking down how loot boxes were designed to create gambling habits. You should watch that here after you finish watching this. This one is important right now. Don't go away. But here's where it connects back to conglomerates specifically, okay? Star Wars Battlefront 2, that was EA, launched with pay-to-win loot boxes so egregious that it became a global news story about child gambling. That's EA. Apex Legends, EA again. Battle Pass changes so aggressively that the game bled 70% of its Steam player base. Honor of Kings, 100% Tencent, developed by Timmy, the same Timmy that secretly funded Highguard. This game was so addictive to children in China, the Chinese state media called it spiritual opium. The government had to step in and restrict how long minors could play it. That's a pretty big deal. Path of Exile 2, Grinding Gear Games, 80% or more is owned by Tencent. It lost...
What? 80% of Grinding Gear is owned by Tencent? What the... Guys, we are fucking screwed. Oh god, that sucks so bad.
93% of its player base within weeks. Players have cited cosmetic items are priced at $45 to $85 a piece. You see the pattern, right?
I enjoy PoE
It's
too.
the same cycle every time. The conglomerate acquires or funds the studio. The studio gets pushed towards live service or free to play. The monetization mechanics get bolted up. Short-term revenue goes up, but long-term player trust goes down. The retention eventually drops, and unless you're Fortnite or CSGO, that game is on borrowed time. But the conglomerate has already extracted the value, and when the game dies, just refer back to part 1, as I said earlier, the company will walk away unscathed. That's the playbook. Acquire or fund. Shift creative direction towards recurring revenue. Monetize aggressively. Extract value.
Exactly. This is why Microsoft's appointment of that new CEO into the Xbox division is such a bullshit move. Like, they're so obviously just managing the Xbox division this way. They don't give a shit about the games. Extract revenue.
And when the well runs dry, just abandon it. It's invest, extract, abandoned. The astroturfing of fake indie gaming. Now let's go back to Highguard for a second here, because
this is something I hadn't really considered though. Like, fake indie gaming? That's a fucking bullshit.
After it was revealed that Highguard was funded in part by Tencent, there was this very strange wave of content creators and journalists posting on Twitter saying things like, oh, this is common. This isn't a big deal. It's normal for indie studios to have secret corporate backing. This is how the industry works. Why are you getting so worked up over this? What? No, this isn't common. At least not in the conventional indie cultured space. itch.io is loaded in indie games made by single developers or small teams with zero financial backing. I built Fake Portal, which is an indie game discovery network, and I've had lots of conversations with indie developers. They don't have Tencent money. They're mostly bootstrapping their games themselves. So the fact now that we have journalists and creators running defense trying to normalize and downplay conglomerate involvement with indie game funding, this should be as alarming to you as it is to me. Yeah, and here's the real evidence. According to GDC 2025 State of the Game Industry Report, more than half of all game developers are now self-funding their projects.
Good.
Self-funding is a very important phrase here. Their figures show that approximately 60% of indie developers are bootstrapping their games through personal savings, through small loans, or reinvested revenue. Of the remaining developers who seek outside funding, the primary sources found are crowdfunding, government grants, cultural funds, and indie-focused publishers.
Didn't he say at the beginning that indie game revenue was going up year over year as a result of increasing quality? So if these two things are related, like the rise in self-funding and the increased quality, like that would be a good sign. All right, what am I missing?
Kickstarter alone saw video game projects raise $26.1 million in 2024 with an 83% success rate, the highest in the platform's 15-year history. That right there is developers going directly to their communities and saying, please believe in my vision and fund my dream. And that is true independence. But what scares me here is how the industry is trying to hijack this, because they know that gamers are moving in the indie direction. As we said before, indie has growth, and gamers are sick of AAA crap. Yeah. My friends, if it is true that Highguard was indeed funded by Tencent, and these statements from the Wildlight CEO were misleading at best, then we are actively watching the term self-funded and self-funding be hijacked in real time. They are changing the meaning of self-funded to include corporate backing in order to mislead you. Indie means independent. Like that's the definition. Independent of corporations. And then indie became a cultural term implying smaller budgets, smaller teams, but big vision intentions. And today, what I'm telling you now is that we're seeing these conglomerates co-opting the title indie to not only mean independent, but also to be a synonym for private business. Because indies are private businesses. They don't need to reveal their financials or where their money comes from to the public. It's almost too easy to hide their funding if they are being funded. Let's look at what editor of the game business Christopher Dring has to say about this. Quote, historically, Tencent has been a regular investor in new teams. You'd be surprised at how many other devs have secret, but not actually.
I agree with that, The Prisoner. They need to do something to make it more indie friendly. Like, these guys are working for peanuts already, really, if you think about it. And like, I don't know, one of those goodwill things, like Valve could really set a standard here. And when you're dealing with some of these indie games, like I think maybe the rates should start to rise. Like there should be like some kind of a curve, right? Like it starts low, you get a little bump, and then it goes down. Because I know Steam already starts to discount as sales really rocket. But there should be some kind of a curve where, like, in the beginning, like, your first 10,000 sales or whatever, like, it's, you know, a much smaller percent. And then, you know, as you start to exceed that 10,000 number, it ramps up quickly towards that 30%. And then once you get into the stratosphere, it starts to come back down. They need to do something like that so that, you know, with a reasonable amount of sales, you can continue to self-fund. Should have an indie verification. Yeah, that would be a really good idea. Kind of like organic, right? Like organic certification, but you're certifying indies. Sounds like our tax system. Well, I mean, we need something, dude. I mean, we need to help these guys.
Secret Tencent backing. So with that information, that there are regularly studios that market themselves as indie while secretly being a big key word here, receiving conglomerate funding and were later exposed, how many of those games are out there? How many have been exposed for secret funding? None. At least to my research, none really.
Yeah, that's
yet.
what I was trying to describe.
Highguard is the first one that was secretly funded and then revealed. I know that here people are going to point to Expedition 33 in the comments, but Expedition 33 was not done in the dark. Kepler Interactive got 120 million euros from NetEase. Expedition 33 was done for...
NetEase is another one I avoid like the plague. Just FYI. They are freaking predatory.
An estimated $10 million. That was not secret. Expedition 33 has been a AA game from the start. It's not really indie. And then there's things like Dave the Diver or Stray or Dredge, but like, again, these games might have been positioned as fake indie, but it was always clear these games had large publishers or large backers. As per my research as of right now, there are no other Highguards that I can find. None. And of course, I can't. They're secret for a reason. These companies don't actually want you to know that they got money from Tencent and or others. They want to appear indie in culture and in financing. Yeah, there are Reddit threads that speculate, there are vague forum posts here and there, but in terms of documented reported cases, Highguard stands alone here. I do not think we were supposed to know this. Whoever the sources were that blew this up were likely not supposed to say so. Okay, let's play this out together. Dusty Welch at Wildlight told the press his studio was independent. He told Bloomberg he doesn't discuss financials. Meanwhile, Tencent, through Timmy, was the lead financial backer. And here's something else worth noting. Tencent's senior vice president, Stephen Ma, sits on the advisory board of the Game Awards, where Highguard received its world premiere reveal in the closing slot of the Game Awards 2025. This is meant to be the big slot of the show. The last announcement, it's meant to be the best announcement. That placement was given to a game secretly backed by a company whose executive helps run the show. Now, yes, a Forbes article later confirmed that no direct payment was made for the slot, and I'm not alleging that payment was, right? I'm just pointing out that the optics for this entire mess are beyond terrible for everyone involved, including Jeff Keighley. Considering how much astroturfing and scapegoating and toxic positivity and manipulation is done daily to gamers in order to get them to just shut up and keep charging their credit cards, I can't blame anyone for looking at this whole situation and saying, yeah, they're all in on it. In their humble opinions. Oh, and this whole thing is not a victimless offense, right? The actual indie developers, the teams of 1, 2, 3, 4, who are making games on savings and sheer willpower, the ones competing on Steam where 14,000 new titles launched in 2024 alone, these developers are already fighting an uphill battle against AAA marketing budgets. If you speak to these people, most of them will tell you that they spent all their money making the game, and now the money is dried up for marketing. Most do not have a marketing budget or have any clue of what to do other than start making social media posts. Well, now these people are also competing against studios that present themselves as indie peers, but are secretly backed by companies worth hundreds of billions of dollars. That is astroturfing the indie space. Part 4, the market is consolidating. Yeah, and it's like at this point of the video, like that should...
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this is something CR said very well at the end of CitizenCon Direct whenever he was talking about, and he said it again today in that video we watched where, you know, he feels very fortunate to be in the position he is in. Today, I thought he said it even a little more powerful when he said he's literally the only game executive on the planet that has as much freedom to chase a project with this level of ambition that he does. Like, literally no other executive in the gaming space on the entire planet has the freedom and flexibility that he does. And a lot of that is because of market consolidation, changing goals, like we're seeing in this video, the squeeze to just get more juice out of the lemon, so to speak. Anyway, freaking sad. And thank you, Lil Pie, for the sub. I missed it whenever you did it. I really appreciate that.
should be enough. We should just be cutting it right there, right? Yeah, Tencent and companies like it are co-opting the indie marketplace by secretly funding companies. Like, that's enough right there. But then we start asking why. It's not like loot boxes and live service games are going away. People are hooked on those games. They've done their job. Studies confirm that. There's plenty of money to be made in Fortnite and League of Legends. If people aren't quitting Marvel Rivals or CSGO, so why would Tencent and companies like it need to co-opt the indie marketplace? Why not let the indie space continue to grow on its own? Well, sadly, it's part of the larger picture. The Herfindahl-Hirschman Index, or HHI, is a standard economic measurement used to assess market concentration. The U.S. Department of Justice uses this to evaluate antitrust concerns, and an HHI above 2,500 indicates a highly concentrated market. According to analysis of 3 decades of gaming industry consolidation, the console gaming segment's HHI climbed to 2207 by 2021. Now, that shouldn't be super surprising. The top 4 companies control approximately 82% of the console market. That's not unheard of, right? We expected that. However, in 2023 alone, the gaming industry saw over $81 billion in mergers and acquisitions. For example, Microsoft's $69 billion Activision deal, Tencent's ongoing global expansion, Sony's acquisitions, Embracer's spree before it collapsed. The industry is consolidating at a pace that should concern anyone who cares about competition and innovation.
Absolutely.
You know, a lot of people talk about the video game crash, right? Like, oh, I can't wait for the industry to crash. Then they have to start making good games for me again. This is that crash. It's happening now.
Yeah, 69
The biggest
Bs.
companies are squeezing everything and getting bigger. Like, that's the crash. Lots of us wanted to see line graphs plummet to 0, but the reality is that everything just consolidates. And what does consolidation produce? Risk aversion. According to industry reporting, 95% of major studios have been involved in live service game development. And in
Well, I was saying earlier, Nash, whenever you were saying about the things the company needs to actually do this is a vision, technical ability, the ability to lead a pro, like all this stuff. And I added onto that risk tolerance is another critical thing they need. And that's what none of these other companies have.
2025, of 19 live service games that launched, 15 of them lost 80 to 99% of their player base. That is a catastrophic failure rate for a model that the entire AAA industry has organized itself around. They bet the farm on live service, and the farm is burning. But Wizard, why don't they just start making new games that people want? Why don't they do experimental titles? Why can't they make new things? Because they're risk averse, and they can't afford to risk $200 or $300 million because that's how much they need to spend to make these things. They can't risk that on something new that could underperform. They've become so risk averse that they've forgotten how to innovate. And if we stop to look around, a lot of other things start to make sense then. Halo is getting remade. Final Fantasy remakes. Metal Gear Solid remake. Dragon Quest
That's why we're buying
remakes.
spaceships.
God of War is getting remakes. Even Kingdom Hearts 1 is rumored to be getting a remake. As I just said, the budgets for AAA games have ballooned to $200 to $300 million per title, which is ridiculous. But that also means every project has to be a guaranteed hit, or it's not getting green lit. And the safest bet is something people already bought once. But remakes and sequels aren't growth in this instance. They're just maintenance. They keep the lights on. They don't create the next God of War type franchise or the next Kingdom Hearts type franchise. They don't create the next Star Wars like franchise or Mass Effect or any other massive IP. They can't afford to take that risk.
Probably another 30 or 40 times.
And these
Nash.
companies kind of know that. Bain's own data told us that only 20% of studios with a hit successfully launch a second one. So these conglomerates are sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars in combined market value, and they function.
Here's the thing, though. They are competing in a landscape full of other conglomerates like them. Like, Microsoft's not worried about the next God of War because they're up against Tencent and all the other companies who are making decisions just like they are. Nobody's going to take the risk to put something like that out. Thanks, Zero. Yeah. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how CIG's entrance into the market upsets this apple cart. Like, what changes do we see if 20 million players flock to Star Citizen or Sq42? I don't know if it'll be a big enough splash to make a real dent in how things are going or not, but it's going to be really interesting to watch.
Functionally cannot innovate anymore, or they refuse to. Their own models won't let them. The budgets are too high, the risk is too great, the corporate structure kills creative instinct before it can breathe. But do you know who can innovate? Indies. Small teams. Yeah. People with a dream and a $50,000 budget who don't need to sell 10 million copies to justify their existence. The indie space is where every original idea in gaming is coming from right now.
Yep.
Bain confirmed it in the data. Metacritic confirms it frequently with new games and new reviews.
Yep.
The sales data confirms it. Indies are growing 3 times faster and producing 75% of the highest rated games in the industry now. And that gives us our answer. That's why Tencent seeds indie studios in secret. That's why Wild Light was funded by Timmy, while its CEO told the press he was independent. The conglomerates cannot make the next big thing themselves anymore, so they are going to where innovation still exists. They plant money in the small studios. They let someone else take the creative risk at a fraction of the cost. And if it works, they scale it, monetize it, and absorb it right into the machine. And if it fails, they were never publicly involved. There's no press release, no earnings call mentions. It's Ghost Protocol. Just a dead game and a gutted studio and a workforce that gets discarded while Tencent moves on to the next big bet. The industry generated approximately $195 billion in global revenue in 2025. The money is there. It has never not been there, but the conglomerates aren't using that money to make gaming better. They're using it to buy the people who do, or to secretly fund them and hope nobody finds out. So where does this leave us?
I agree, Chrome.
We've got a documented trail of dead games, dead studios, exposed lies. We've got academic research confirming what gamers have felt in their guts for years, that corporate acquisition makes games worse. We've got a consulting firm that advises the biggest companies in the world, not just gaming, telling us that indie games are growing 3 times faster and producing the best games in the industry. And we've got a studio CEO who looked journalists in the face and said he was independent while Tencent bankrolled the entire operation. Everyone keeps saying that gaming is dead, that AAA gaming needs a crash. The crash is here. It's happening now. Now we have evidence of the contracted companies at the top fearful of taking risks or making new games because they balloon themselves into positions where funding their own first-party titles is too risky. Dead live service games are being rounded up like Skittles, and the solution that Tencent and friends have is to attempt to blend into a place that is seeing growth, and do so in a place where the money is hidden from the public. It's desperate, and it's also nefarious in a way. There are plenty of reasons that gamers hate the gaming industry, and they have every right to. The industry has lied and scammed gamers for nearly 2 decades now into this version of gaming. Yep. And I can't blame gamers for watching Nintendo Directs and PlayStation showcases and Xbox streams and finish watching those things thinking, that was a waste of my time. Because it is a waste of your time. The Emperor has no clothes, and so the best thing we can do now is be as vigilant as possible. We, collectively, as a people.
Spot on, man. It was like the end of the 2000s where like the last good games were being made.
All caught on to the high guard situation in real time. It just didn't feel right. There was something metaphysical about it. Like, you know what I mean? For everyone to look at that trailer and that announcement and in unison say, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. That is a marketplace that has been pushed just a little too far. Until next time, create, innovate, inspire, And for the love of God, cancel Disney Plus. I hope I got the message across in this video. I'm very self-conscious about this one, and I shot this many, many times, and I still don't know how I feel about it. This is a super important video that I didn't realize it would be. Hello?
That's cool.
I'm the real life.
Yeah. Make sure to thumbs up that shit. I'll put a link in the chat. That was a good one. Yeah, it really does. Yeah, spot on, man. Like, the industry is in a bad way. Has been for a long time. It's just kind of reaching critical mass where the players are just, I don't know. And I gotta wonder, like, the things that he's talking about, the state of the industry, the bullshit that we're putting up with, like, I know that part of why Star Citizen's numbers keep going up year over year is because they're delivering and the game is getting richer and there's more to do and it's more stable and it's more playable. But I gotta wonder, like, how much is like refugees from the rest of the world, like, fleeing to the one glimmer of hope. Not that it's the only one. Obviously, the indie scene also is obviously seeing a resurgence, and I love that. But I hope this war that Tencent is declaring, and some of the other ones I'm sure are complicit in too, I hope it fails. But Nash, if you want to go grab some of that Tencent money, go for it. Let me know what I need to do to help. Yeah, Zero, thanks for the recommendation. That was a good one. The rise of crap mobile games don't help? Yeah, I'm with you there. Freaking mobile. I don't play mobile. You know, I only play one mobile game. I'll give you one guess what mobile game I play. As a matter of fact, I'll take a look at the guesses when I get back because I got to take a really quick bio break. All right. I'm back. Let's see here. Chess, cut rope, Candy Crush? Really? Candy Crush? You'd think I would play Candy Crush? What the hell? I'm not. I take offense to that, Nash. Solitaire? Whoever said chess, that was a good guess. I used to play. That used to be my game, but I ran out of all my opponents that I used to play, and I'm not one to play against AI. I don't really find that nearly as fun, so. Tetris used to be a game I loved. As a matter of fact, I used to be pretty competitive with Tetris. I had it on the, remember the original Game Boy Advance? The first one that flipped open and had the black and white screen, I think. Or no, it wasn't even a flip. It was just it was the first Game Boy. It was the solid white Game Boy, took a cartridge on the top, had a little black and white screen on it. I owned one of them, and the only game I owned for it was Tetris. And I played that shit out of that game. I could get, I can't even tell you how many rockets I got. Like, I got the biggest rocket you could possibly get. I forget how many freaking points you needed for that thing, but there was another individual, and we used to compete on that game pretty heavily. I played it with a link cable once, yeah. We usually just competed on high score, but there was one time, maybe twice, I remember we got the link cable out, because you could screw the other guy over by completing lines, right? I forget. I think that's how it worked. That was an interesting way of playing it. Yeah. The old 3D chess game from 30 years ago? Yeah, I remember that shit. But I have not played Tetris in quite a while. I'd probably suck at it now. And whoever guessed Solitaire was a good guess. I mean, I think what I play is a version of Solitaire. I play Free Cell. It's the only mobile game I play on my phone. Whenever I find myself sitting around for an extended period of time and I gotta pass a little bit of time, like Free Cell, man. Takes me back to the old days, you know? Like, I remember my first job was, well, not my first job. It was really my second job. I was working help desk, and I'd be sitting in my office, and I had a literal paper inbox where they would come with printed out tickets, and they would put them in my inbox, and then I would have to go work on these tickets. And there was times where I'd be sitting in my office and I got all the work done, there's no more tickets, and I'd just be kind of hanging out, feet up on the desk, and I think it was Windows 3.1 we were running at the time, and it had Free Cell on there. I can't tell you the amount of time I spent in that office playing Free Cell. So when I play it on my phone, it just takes me back, you know? Good times. Anyway, now's that time of night where I want to jump over and help with some tree collection. I might actually be a little late, but we'll see. Oh my gosh, I'm still in Foxhole. That's the fun thing of having a dedicated gaming PC now. If the game does not AFK you out, like, I'll flip screens and I'll completely forget that I even have it up, and I can't believe I didn't die from, like, weather conditions or something. Anybody play this game? Anybody seen Foxhole? Or more importantly, Anvil Empires. I've been chopping wood for 3 hours straight. Oof. Yeah, the new patch came out today. For anybody who's not following PAX Day, they just dropped a patch with improvements to the crafting system. Which reminds me, I probably got to download it. Shit. Let me get that going. Oh no, it's already downloaded. Sweet. You keep trying to play it, but it never sticks. Yeah, it's a good game. I mean, there's it's interesting, like some of the choices I made. This is definitely a massively multiplayer game. There's like an ongoing, persistent war. If you look at the map, there's these border areas where, you know, color meets color, and it's in these zones where there's just ongoing, perpetual fighting, man. And it's cool because, like, there's a lot of industrial gameplay. Like, this is like one of our bases right here where we're doing a lot of manufacturing and stuff. You can see all these oil tanks and all this shit. We got to build a train. We're bringing it. We're pumping in resources and crafting stuff. So this is where we do all that. But the game is set up in such a way that you can donate those things. Like, you can use it yourself, or you can choose to donate it to the cause, and you could just carry it to one of these forward operating bases, right, and just donate it. And there's people down there fighting and using the stuff, and so the logistics is really the heart of either side, and it's kind of fueling these frontline battles going on. So, like, if you're not in the mood to do logistics and crafting and gathering, like, you could just jump right to the front line and just use what other people are donating and go down there and start fighting. You know, it's a pretty cool system. I don't know how much Anvil Empire is just going to follow this. Why can I not stand up? What am I doing here? Whoops. Oh my god. What the hell is going on? Well, whatever. Yeah, it's been pretty cool. But I mostly have been playing this game just to kind of get familiar with the systems, because the company that made this game is making Anvil Empires, and Anvil Empires is a medieval version of this game. They dropped the PAX Day patch, and you aren't out there whipping those boys in the cut. I'm going to be out there in a moment, Griff. But first, I want to show people, in case you haven't seen it, I am pumped about this game. What the hell? You might watch that and think, like, is that real? Can they really have that many players in the battle? But they managed to achieve it in Foxhole. Like, you go to the front lines in Foxhole, and there is just, like, it's kind of insane. Like, there's probably a couple hundred people on either side firing at each other. I mean, like, I was fighting over a bridge the other day, and we were trying to hold it, and it gets intense, man. There's fucking bullets and explosions going off all around you. Then the other side, they brought in, like, their artillery group, and, I mean, all around, it's just explosions and shit going off, and kind of try to push you back, and it gets intense. You kind of start feeling, like, you know, pretty, so I'm excited to see, if they pull this off in Anvil Empires, because, a medieval version of this would be a lot more, interesting to me, personally. So this is the game I am tracking that has replaced Ashes of Creation within the community. We're still going hard on Star Citizen and PAX Day, but Anvil Empires has kind of slid into the slot that Ashes was taking, sadly. A networking nightmare? Yeah. All right, anyway, let's get over here. I haven't even logged in since the new patch came out, so there's been some cosmetic updates to the game too. I'm excited to check out some UI improvements. Yeah. Well, at least they've had plenty of time with Foxhole to kind of figure it out. Hmm. There we go. All right. So, what do we got here? First, I gotta buy my guard. Whoops. Buy my grace. Okay, yeah, there's a new inventory screen. You guys can't see it because it's off screen, but it's cool. Alright, let's teleport out to the PvP zone. What resolution was what? Dude, for some reason, there's like PAX Day has a bug with ultra wides, and for some reason it starts off in like a little corner of my monitor, and I have to go in to the settings every single time. I just come in to this screen, and I have to confirm settings, and then it'll go to the proper resolution. But yeah, the resolution I play on is 7680 by 2160. I have one of these massive ultra wides that I play on, which is, I only broadcast the center of it to match the resolution that YouTube wants, which is why the sides are cut off, so anything on the very sides you guys can't see, but that's fine, because that's usually just bullshit out there that you don't need to see. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, well, didn't work so well whenever I was trying to do everything on the same PC. I'll tell you that. Why I went out and I got the dedicated gaming PC, and now things run very smooth. Just getting in comms so I can hear directions. Ad-free mode from Captain Pepsi Picard. Or this video is funny. That's fine, Zero. You can be in your own world. I might be showing my enemies blue pie, but we haven't had much pushback recently, so I'm not too worried about it. I hate the healer attire, man. I look so dumb. These leggings are such shit. Look at that. But it's the best. Shorts. Yeah. Maybe we might get some fights tonight. That'd be freaking cool. Yeah, no, Scabian, this is PAX. Check out the new moods? Alright, I'll check them out. Oh, look at him. Grumpy. What the hell? How do I actually pick it? What's it do? Text does not have magic yet. Well, other than healing. know if it's changing my face. Yeah, it seems like it might be buggy, like it's not really responding to my click. Yeah, it's not working well for me. Something about my face, probably. Grollo always grumpy. That's probably true. Sorry guys, I gotta do some evasive maneuvering here. I'll turn the screen back on as soon as I can. But to Luapai's point, I don't want to give our position away at this point. Smoltanilus, I'm glad you are catching one of them. Thanks for coming out. Really appreciate it. We were talking about Sq42 quite a bit earlier. Smalt. Did you catch the Australian panel that Chris Roberts did earlier? Today or late yesterday? I don't know. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. We talked about it quite a bit earlier in the stream. Yeah, I stream every Saturday for pretty much all day, Smalt. Yeah, Griff, at the very beginning of the stream, we watched it. It was, I'll probably cut it out and just make an independent video out of it. So people don't have to sift through the whole live stream to find it. A lot of good shit in it. Yeah, I got him. Been a long time since we got serious opposition down here, people. It sounds like we might have some tonight. That's exciting. Any Jesus patches? No, they did get a patch today that improved crafting. Yeah, today's patch improved crafting. It kind of rebalanced a lot of things because it used to be like there was no point in crafting certain things. It was like there were certain things that were just so much more efficient to craft than everything else, and you would just spam that thing and throw it on the ground, and that's how you would level up. But they rebalanced it so that the experience you get from crafting items is now proportionate to the materials that go into it. So now it's basically everything is equal value, is my understanding. I'm not a crafter. I have not leveled any skills, so I can't speak from firsthand experience. I've also improved a lot of the menus and UI blocks, made things a lot cleaner. They added a bunch of slash commands, just shit like that. No content this patch. Yeah, sorry guys. I'll take the screen down soon and show the game. I just can't be revealing numbers, position, anything like that. But you'll definitely see the fight. Entertaining standby backdrop. It's my favorite ship in the game right now. Magic Doll. Any other Clipper lovers out there? Such a great ship. Don't like the Drake? What? What's your favorite brand, Nascabian? Cool. I'm also a big Misk fan. Misk and Drake are my top two, followed by Origin. I'm not a big fan of Crusader. There we go. This was one of them. There was two of them. They were scouts. Alright, we gotta relocate because we got scouted. Action, there will be more action. Endeavor? I know. Endeavor is... Wait. The Endeavor is the MISC exploration ship that competes with the Carrack, right? No, Endeavor's the science ship. The Odyssey is the one I'm excited for. I'm freaking pumped for the Odyssey. The Endeavor looks cool though, too. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. I'm curious what science gameplay will look like. Yeah, I'm covering up what I'm doing right now, Zero. I'll show it when I can. We're expecting a fight, and I'm hiding my position and our numbers. But I'll show it as soon as I can. We're getting into position right now. The cons of streaming a game like this. The same thing will be true in Star Citizen someday. Like when you're actually doing positional play and counterplay, you're not gonna be able to stream all that. Do it on a lag. The lag would have to be pretty substantial for it to make a difference. Especially in a game like PAX Day where you spend, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes camped out somewhere waiting. I mean, I'd have to do like a half-hour lag. And then it wouldn't be much of a stream anymore. It'd be more like just watching a video because we certainly wouldn't be able to talk back and forth. For the reasons I described earlier, Zero, I am supporting both Star Citizen and PAX Day. It's our last two hopes. We can't afford any of them to go away. At least until Star Citizen is, That's fine. Star Citizen is my main game, no doubt. But, I lead a gaming community that plays a lot of games. And I support them all. I don't play them all, but I support them all. $2087, yeah. And get that updated, man. So how's your game gonna play, Nash? Is it gonna be an MMO? When we fight, this should be a pretty sizable conflict. The tree itself, this is the large tree. We only get 2 of these per week that we'll be fighting over. It spawns in 16 minutes, although I expect a conflict before then. We'll see. I thought you were actually doing that, Nash. What do you mean, joke game? You gotta get some of that 10-cent money, man. Delayed till 2091 now? Freaking rip. Might beat SC to a release? That's just rude, dude. Tell you what PAX needs. There's 2 things that PAX Day needs to make this a freaking game, and that is a horse and a cart. The only thing holding this game back right now is that everything is a solo activity, except for fighting. If we could crowdsource resource gathering and moving of materials and turn those type of events into a group activity, in addition to having more PvP turrets, like carts moving around the world, then we'd have a sandbox that people could really sink their time into. But sorry, my daughter just got home. Any AI people in the audience still? AI devs. Totally forgot to mention something else cool I'm working on. Use Claude AI Lupa? That's cool. So, you know, I'm working on this community gaming platform that will eventually mostly sunset Discord for us. I mean, we'll keep Discord around just as like a front door, but our main operations will move over to this other platform. And I'm using a lot of Claude code to help me develop it, obviously. And I think I demoed some of my scripts in an earlier live stream. I came up with a set of scripts to like automatically monitor tickets and kick off, you know, development of specs and all that kind of stuff. And the way I was doing it was with TMUX. I don't know if you know what TMUX is, but it's a terminal multiplexer, and like it would just, these scripts would like automatically spawn new TMUX. Shit, sorry. Hang on, I gotta listen to orders here. All right, sorry, I was listening to orders there. Anyway, TMUX is just a thing where you can run, in one terminal, you can run a bunch of different terminals, basically. And so these scripts that I came up with, they would automatically spawn workers to work on specs, and it would create a new TMUX window. It was just like another virtual session, right? And the scripts would just hammer away. Now, the downfall of this is that the specifications I was doing was pretty large intentionally because I wanted to give Claude something to chew on. But the way that I have this code base structured for this application is, I would call it a monolith. It's a monolithic repo. There's several packages, there's a back end, there's a front end, there's a bunch of stuff going on here, right? And the work, since the specification comes up with the contract in advance, you could easily parallelize the work, but the way I was doing it, you couldn't really parallelize it. It was like one Claude agent working on the whole spec or feature at a time, right? And so what I wanted to do, and also looking ahead, like one of the things that was making this system powerful was teaching Claude, right? So like every time Claude would develop something, I would tell Claude, hey, take your learnings, take the patterns you've identified, and feed that back into the agent.md file so that the next Claude invocation has learned from the previous Claude invocations. And that was a really important part of what I'm doing, and that has worked really well. I'll talk about that more someday. But I have gone from like kind of shitty pull requests from Claude to like freaking superstar pull requests from Claude just by using that. Anyway, so what I wanted to do was be able to parallelize the work, and I wanted to be able to minimize the number of learnings that were relevant to a particular Claude invocation. So what I was seeing is Claude was pulling in a lot of learnings, right? But a lot of the learnings applied to like the back end, and some of the learnings applied to the front end, and some of them applied to like this part of the code base. And what I saw is like the learnings were growing so fast that I was like, shit, man, like I'm going to be, like every invocation of Claude is going to be looking at all these learnings, and only a subset of those learnings are really going to apply to the work that it's doing, right? So I needed a way to filter out how many learnings were being fed into any invocation. And so I thought that mapped cleanly to parallelization, because the best way to parallelize is to narrow responsibility for one invocation to just a portion of the code base, right? So just pretend that you have a slash front end directory and a slash back end directory and a slash packages directory, which is like where all your shared code is. You make an agent that's responsible for each one of those, right? This agent's responsible for front end, this agent's responsible for back end, this one's responsible for packages. And then not only can you parallelize additions to those, right? You can have a separate one working on each area of the code base, but you can also narrow the learnings and patterns that each worker has to be aware of in order to do its work. So you're reducing the number of tokens and contexts that you're using and all that stuff. And the problem was, when I first started going down this path, I tried to modify my bash scripts and my tmux scripts and all that stuff to do this. And that ended up, like, the complexity just quickly got out of control for what bash can do. And, or at least what I can tell bash to do. Even with the help of Claude, it was, I couldn't get it. 1 second. I got 5. And so I gave up on that approach. And what I ended up doing was I started working on a new service, a new backend and web application, separate from the one I'm working on for the community platform. And this one is specifically geared towards managing AI model invocations and parallelizing them and making sure they stay on task and making sure they're capturing learners. Basically everything that my bash scripts were doing, but now they're being brought into a proper service with a front end and everything. So I'll have to show that to you guys. It's kind of cool. I haven't actually launched it yet. I'm like this freaking close. I've gotten to the point where I'm ingesting specs into it. Hold on. I'm listening to orders here. But I've gotten to the point, like right before I'm ready to cut it loose on some work. It's ingesting specs. I've broken it down into like the sub agents, and then I have an architect for each spec that's responsible for coordinating the those agents that I was talking about. And then above the architects is an orchestrator. The orchestrator manages multiple architects, and then each architect manages a team of agents. And I've gotten it to the point where after I adjust the spec, the architect decomposes that spec into a task tree, and then it starts distributing the tasks to the agents so that they can parallelize the work. And in theory, I can progress to the next step and just have it do the whole spec. I haven't pulled the trigger on it yet, but I will soon. I've been like adding some polish to the interface so I can make it easy to debug if anything goes wrong. That's my number one thing. I really want to be able to have high visibility into what every task is doing. And so just today and yesterday and the day before, like yesterday I was up till like 7 a.m. hacking on this thing, dude. Like, you know how it is when you get in the zone. But been really cool. But I got it so that like I'm getting a real-time feed from all the agents into the UI, so you can stay very on top of everything the system is doing. All right. Yeah, I'll give you a sneak peek, Lupa, after we're done here. Pretty fun to build. But it's interesting because what I'm doing is like I want to build this community platform, and like along the way I'm building kind of all this tooling to help me build the platform. And it's interesting the way that I'm kind of progressing on both simultaneously now, and this one is accelerating the other one. Tree's about to spawn. I will lift the veil here in just a moment. I see Xanther. Here they come. My heart's beating. Shit. Alright, out of position. Alright, here we go. Whew. Whew. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, guys. Shoo! Yeah, my adrenaline's going. Gotta put good fights in chat. Yeah. I did get wrecked, but let's go, Tauntus. Oh yeah, Tauntus was there. Oh yeah, guys. Yeah, we didn't lose anybody. Clean sweep. They freaking brought it, man. You see all that red coming over the freaking horizon? Woo! They came in. Yeah, this is a special tree we're farming. These are the Mormwood trees. These are the trees that you need to power your shrines out here. You look at the these shrines on the map with the special shields. Each one of these is owned by different clans. And in order to keep them going, you need this wood that comes from these trees. And this is a large one. You only get 2 of these large ones per week. This is one of them. You get them on Saturday nights and Tuesday nights at 11 p.m. Eastern. You get 4 mediums a week, and then you get a bunch of smalls. So the smalls are 16 wood, the mediums are 50 wood, and these large ones are 160 wood. So one of these larges is enough to power one of those shrines for an entire week. Man. That was great. It's been so long since we've had a fight like that. That's why my heart was going, dude. Like, my heart didn't even used to beat that fast when we were in a rhythm of doing that all the time, but it's been so long. It's like, oh, do I remember how to do this? That was awesome. Chat Shit, I think my food wasn't even up that fight. Yeah, I was a little nervous, Lupi. No doubt. It was, they were all coming over the hill. I was like, oh shit. But, this game's all about coordinating your abilities. You couldn't hear it, but that's what all the calls in Discord were. You gotta get shot caller. I shot call on Tuesday nights. And then, one of our other leads shot calls on Saturday nights. It's nice that I don't have to do it on Saturdays, so I can just stream. Talk to you guys. Yeah, we looted them. Definitely worth looting them. It's full loot PvP. You take their whole kit. These are all empty now. I looted one of them. I know, dude. That was so cool. I miss those big battles. But they keep bringing it. I'll take an ass whooping. Oh yeah, Lupa. Oh man. The thing I hate is when you loot people, you auto-equip any slots that you're missing, and I hate these freaking golden cloaks. The funny thing is, I don't even know how to... Oh, okay. They changed the UI, I didn't know how to unequip it. There we go. I like my, my red robe. Unhinged colors. What the hell, code? I hear ya. I definitely pop potions. As you can see, these trees take forever to chop. Can't remember the last time I had that much adrenaline. feel bad in Discord. Everybody's talking about the FPS drops. As you can see, I don't experience those. But from what I understand, this game suffers on any, like, it seems like a very exponential drop in performance in this game as you go down in hardware. Like, I'm running the latest hardware, and it runs completely smooth for me, as you saw. Like, I never stuttered, but a lot of people really suffer. I mean, there's a guy in my party here that he's running a 5700, or I'm sorry, a but he's running a 5070 Ti with like a 1-gen old Intel chip, and he's dropping to 8 FPS in those battles. I'm running 5090 9800 X3D. No, a one generation ago. He's not on the current gen, he's on the previous gen Intel. I don't know anything about Intel anymore. I used to be all I ran, but I've only ran AMD for years now. I'm just saying, like a 1 generation old chip with a 5070 Ti, I can't believe he's dropping to 8 FPS. But I hear that from a lot of people. Alright, we got more incoming. What I'm hearing, I don't see him. $3800 X3D, that's a good chip. One of my systems here is a 5800 X3D, man. That chip just never stops, dude. That's gotta be one of the best chips ever made. There for a while, they were selling for more than 9800 X3D. I don't know if that's still true or not. It only happens in those large-scale battles, Lil Pie. I don't know if you've been in any of them. When you get, like, you know, 30, 40 people on the screen, that's when these people are saying it. Nice, Alberto. I keep hearing we got incoming. So we've chopped this tree down at this point. We've got all the wood, and this would be an opportune time for somebody to strike us because they can take the wood. I'm hearing 20 more incoming. 49 is a great card. That's what I have in my workstation. Sorry. Just putting that up for a moment. They are chasing us. No, I don't work in game dev. Lupa. I'm a systems guy. I'm a systems architect. I consult for multiple companies. Here we go. Oh, they're running. Whew. I'm freaking. Oh, yeah. Good fight, everybody. Let's go! I'm with you, Thomas. Two fights in one night after no fight for I don't know how long. That was awesome. Really appreciate them putting up the fight. That was the same group. They freaking re-geared and came back out to fight us again. That was amazing. Oh yeah. Big props. Appreciate them coming out and putting up the fight. If any of you are watching, very good fights, guys. Very good fights. That was great. So glad I logged into PAX Day. Nice, dude. Hell yeah. That was great. Did you put that wood in the box, Keck? Alright. Cool. Yeah, they polished it up some. Yeah, we only recorded on deposit. Awesome. Thanks, dude. Yeah, that's fine. We record it as it goes in. We don't ever record it otherwise. Chrome, Lupai, hey there, you still there? Yeah, I'll show you that. My cam so you can see it. But this is the app I was telling you about that I'm building. Let's see, I'm doing like a conversation UI with the main orchestrator I was telling you about. This is the thing that manages the architects. You can see it's got real-time support, so I can be like, tell me about the in-flight projects. Hopefully the demo goes well. Yeah, you can see it's this is actual streamed output right from the model that it's invoking. So you get like that instantaneous feedback as it constructs its response. So I got that working. Over here is the active work streams. So each one of these work streams has a dedicated architect. These are all the agents I was talking about. And click on work streams over here. There's only one active one that I've been testing with right now. I'm going to reset this so you can see what it looks like. So I come up here to submit spec. I can either type the markdown in here myself, copy paste it, or I can bring it in from a file. There's none in there right now because I only have one test one in, but so this is what I would create, and this is the full specification of what we would want implemented. And you can see along the top I got tasks, invocations, PR feedback. If I click on tasks, this is empty yet, there's no tasks. So the first step for this is over here. I got this start decomposition button. And if you click that, this will spawn an invocation to take this spec and break it down into a task tree that it can hand out to the agents, as I was describing. You can see up here, it's flashing, decomposing. You look at the invocations tab, you can see that we have an executing task up here. You can click on it, and again, we see real-time feedback of what the task is doing. And this is a history of all invocations associated with this specification. I've got it set up so that you can click on this prompt button over here and actually see the full prompt that goes into this invocation. Big prompt, but so yeah, eventually once the work actually is committed and pushed up to a remote repository, you'll see PR for feedback roll in here. Invocations shows all invocations of the model across all work streams. I built this cost interface so I can kind of figure out what stuff's costing. Yeah, that's kind of it so far. This is what I'm working on. To replace my tmux and bash scripts. I think this will be a lot nicer once it's up and running. But come in here. Eventually, this will finish, and then I'll show you the final screen. And eventually, once I take it past this point, and I feel confident with the stability of the system and the debuggability, I'll actually have to start working on specification. Then all that agent work will flow into this invocations list too, for keeping track of what's going on, as well as the dashboard. This in-flight work will kind of give a snapshot of everything going on. I'll probably evolve this over time. I don't know if I have to give quite as much space to the chat box, but yeah, it's coming together. It's a hell of a lot better looking than my bash scripts, that's for sure. Just for comparison, this is how I was doing it. Where, like down here at the bottom, you'll see like UH182, UH177. So basically what was happening is on this screen, this one panel is just polling for new specs. You can see like right here, it'll say new eligible spec found, and it'll spawn a window. So this one was 177. So it spawns this 177 window, and then you'll see on the left-hand side, it just churns through the work. So this is how I was tracking all my tasks previous. So this is kind of the evolution of that. So I can't wait to be fully on it. Here you go. It's wrapping up now. It's writing a file, the plan file. Boom, it wrote its plan file. So now if we come to the tasks tab, you'll see it's got a full task tree developed. You can see it's going to do the readme, remove something, architect decomposition, blah, 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 front end utilities, spec list. So it's got all the steps, right? So each one of these, you remember Tmux now? I do remember, yeah, that's what I was using. So each one of these boxes represents a task that it will hand to an agent for development. And you can click on these now and it'll give you the details of each task. And then eventually, once I feel confident, this green button up here, approve and start work, it'll start actually doling these things out. And the architect manager is kind of the hand that will say, okay, I'm gonna hand this to you, this to you. And then the invocations will stream in right here on the detail screen too. So that's where I'm at. We'll use this to accelerate the delivery of the community gaming platform. That's the idea. You remember Tmux now? Yeah, I think it is going to be a huge time saver. I'm basically trying to remove all the friction in the process so I can spend as much time as possible designing and integrating, because that's what most of my work is now. Like these agents are doing a lot of the heavy lifting on the development. Like I said, they get me about 95%, and then after they're done and all the other bots have reviewed all the code, then I'll come in, I'll do my final review. And that'll usually take me an hour or so to do like a final review on the work. I'll usually do some changes. I might prompt it to do some changes. And then I start polishing it. Because there's always like some things I had in my mind that it didn't get quite right. So then I'll sit here at the prompt or do it myself. Like a lot of times I'll have the prompt on one pane. I'll have my editor on the other pane, and I'm just kind of massaging it to the point where I want it to be. And then finally I'll do the final push, merge, and integrate it into the main branch. And that's kind of my workflow, and I just do that on repeat. Yeah, glad you found it interesting. I've been having a lot of fun with it, honestly. It's scratching a it's scratching an itch, you know. Like I've always like I really do love well, I loved engineering management from the perspective of I really enjoyed kind of stitching together a lot of different efforts into a product. But I also like being hands-on and writing code myself, and so this is kind of giving me both of those worlds. Like doing things this way, it's been pretty cool. I enjoy it. Skills, agent MD file / community. I'm sure it is awesome. I mean, everybody works differently. I've showed this to some people, and they're like, "Yeah, not for me." You know, they kind of like using it more as like a pairing partner, and that works too. I'm definitely leaning on it more as like a virtual team. We should get another set of spawns here in 3 minutes. I'm gonna go help with those, and then probably call it a night. Wish I could understand it better. I'll give you lessons, Nash. Exactly. Skilled interns that need monitoring. That's exactly how it feels. It feels like, I don't know, in some ways they're junior engineers, in other ways they're more like mid-level. Like from a speed and velocity perspective, it's like mid-level engineers, but yeah. You know, that's the best way I can describe it. It's like a mix of junior and mid-level engineers that need a lot of oversight. Like they want, you know how like certain members of teams, like they're more self-directed, and other ones, you know, they want more I don't know, micromanaged, for lack of a better word. But yeah, this is like a team of junior / mid-levels that need micromanaged. Yeah. While we wait on this tree, I gotta take another bio break. This water's going right through me. Where'd my mouse go? There we go. Be right back. Pull back. Catching up on Thanks for being here, Lupi. Enjoy your crates and crates of charcoal and wood. And have a great rest of your evening. I've really enjoyed you being here. Appreciated the sub too, man. I think we're doing a 2v2 match here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, I'll watch. One of our guys recorded the fight. We're gonna watch it back here. Oops. That was great. Anybody playing the new Dune patch? Evasive maneuver, guys. Yeah, I'm here. I'm right next to Tauntus. I'm following Rusty. I can't root him or anything. Good fights. Oh, yeah. Very good night. Our friends. GG's. Right? GG's. I know. I know, dude. What brought you back, Code? You just here to check out the patch? Or did... Oh, yeah. Just randomly stop by on the night with all the action? Oh, yeah. Now you need to get a warded steel mastercrafted one. That's what you need next. I don't know. I don't think you're gonna get one anytime soon. That's like, from what I understand, you got about a 5% chance to get a mastercrafted, so you'd have to... Yeah. Yeah, you'd have to crank out quite a few of them things. Well, you're never gonna get that at Trivial. Problem. Warded steel? Like... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. Oh, no, no. Give him a break. Oh, shit. Yeah, I got an inventory full of shit. Yeah, right. Wait, they took a wipe? Oh, shit. Hmm. Hmm. Is it all RAM? Sounds good. All right, I think I'm gonna call it here. Getting really one more tree here, and then I'm hitting the sack. It was a great stream tonight. Really appreciated everybody coming out. Just a reminder, I do this every Saturday, so I'll be back at it next Saturday, and try to drop a few videos this week on top of it. So, till then, take care, and roll out.